go, do 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 do. Are we
Here we go,
starting the
go, go,
streaming
go.
today? Hello. Oh yeah. So guys, let me know when you can hear me. What's
It
going on?
started.
We're good. It did.
Yeah.
You were
Was
like,
that confirmation? Okay, cool.
You
Well,
have an ad. There's an ad, but it's live.
you
no, not
always
the
get it. You
ad.
always get an ad. I don't know why you always get an ad at the start, or
I'm
someone always
getting an
does.
ad too. It's not just him.
Is it just me?
It's so annoying.
Did you get an
No,
ad too?
I get the ads too.
Okay. Because, well, someone told me, like, I was doing the ads one day, and someone said they were getting it like every 3 minutes, and then someone else was like, I've gotten one, I've been watching for an hour. And I don't know what it is. It's like some people get it really bad, and then other people just never
I
really
get it
see
every like
I
20
just
minutes.
don't ever
maybe
have
half
it.
an hour.
Okay.
See,
Well,
that's why I use YouTube Premium.
So yeah,
Oh, fuck.
yeah, then you don't get
What
ads.
the hell?
Well, I got it on medium ads, which I really shouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I could probably take them off completely, but then I'm entirely reliant on donations. But because I don't make much off the ads, it would mean something if I had like thousands of people watching. But I only ever like absolute max. I've had like 130 people watching it at one time, so I don't really get much from the ads. But you know, I don't know.
Just
It's
wanna
out
break
of
from the
habit. At
ad.
this point, I just set it at whatever it's at, and then I just press go, and it just kind of is what it is. Anyway, let's actually get to the stream and all. We have one debate ready. We got Shadow versus Deku, which I think is Darkman and Nano. Is that right?
Yeah.
No,
Darth Gator.
Darth Gator and y'all. That's going to be confusing. Okay, Darth Gator and Nano, with Darth Gator being Shadow and Nano being Deku. Does anybody want to join in the chat? Want to join and make this a 2v2 if you know anything? Oh, and it's Shadow from the movies, by the way. Sonic the Hedgehog movies.
Games would be tough.
Not the games. It would be very one-sided. Yeah.
Not the game, just
So
the
you
movie.
have, honestly, I think if you're just doing the movie,
It's really close with the movies, actually. I think it's
are
closer
you
with
sure?
the movies.
I mean, I didn't
No.
finish 3. Like I've only seen the first 2 and like half of 3.
I mean,
But unless there's something
yeah,
like super big
to
towards
my
the end,
knowledge.
I think Deku probably takes this. Maybe not in speed,
Nope.
maybe. But
Performs.
I don't know.
I'm honestly think this could be a close one.
Okay. Well, does anybody want to join and knows like a lot about the series? Was that Scrug that just popped in and left for like a half a second? Yeah, I think if that's the person I thought it was, I think that's the dude who he's the one who showed me Hellsinger. He's the only reason why Hellsinger was even made it in a video this week. But yeah, so
Yeah, that was cool.
yeah, does anybody want to join this and side with either Crazy or Gator so we can get more than just 2 people in a debate?
I'll fight
Anybody?
against Crazy.
What's up, Liam?
I'll fight against Crazy because I just don't see this going his way.
So wait, you do want to join or not?
Yeah.
Deku?
1v2 again.
No, I'm going with
Shadow.
Shadow.
Okay. Liam's got the stupids today. I don't know what's going on.
He's
He's
got the
like,
case of the tarts.
I'm going with like what? Okay.
I'm going.
All right.
It's like that episode of SpongeBob where he tried to make an order, just didn't fucking say his order.
Okay. So who wants to take Deku and go with Crazy Nano? Where's D-Boy? D-Boy's a big Deku guy. He could probably come in and
D-Boy? I haven't seen D-Boy in like fucking decades.
Decades.
Isn't his icon?
Yes, it's been decades since he's been here.
This should be a long time relief. Yeah.
All right, move to audience. Okay, XSL just told me to remove. Well, I'm about to remove everybody who isn't in the debate. So yeah, it's gonna be these 3. Okay. We're about to start the debate between these 3, and if anybody wants to join, let me know. But come up while the debate's going on. I'm gonna be in the chat. Come up with more debates in the future because nobody made any again. I don't even know why I bother like letting people know when the debate stream's gonna come because they never like set anything up. But so while they're debating, I'm gonna be in the chat and y'all try and get together in the chat or get down there in the audience or whatever and try and come up with your own sort of little debate thing. Okay. Anyway, take it away, one of y'all, whoever.
Okay, so I guess I'll just start. The first thing that you should know about Shadow from the movie, if you've seen it, is that not really a spoiler, but he's relative to Sonic for most of the movie, and especially when they go super, like Sonic is only able to quote unquote beat Shadow when he's like really, really enraged, and he caught Shadow off guard. And that was
For that, most of that movie, Shadow dogged on Sonic.
Shadow's main abilities are, just general energy manipulation and teleportation. Like he can enhance his punches with chaos energy, and I don't. And he also has these like grenade things that basically make a black hole that sucked up an entire mountain.
That is. I'm pretty sure that's just Eggman's creations.
Yeah, that is true.
I
And
don't think he just has it on standby.
He also picked up a gun on the way, so it makes it the movie makes it kind of clear that he's at least somewhat skilled with hand-to-hand combat and firearms, and he's able to dog on Knuckles, who is pretty much the powerhouse of the group. He's shown to be pretty much just as fast as Sonic, if not faster, especially with the teleportation. So, the ray that Eggman uses to almost blow up the planet is fully powered up by Shadow's energy, just running while he got really pissed. And that laser was going to destroy the planet, and it didn't end up destroying the planet because they diverted it to the moon, but it still cut off a portion of the moon. So, is there any kind of response for that for Deku?
Well, yeah. So Deku, yes. So Deku has, obviously, if you've seen the show pretty far right now, you've seen that he has all 6 of his. Was it 6? 6 quirks.
I think it was
He's got
7, including one for all.
7. One for all. No, one for all is the quirk, but there's like accumulation. That's what it's like, an accumulation of quirks. One for all is like just
total.
7 total. So that would be his danger sense, which is kind of like a Spidey sense almost. His smoke screen, which he just shrouds himself in gas. He has the standard like power up quirk.
Fajin.
The one where he does all his Fajin. No, not Fajin. Fajin, that one he uses like kinetic energy stored up. He has his gear shift, which makes him faster depending on how many times he shifts. And then he has like the standard quirk that he uses, where he uses his Detroit Smash.
One for all.
And one for all, yeah. He has float, and then he has dark whip. Which dark whip is just like, well, it's a whip, but it's made of like this weird like dark and stuff. And float is very self-explanatory. He floats around.
Don't forget, all these quirks have been enhanced by the power multiplication.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the first time he used Black Whip, he nearly destroyed the fake city that they were in.
Yeah, because he crashed out because he didn't know how to use it, I believe. But on top, so to start, I guess, talking about him, in one of his notable feats was when, during one of the movies on an island, when he was fighting against this guy, I don't remember his name, I don't really care about him all that much. The guy summoned like a huge storm around, and this is technically a combined feat with him and Bakugo, but the power they used when they used it, it just made the whole storm just disappear, just gone, non-existent. Another one that was very similar to that, because he's comparable to All Might, and he's been stated to be stronger than All Might in his prime. All Might, in a weakened state, when he was fighting against All for One, when he punched him down, he caused a huge windstorm that also caused a lot of clouds to just disappear from the sky. Deku is also really fast, as during, I believe, when he was in his vigilante arc, when he was trying to save a bunch of people, there was this lady who had like the fastest shot out of everyone there. I think she was also powered up. She was Deku found a way to outspeed her bullets, and then from miles away was able to just like speed blitz behind her. And then
About
during
that island feat, Shadow doesn't have a feat that way, but he is relative to Sonic, who has the feat where in the first movie he ran around the baseball field and he generated so much energy that it reverberated across the galaxy to Tails' planet.
yeah,
And in the second movie, Eggman used just one of Sonic's quills to create a energy wave that basically covered the entire planet so much that it could be detected from. I don't remember if it was stated what planet Knuckles was on, but it was a different planet. So, and he was able to detect it.
right. The
And that was
mushroom
one of Sonic's
planet.
quills.
It was like a
Which-
beacon he used it for.
Yeah, and it's pretty
Yeah.
much confirmed that Shadow and Sonic basically have the same power set. It's just color swapped.
Colors. Yeah, except that Sonic doesn't teleport though.
Yeah, Shadow's is much better at using chaos energy.
Yeah, true. So, but like, so Deku, back to Deku. During the Shigaraki fight, everyone who wasn't Deku that was there was getting their asses handed to them by Shigaraki. It was pretty clear that they probably would have died if Deku didn't get there in time. Which, I don't know how far he was from the mainland, because when he got teleported away, it was like a small island. I don't know how far it was, but he cleared that distance from that island across a whole thing of ocean back to Japan, and then when he spawned. Now he was a little bit late because spoilers. Actually, I don't have to mention this, but he got there. Tragic thing happened. He crashed out, and this is the first time we see him use gear shift. And when he does, Shigaraki cannot see him at all, and it's basically wraps for Shigaraki from that point on. As like he speed blitzed him so badly, he got punched like 15 times in like a single second. That's a bit of an over exaggeration, but that's just me telling you that.
Well,
Another-
would that speed be comparable to instant teleportation?
Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't throw it out of the realm that Deku couldn't like use danger sense to just sense like getting like targeted from behind. But
Well,
like, yeah, I could see like the teleportation being a problem.
like sensing that it's coming is a lot different than actually being able to react to it, because imagine Shadow just decides to teleport behind Deku and hit him with the same move he used against Tom. How exactly
even
is he going to be able to react to instant teleportation along with a guy moving at super speed?
Well, I mean, like I said, danger sense could tell him that it's coming, and he could react as Shigaraki before. As he's very comparable to Shigaraki, that's why I brought up the gear shift thing and why he speed blitzed on that first encounter. Because before this, Shigaraki had an encounter with what's that chick's name? Stars and Stripes, and they used a light laser to try and take him out, and he was able to react to it. Now, it probably isn't just a straight up light speed laser, but it was really fast, and he was able to bury himself in the ground to save himself from getting completely obliterated. And Deku managed to speed blitz him so bad that Shigaraki couldn't see it coming. So even if like Shadow did teleport behind him and then gave him the meanest right hook, I could see Danger Sense alerting him, and then he would be able to react to that in time.
You know, I probably should have mentioned this before, but would you want to give Shadow access to a super form? Because that significantly amps up all of his feats.
Yeah.
Like, he probably
s-
doesn't
okay.
need it for the debate. I just wanted to bring it up.
No, give him the emeralds. Give him the emeralds. You know, it's not a big deal. I mean, I know it's a big deal, but it's not a big deal.
You're saying you're gonna
Well,
give him the emeralds? You know he just wins, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Like,
But again, like you'd still have to talk about how he wins with the emeralds, you
no, you
know.
don't. He just splits them out of existence.
well,
Basically, he's basically undamageable to Deku.
No, he's not indamageable to Deku because he still takes
Yeah,
damage.
well,
I
with
mean,
the
albeit
emeralds,
a lot of damage.
manipulating reality and manipulating chaos energy into making tangible objects. So that
We
just
rarely see that used by them in any of the movies. I know, like,
Deku
it can happen, but they just don't do it.
Deku without any of his gear shifts was barely able to outspeed a bullet.
No. Oh, well, yeah, he was, but that was like a sniper's bullet from an empowered lady.
I get that, but it's still a bullet, so it's only like a couple times the speed of sound max.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And Shadow's light speed.
well,
Lightspeed. Yeah. Well, Lightspeed. I don't think he's Lightspeed without the emeralds. I know that with instantaneous teleportation, that practically is, but
He can match Sonic, and Sonic can move so fast he can pause time.
that is true. It's not absolutely paused because things still move though.
Pretty close.
Though absolutely slowed. That's true.
Way faster than a bullet's going. Even with the
well,
gear shifts.
well,
Maybe
Sonic
That's true.
was also able to react to bullets fired by Shadow with a laser pistol, and Shadow was still able to beat Sonic. So I don't
That's true.
think it really matters.
But like, what about his raw power? Does he even have like the power that Deku has? Maybe he has a speed, but does he have like the power? Because Deku has the power for sure. Like for example, when he fought against Overhaul, Overhaul was just able to just continuously stack up like matter on his body, and it was in the Sir Night Eye. He had saw the future, and Deku probably would have died in that moment. But the raw power that Deku had. Not to mention the visual, where he just summons a bunch of fists from the sky, absolutely obliterated Overhaul and changed the future.
Well, I don't know if they necessarily did that with his sheer strength so much as shonen protagonist plot bullshit, but Shadow has enough power where if he runs around for like 10 minutes, he can build up enough energy capable of destroying the planet.
That's true. That is true.
So
Let me
imagine he
think.
just ran around the entire Earth for like 2 seconds and he built up enough energy in a punch that could, I don't know, blow up a moon. Could that be enough to beat Deku? Assuming he doesn't dodge or react to it in some way.
Yeah, Deku doesn't really have anything to really stop that. So the cumulative energy that Shadow would gain from that is much more significant than Deku would probably get with like something like Fajin.
Because if you want to factor in the fact that Shadow can teleport, he's probably more skilled than Deku is because Deku is only capable of outskilling people that he really, really knows well, like Bakugo in the start of the series. The only reasons he is able to beat Bakugo in a fight, and I say beat with air quotes, he only was able to do that because he had studied Bakugo's fighting style for the years that Bakugo had been beating him up.
Yeah, but what about
And
characters that he didn't study, like Overhaul? In fact, he didn't know who Overhaul was, nor what he could do, until he met him trying to save the lady, trying to save the little girl. And Shigaraki, especially, he barely only had a handful of encounters with him, And from the first time he meets him to the next time he meets him, it's completely different ball game that he's playing. And he's doing better than people who are high skilled like Mirko and Bakugo, who no spoilers.
Feel free to spoil. I'm done with the series.
Dude, it's a debate. You have to spoil.
Okay, well, if you didn't want to fucking stay here for the spoilers, it's your own fault. So that's not to you guys, to the audience. But like, Bakugo fucking died. He almost died. But he was pretty damn close to being dead. In fact, it took a dude to kill himself just to save him. So like, and he studied Bakugo for years, right? He knew how he could fight, and yet Bakugo was barely able to touch Shigaraki. So like, I don't think it's a fighting skill issue, because he's fought many dudes, and he's a very skilled fighter, like very skilled. He's a vigilante. He's like a vigilante, or at least he was for a portion of this, for like a small portion of the show. I think he would probably take fighting skill in general due to the fact that he had to master so many quirks, like Dark Whip, like his normal power, like all these other powers that he got, like Float, which just helps him fly. Like, he doesn't fly around on command. He just floats like a balloon. Yeah, he has to use like his skills to be able to move fast in the air. He learned how to use Fajim. He learned how to use gear shift. Like all of this like fighting skill, he just stacks on top of what he already knows.
Well, you got to account for the fact that Shadow, after waking up for what is basically a coma, was able to no-diff a bunch of highly trained soldiers who were specifically given the task of guarding him and killing him should he ever wake up. And
yeah, but they weren't vigilantes. They weren't like martial artists.
Well, still, they were probably highly trained soldiers. Like,
One second, hold
I'm
on.
just saying, if I took karate for a year, I don't think I could beat a Marine.
Yeah, you're highly stretching the definition of a martial artist to call any of the characters in My Hero martial arts character.
I mean, I know that he's not a martial arts character. He doesn't do martial arts techniques.
Fucking Uchaku is considered like a capable fighter because she learned one, throw from a martial arts. Like,
That is true. That's true.
the level of martial arts abilities in the floor. You would have
Either
a better
way.
chance.
And while
Knuckles
I will
is a
admit
master combatant.
that Deku might be more trained because he trains every single day, I would say that Shadow is more innately skilled purely because of the fact that he had to adapt to fighting while teleporting.
Yeah. I
And
guess honestly,
he beat Knuckles, who is a highly trained Echidna warrior who is considered the best of his tribe.
that's true. But like, I'd honestly think that fighting skills honestly on par. Like when you look at Shadow, how he fights, it's all instinctual and basic, and what he thinks he can do. And when you look at Deku, it's just an accumulative of training. I honestly think that it's not one or the other. I think it's just both. They're both really skilled, because neither of them really do like martial arts techniques, but they're just skilled fighters. But I would say like Deku just does it better because, well, he uses more. We just see him be more agile and more active than Shadow, who usually just runs or uses a motorcycle. Really doesn't do a whole lot of like fighting until he gets the Super Emeralds. Not the Super Emeralds, the Chaos Emeralds.
I mean, he literally has 3 people their own asses. Deku basically just has to outmuscle people. That's all he does. Deku's beat no one through skill. It's always through power.
No, he's beaten through skill multiple amount of times.
I'm not going to pretend like Shadow is completely immune to getting caught off guard because after all, he did get knocked out of his super form and into the moon by Sonic after he got really mad because Shadow just kept rage baiting him. But to be fair, he did survive getting knocked to the moon,
That's true.
which I imagined hurt a bit, and he also was able to knock Sonic out of his super form while in base.
That is true. That is true. Oh fuck. Okay, that is. Oh man. I would say that the only reason why he did that is because Shadow has an innate ability to use Chaos Energy, and Chaos Energy is kind of what nullifies Chaos Energy. So I feel like even if it wasn't like a really strong punch, if he just did like a cool like pressure point attack with Chaos Energy infused, he could knock anyone out of super form. Especially if you got caught off guard like Sonic. Like Sonic has gotten, well, even though this is not related to the movie, he has gotten caught off guard in his super form in the past. Like Knuckles is able to knock people out of their super form. I think he does it in the movie too. But he can knock you out without even using Chaos Energy. Like you just have to get caught off guard, really.
Okay, you know what? I think we're getting a bit off track here.
That's true.
Does Deku have the power needed to either knock out or kill or whatever
No.
for someone who can build up enough energy to destroy a planet?
He doesn't have that kind of power, especially when I forgot when he got shot to the moon.
Shadow's never showed planetary level durability just because over time he could build up enough energy
No.
to destroy the planet.
Well, he was able
He-
to resist his own planet-destroying beam at the end of the movie.
That was with the emeralds, and that knocked Sonic out.
Yeah, that was
He
both.
took him out Shadow too if he had lasted any longer.
Well, it's shown
That
that he
was-
survived at the end of the film.
Again, if you listen, that was him in enhanced form with someone else in an enhanced form.
No, it's not. It wasn't a. That's not a combined feat. If Sonic, if it was either Sonic or Shadow, it would have been. It would have been either way. Even when Sonic was knocked out, he was still there, and the laser was still shooting at full percent. It was just the both of them who were just there trying to shield the planet, and Shadow was just the last one who lasted. And
Either way,
Deku would get slammed by Super and probably Base, unfortunately. Like I still think that Deku could pull up a good fight against Base, but like if Shadow goes a little bit too serious or even has the emeralds on him, I think it's probably wraps.
Well, I'm not debating that this wouldn't be a close fight. I'm just saying that in the end, Shadow does win.
Yeah, it would be. Shadow would win.
So, do y'all concede?
I concede.
Liam, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I was with you. Shadows wins.
Yeah, he was on your side.
Oh,
Yeah.
I completely forgot.
Yeah, there wasn't really a lot to say. I knew
Sorry.
Shadow won from the beginning.
Okay, so that's the end of that. That was very exciting, guys. That was just incredible. Give yourself a pat on the back. Doug, you're here. Didn't you said you wanted to debate someone or something like earlier this week?
Was it Hugh Test perchance?
Yes. No to Hugh Test. Yes, the guy has to get off work though before he shows up. And there are a couple other people who said they wanted to debate me on stuff. Are they here?
I don't know.
I'm
I am not psychic.
sending.
We-
All right, so the
let's see.
chat's now there.
Mexican Jesus
To be
comes.
fair,
from
Doug, I
debate.
did try to
versus Uruks of Mordor versus Greenskins from Warhammer 4. Someone was talking about Greenskins earlier in the chat. Baki, Team Fortress 2, Titanfall, Stick Wars, Mass Effect. Well, there were agents here, and he was looking for anyone to debate Master Chief, Goku, or the Imperium of Man. So if any of those that you have match up with that, y'all could do that. You could do yet another Mass Effect versus Master Chief.
Hey,
We've done it like 4 times. That would
Master
work.
Shepard versus Commander Chief returns.
Yeah. Also,
So do you want to
I wasn't really
Master Chief
listening to you
versus
guys
Goku?
debate because I was kind of busy in the chat. But did no one bring up speed at any point?
Oh,
No, we
did.
brought up speed like multiple times.
It was a
Okay.
wash.
Yeah. So I mean, wouldn't the fight be over? I don't understand why the debate went that long.
I only jumped in when I thought stuff was getting.
We went on
stupid.
like a whole rant about fighting skill.
No, who cares? Like someone in the chat
Yeah.
said at the very, I think it was Yaku. He said at the very beginning, he said, Sonic goes from Earth to the moon and back in a couple seconds at one point. Like he wins.
At the very end of the movie, you mean?
I don't know. I didn't see it, but he did, and he said that's what happens. If that does happen, he wins. There's no. I don't even understand why the debate would go that
It
long.
only
if he's-
happens with the Chaos Emeralds. That happens with the Chaos Emeralds, though.
Oh, and y'all, yeah, but
So,
didn't you
like,
say
without-
somewhere in the middle you said that you wanted to use the Chaos Emeralds? He asked you specifically, "Are we doing like the power ups?" And you said, "Yeah, let's just do the power ups." Boom, loss. that's instant lose.
Well, hey! It's if you talk about it, it
Even
adds
if you don't,
entertainment
and even
value.
if you don't want to count that, where it goes from Earth to the moon and back. I mean, shit. Even in the first Sonic movie, he goes around that bar. That's faster than anything Deku's done.
I brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he brought that up, but I also said that like Deku also has something comparable, though,
What?
albeit with the
What is-
power that
what?
gear shift.
How is it comparable?
It makes
Because
him,
gear
like,
shift,
several
when he
times
first uses it,
faster.
was used against. It does make it several times faster.
But his top speed is barely a bullet. It's like sniper rounds.
Yeah, it's not.
Again, that was one instance. Then he didn't use gear shift that time.
No, but do you understand how
I know
fast
he-
you would have to go in order for everyone to be frozen for, in your perspective, several minutes?
Yeah, I do understand that.
Yeah, Deku can't do that. It's
But
no,
speed
like,
doesn't really matter.
he would literally be
Shadow's
so fast that
powerful.
Deku would look like he's barely moving. Like the speed would be so one. It would be. I don't understand why that debate went on that long. Like I feel like that could have been ended very quickly. Like, Jesus.
I was using the fact that he was able to blitz Shigaraki. And even though maybe Shadow still takes it, I don't think it was going to be a complete speed wash, at least with gear shift.
Wait, hold on. Let me. Jones is saying that me and John Helldiver agreed on Helldivers versus Imperium of Man. I don't think John Helldiver has a mic.
He said he can
Love
debate
John
me,
Helldiver.
really.
I'm sure he was up here before.
Yeah, John
Yeah.
Helldiver said to debate Rouga.
That was with me. That wasn't with him. I don't want every fucking debate to be with me. I'm trying to get other people to come up and debate.
He's offered you up his tribute. What can he say? You
Okay,
are
so
offered
let me
his
see. What do we have so far? So far, we have Liu Kang, which is me. Godzilla 1 versus Zilla Jr. That's the one we're going to do next with Shaggy and XSL.
Godzilla 1?
Is he here? Godzilla -1, not Godzilla 1.
Versus who?
Zilla Jr. He's from a cartoon.
Zilla Jr.
He is from a cartoon. It's on the screen right now. Why are you asking me? So we have 2 debates, and no one else came up with a debate. Let me see. Got a possible Imperium matchup. Any Civ post victory in Sid Meier's Starships? I could have swore he was gonna say Civilization, like the game Civilization, where you play as like Gandhi and shit. I was like, wait,
I
what?
was on
No, Civ isn't that civilization? He's saying Civ is civilization.
Yeah, no, but I was
I mean-
thinking like Civ, 4 or Civ 5, where you play as like Gandhi or Attila the Hun. You know what I mean? Like,
nuclear Gandhi, man. It's easy.
so I'm keen. Oh, so Shape Invader. Let me see. Is XSL here? Because he said it was gonna take him 15 minutes to get here. Is anybody else? Okay.
He's not in.
Because if he's not
in the
here,
stage.
get to the Discord. Because if he's not here,
He's-
yeah, we could do it with Snape Invader instead. I'll do it with whoever's here. Like I'll do it with anybody.
Oh,
More so
I
than
have
most
a-
of our other debate streams, we've had the fewest number of people actually prepared this. Usually we at least have 1 or 2. We had 0 people prepared when this started, so I'm like scrambling trying to get at least a couple.
I have one ready, which we could not ready, but I have
With
one
who?
ready.
Against who?
Well, it's free. It'd be a 3-way debate. It's with War. War Daddy would be the moderator between us.
What was the debate?
Who would do the best in a gauntlet of Dead by Daylight killers?
Okay, hold up. Let's see. We'll do, I guess, Dead by Daylight. Free for all, I guess.
Yeah, free for all.
Free for all. All right, and that's gonna be War Daddy and you. We can do that one after Godzilla -1 versus Zilla Jr.
I did want to say if anyone wants to join that one, feel free because we were using any of the survivors, and you just have to debate for the one.
So it'd be like 8 fucking people all picking a different fight killer in Dead by Daylight. That actually might be one that Dan would be interested in, but Dan is not here right now.
Damn it, Dan. Why?
See it, Bible cam. Gonna play the gay way.
People I know who said they would be interested is I know I love Dark. I don't think he's Dark Men. Said he'd be down to do that too. So there might be 3 of us already.
All right, so the next one is XSL here, or we got to move on to someone else.
He's not here. Not in the.
So he is not here.
Okay.
So, let me see. So the next one we have. Yeah, well, if the Godzilla -1 and Zilla isn't here, I mean, y'all could do the Dead by Daylight free for all if you want. Doug, did you just invite this guy up? I can't read his name on my screen.
Yeah, I did. It's Snape.
For the Zilla one. Okay. Yeah.
XL's here.
Oh, he's here?
Access is
Where's
here.
XL? There he is.
Yeah, he showed up.
All right, XL, come on up. And Shaggy, where's Shaggy at? The fuck, Shaggy? Shaggy, are you up here?
Is he Uncle Makes or I Love Dark?
I think he's Dark Man. I think. I'm gonna invite him up. Okay, so Liam, War Daddy, stick around because you guys are gonna be next for y'all's Dead by Daylight free for all thing. If there's any other Dead by Daylight fans or people who played the game or whatever, and they have their own opinions on it, they can also join. Everybody
I would
else
like to join that.
has to go down though. Boop. Yeah, I mean Doug and Liam could stay there mods. Yeah, so you guys do whatever. Yeah, start whatever. Wait. First off, what are the teams?
I'm for Zilla Jr.
Didn't understand any of that. Didn't know what that was. Who are the teams?
Me, Darkman, is for Zilla Jr.
Okay, Zilla Jr. S, who are you for? I don't know your name.
-1.
-1. Okay. XSL, are you gonna speak? Cause if not, I'm gonna move you back down. You got 10 seconds.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mates.
What team are you on?
I will be on -1 because.
Okay. All right, so it's XSL and S versus Darkman. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Okay,
Power
cool.
scaling numbers.
All right, anybody down below, if you're in the audience, in the chat audience, or in the audience of the Discord, go into the chat, try and come up with debates, talk to other people, get people in debates, and get this shit started so we can get a decent number lined up. Okay, because we only have like 2 more, and then once that's up, that's it. The stream's fucking over. So get some stuff started. All right, you guys can get started whenever.
All right.
You gotta tell me what win con is there for fucking Godzilla -1 to beat Zilla Jr. Because in my mind, there ain't no goddamn way. So you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me what win con is there for -1 to actually beat Zilla Jr.
Well, the beam attack for one, because Zilla Jr. is still weak to like ballistic missiles and rocket launchers, even near the end of his series. Like,
I'm sorry.
So it's -1.
Hold up. XSL. I'm sorry. One sec. Risaru9 says that he can help with Godzilla -1. Right now it's a 2v1.
I can do a 3v1. I can do a 3v1. I don't give a fuck.
I'm sorry. Y'all are on Godzilla -1. So it's 2 or the Godzilla -1 one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought Darkman was with Godzilla. Rizaru, are you the Morty picture? If you're the Morty picture, I can invite you up, and then yep. Okay.
3v1.
All right. So it's gonna be a 3v1.
No.
All right. I'm down. Motherfuckers.
Go for it.
Guys, you want to make it a
I'm bad.
4v1?
I was trying to balance it, but my bad. I'm down.
All right. So you're trying to argue Okay, so Zilla Jr.'s weak to all that shit, right? I agree. He is
I'm not
weak to
saying
it.
I'm not saying
So-
weak to it, but he
But
is
he's
one
still
of the least
susceptible.
durable. Yes.
So's -1. -1 gets blown up by a fucking airplane explosion in his fucking mouth.
Yeah, the difference is one of them has a better healing factor.
It blew
Godzilla.
his fucking head up.
So
survived.
he survived and regrew it in like a minute. It does not
What the
matter.
fuck are you talking about? He was underneath the ocean. He was a pile of fucking flesh. He lost that fight. You're trying to act like he didn't lose
He
that
was
fight.
not dead. He was literally regrowing at the end of the film.
Doesn't matter
The
about
entire
that. It's about
emphasis.
winning
He
the
was
fight.
going to come back.
Winning the fight. Oh, I could get come back if my leg's fucking blown up, but I lose that fight though. Don't matter if he's fucking gonna come back.
It does
He's
matter
fucking
when
dead.
when he can regenerate during the fight.
Fucking Godzilla Jr. has beat opponents with a better fucking healing factor than -1 even
Oh,
has. You're acting like
That's the fucking thing. He has help. The entire Heat team's entire thing is helping him during those matches. He has
so
lost
are we
almost
acting
every
like
regenerator.
Guys, can I get some
so?
clarification? Is this end of movie or beginning of movie? -1.
I think we have to go. It's the end of the
Fucking
movie.
beginning of movies fucking a dinosaur. We're
He's a
talking
baby.
I just want some clarification.
We're going to -1. We'd have to do always because the Zilla over.
You need to fix your mic.
Can you repeat everything? Can you repeat everything you just said?
Jesus
I did
Christ,
not
man.
understand
Your
a single
mic.
thing that you said.
Sorry, is it coming through?
You're a bit
I
loud.
was saying if we're going to do the beginning of -1's going to be the pre-mutated
mic
form,
is
we
very
have to
bad.
do.
Excuse me. Can you just not speak? I can't understand a single damn thing you saying, my man. I apologize, my man. I can't hear a single thing you saying. You sound like you're underwater or some shit, man.
Yeah, mic isn't really great.
Panicky as hell. Type what you're trying to say because I ain't hearing it when you saying it.
Fair enough.
Anyway, are we not? Are we just gonna act like this is just gonna be a one-on-one fight? And also, you are completely disregarding. At least Zilla Jr. has experience fighting other kaiju's, other fucking monsters. What's fucking -1 fight? People. Also,
Yeah.
he ain't fight no one else. He ain't fight no monsters.
And
Zilla
Zilla
Jr. has
still loses
experience.
to people. In his verse, he loses to the military constantly. He has to
And
run
so did-
away every
So
time.
did
He
-1. So did
-1 doesn't run though.
You fucking died.
He did it though. He was regenerating at the end of the film. Even after
My
they
bad.
nuked him.
He didn't nuke. What are you talking about? Fucking nuked? It was a fucking airplane explosion. It hit his fucking head. He never got fucking nuked. It was a massive explosion. It wasn't even a missile, my guy. He got fucking hit in the mouth. When the fuck was -1 ever nuked? Point me to that scene, because obviously I missed it.
Sorry, I'm fucking misread the scene. My point is, Zilla Jr. has not won many fights on his own besides the C-Rex and maybe a couple other monsters. Heat Team has always found a weakness to the monsters that he was fighting. So many of the
act like C Team's ain't helping them? Are we just gonna act like they're not gonna be there?
They're not going to be there.
When was
This
this-
is him alone versus -1.
Wait, when was that statement? Who said that? Who dictated that, man? 'Cause
I
last
said Zilla
checked-
Jr. It was Zilla Jr. versus -1. That was the debate. Heat
Yeah,
Team
he's not
was
gonna bring
not
his
part of
crew.
it.
So we're just acting. Are we just acting like they're never always there? But hey, even if you want to go down that route, he's still won fights. Who has -1 won a fight against? Nobody, because he ain't fight no fuckers. He ain't fight no kaiju. At least fucking Zilla Jr. fight some motherfuckers. Like -1 ain't fight nobody. You just fucking lose. Fuckers is a bitch. My fucking statement.
-1 has left a wreckage of city-wide proportions. There's no way that Zilla Jr. would be able to counteract all of his massive movements, nor his strength ability.
Strength. I would even argue that they're almost. I wouldn't argue that they're equal. But you're making it sound like he has this massive strength advantage. Who the
I would say
fucking
their
game
strength
got
is relatively
blasted.
simple. Equivalence, as they're both able to destroy large buildings quite easily.
That's what I'm saying. They got equal strength, man. And even if you want to go with the argument that -1 is somehow stronger, he ain't as agile as fucking Zilla Jr. He ain't as agile. It takes him like a full minute to turn around when on land. He ain't agile for shit. He can't do shit besides his breath.
Yeah,
And
his
his
weight
tail.
and his breath would take out that Godzilla
His
Jr.
breath would not take out Zilla Jr.
Actually,
Fucking
yeah,
his
it
breath
would.
isn't his breath if it was a direct hit, but he has an obvious sign. You forgetting Zilla Jr. kind of fucking smart. It takes a minute for Zilla. I mean, fucking. It takes a minute for fucking -1 to actually do his breath, and after he does it, he can't do it again. Fucking Zilla Jr. would be able to see he's doing something funky, and he would get out the way.
I
And you're
just don't
acting
see
like
how
this
I
isn't
don't
like
see
a
how
full
Zilla Jr. would
nuclear
be able
blast.
to pierce -1's scales, nor do damage with his breath weapon. His breath weapon is more like a flamethrower, if anything.
Still would
I-
do damage.
No,
No.
Zilla would definitely be able to damage him. Like both these Godzillas are practically some of the weakest when it comes to durability. Conventional weapons hurts them very much so.
Yeah, the whole reason that -1 wasn't actually really hurt by fucking conventional warfare was because they never even tried. The only time and the reason that he got put down at the end of fucking -1 is because they actually hit the brain. He still regenerated, mind you, but it took him a bit. Remember, he was at the bottom of the ocean when he started regenerating at the end of that movie. It wasn't just instantaneously. So all Zilla got to do is he got to fucking do like fucking 2014 Godzilla, fucking stretch -1's mouth open, fucking breathe his fire down there, fucking destroy -1 brain. That's how he wins the
That
fight.
that would mean he would have to be strong enough and realize that this one is also a regenerator and where he would have to attack. The only one regenerator he did kill was the shapeshifter, and that thing was very susceptible to fire, which was its big weakness. -1 isn't that susceptible to fire. It burns itself
It's
after
still
it
damage
shoots
him.
but his blast is the equivalent of a nuke, which is able to one-shot Zilla.
But you're actually talking about like he's just gonna stand there while he's doing it. Like, oh, it's a
I'm
nice
not saying
fucking
he's gonna
day. Oh,
stand
what?
there and take
Turn
it,
his head
but
still, though. He's not an idiot, -1, you know. But he
I'm
is
not saying
liable to
it's an
missing.
animal. It's an animal.
so
You're
is
acting like
Zilla.
it's
Zilla is also an animal. He's an intelligent
he's
animal, but he's
smarter
still
than
a fucking
he's an.
animal.
I would argue that it's basically smarter than any animal that I've ever
No,
seen.
he's not.
Minus
Because all
one.
the
Junior's
other
faster, but the
He
intelligence
learns
are
faster.
comparable.
yeah, they both have,
I would say that Zilla Jr. is pretty decently smarter than -1. -1 ain't that smart.
More empathetic, but not smarter.
How is -1 smarter than Zilla Jr.? What has happened
I'm
in
not
fucking
saying they're
minus?
smarter. They're comparable.
I just don't see how. You have to prove to me that somehow he's smarter.
I'm not
How is he
saying that.
smarter? Not smarter,
Name,
comparable.
this is what you should do. Name a high level feat of intelligence from Zilla, and then try and name a comparable feat to -1. And if you can, either way, kind of proves the point.
it would have to. His intelligence feat can also not require heat assistance. So anything they've like shown
And that
him
takes away everything. So basically what you said, basically, even if you had an inkling of what was going to happen, and it was
No,
pointed out to him, then it's up to.
no, he
Hey,
can
so
adapt
actually,
to a
even
fight.
fuck it. Haven't watched the show in 10 years, so let's just say that they're comparable, okay? Because I can't name a single example, so let's just say they're comparable, right? I
I'm
am
not
of the
saying this.
belief.
I'm not gonna
No,
say
that's
this is an
fine.
easy fight for either of them. I do, like, I see.
Besides Godzilla's -1's breath, because he ain't gonna hit that shit. Zilla Jr. would see that shit coming and he'd run away. And this is not like an actual fucking nuke. It takes like an area of effect. It's like an area. It's an area where the nuke happens. Doesn't destroy the entire city, mind you, that it even hit. Only destroys parts of the city.
Nukes don't exactly destroy entire cities either. It's more the radiation and the
Oh,
flash that are
but
the
my
big
point,
factor.
my point still stands. My point still stands. I think that Zilla Jr. would be able to see that it's happening and outrun it. And then once fucking
Outrun it.
-1 does, well, not
You
outrun
assume
the
that his
explosion.
head is stagnant. He can't. He's not on a swivel. He could definitely move. He isn't gonna stay still. He could
When
adjust.
did he do that during the movie? When? When did -1 ever adjust his head to a fucking when he was about to fire his breath? He stayed stationary, did his whole fucking wind up attack, and fucking did it.
Well,
Not
it
true.
Definitely a
does.
slow
It does.
attack.
It does
Definitely
seem he
not
can still.
fast.
It seems he still is able to move to position himself before he launches. It's a delay shot, but it looks like he can hold it before he actually fires it. Like it's a charge up,
I've
and
never
then
seen that.
it's like a hammer. It's like a hammer to a gun is how his breath works.
He was outplayed by multiple targets, and in that, their confusion,
He shot.
obviously made him miss a lot.
It did. It did. But I think Zilla Jr. is just too fast. He would miss his shot. He'd miss his shot. Also, depending on
With
where the
one
fight needs.
target only.
Yeah, he's fast. I think he's
It's-
considerably faster.
The closer
Then
you are,
-1.
the more in danger you'd be for that ray. And if
Oh, what is the
minus
chance
one,
that he hits something dead on?
if
There's no
-1
chance he will
was
hit him
to
dead
be
on.
close enough, again, I see -1 as a bruiser, while we have Muhammad Ali over here being junior.
And Muhammad Ali was the greatest boxer of all time.
We not boxing though.
I'm just saying, I just don't reasonably see him actually hitting them. And once he uses that breath attack, he ain't gonna have it for a while. It's gonna take him a while to actually use that again. That's when Zilla Jr. sweeps in, and he's gonna see that he's gonna regenerate, and then he's
Sweeps
gonna do
in with
some more
what?
shit. And then,
And then how is he
What?
going to kill him? That's the thing.
Rouga,
How is
charge
he
your
going to
computer.
kill him?
you know, figure out it's the brain. You can
What's
destroy the
up? What do you
brain.
say?
What are you gonna do?
Charge your computer.
It's not that bad. What's it at? 24. I'm alright.
All right, whatever.
I'm okay.
Sorry, continue.
It'll tell me when I need to charge. Go ahead.
That's
There's
fair
also the
statement.
fact if Zilla Jr. is closing the distance and which -1 will have time to regenerate while they're even fighting. It is slow, but it is very efficient. He could just shoot the ground and shoot himself because he most likely can survive his own blast. So if he shoots point
I'm
blank at
reading.
the ground,
I'm reading a bit, all right? I'm reading a bit from the chat, all right? Because
The only
I think I
situation.
should.
Go ahead.
No, what are you saying? You say what you're gonna say, so I can read a bit more.
No problem. The only
Say what you-
situation I see where Junior has a chance to beat him, as I am on the side that is apparently ganging up on you, the Junior would require a sweet spot, effectively the mouth, which is definitely not. It is definitely more pierceable, more able to be damaged by claws and bites, what have you, by Junior's attacks, while the rest of it is pretty, kind of hard to get through. And in that would be the only chance during a breath weapon. And that itself would put Junior in a bad state, especially if the breath weapon goes off as he's too close.
Okay, so this is
And
what
again-
the people are saying, right? So
Oh.
I have this guy.
Mhm.
He's in the chat. He's saying something, right? So what he says is that fucking -1's breath wouldn't even fucking phase. Not phase, but wouldn't even hurt him that much because apparently Junior has taken plasma beams, which now that I'm thinking about it, he actually has actual literal plasma, and he's taken fucking armor-piercing missiles, and that 98 Godzilla, the weaker one, took a modern Triton nuke. He was at the epicenter of it, and that the only reason 98 Godzilla died is because he was already injured, and then he got hit by fucking bunker bombs, which are meant to like tunnel into the ground and fucking explode. So with this new information, I don't even think that the nuke would even that even if the breath did hit, I'm saying it dead on. If you fucking hit him directly, fucking at him right, fucking die, right? But if he's just there, I don't like if he's just fucking say 10, like pretty decently far away, like he doesn't even have to dodge that much, man. He wouldn't even feel it, man.
Oh, he's agile, for sure.
So I don't think it would instantly kill Godzilla Jr. as long as he's not at the epicenter. As long as it hits and it hits somewhere not on him, then it wouldn't, because it's mostly the shot. So if you think about it, with the agility of Zilla Jr., because that's the reason fucking Zilla became big, is because he got hit by a nuke and he survived. So, and
There
Zilla
is-
Jr.'s a bigger version of Zilla, right? So you got to think, right? As long as he's not at the epicenter, and it's a pretty contained fucking nuke from fucking -1, right? Because the majority of the city is
So how does
destroyed
Junior
by-
take out -1?
I told you, 2014, he peels open his mouth and breathes down his throat.
I didn't hear none of that.
That's how he's doing. I don't see how he wouldn't be able to, because he would be able to climb -1 if he even needs to. Because I ain't seeing those arms. Yeah, they can go through a building, but I don't think they're coordinated enough to grab on.
What your point
Thank
is,
you.
right? Like he gets -1 gets killed by like a plane bomb. Which is
Yeah.
that's a low
Directly
durability.
to his mouth.
Yeah, but
His mouth
again,
destroys its brain.
so yeah, so that shows a level of durability which isn't super high because it's not even like an actual bomb. It's a
Inside
plate,
of his
so, like,
mouth, the inside of his mouth is susceptible to damage. The thing that's not that susceptible is the outside, where that regenerates really quickly. Takes a couple seconds for him to regenerate his inside. So if he's constantly getting damaged by Zilla Jr.'s breath attack, he won't be able to regenerate as long as Zilla Jr. keeps going at it.
I don't
And then
see
if-
Junior's breath attack doing any damage on -1, and
I s-
Junior is
He
gets
consistently
damage.
beat up.
even
He
by
defeats
kaiju-
many of the monsters, man.
I
yeah,
swear they hurt. I swear they hurt -1 of bombs.
no, he can. Both of them can be hurt by conventional weapons. That's like their
Yeah.
big.
So
But
their breath
Zilla
and stuff, they
Jr.
hurt each
has
other.
they'd be
Has
able to
higher
hurt each
durability.
other. I'm not saying.
The
only
-1
thing
has
this
less
one's got
durability
for
than
'em-
Zilla Jr., but Zilla Jr. does not have the regeneration to continue in a fight. That's shown in many
The
episodes where he
regeneration
takes
is good,
damage.
but like
It takes
if
him
he
like
does a
a
shit
day to
ton-
recover during fights.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
there's
my
a lot of
point.
backup that he requires in that regard.
That's my point, man. Just because he be attacking doesn't mean that Zilla Jr. out of the fight, man. He has lower durability. He has a regen factor, but you have to think: how will a regen factor kick in if you're still getting attacked? I just don't see how Zilla Jr. lose. You haven't given me a lose con for Zilla Jr. It sounds like a battle of attrition. Eventually, Zilla Jr. is going to get in there and destroy the brain, man.
And eventually, -1 would either tear him apart or beat him to where he can't out of exhaustion.
How would he
because Zilla-
fucking? You're acting like he's just gonna fucking hammer on him, like he's some fucking
No.
weightlifter.
No, but there have been brute monsters that are brutally stronger than Zilla Jr. that have been able to beat them even though they're less agile, and it has taken him time to recover from those fights.
You're right. Keep going with what you're saying. I'm reading something, so you keep going.
Okay. I'm not
At
saying
the end of the day,
Dark, stop reading and just engage in the debate. What are you doing?
like out of the mini
Okay,
monsters.
My
Out of the
bad.
mini monsters Zilla has defeated, the one that I remember him beating in a fair and square fight, like no help from anyone else, was the C-Rex, which was the very first monster of the fucking series. And
Don't
that
Also
was a
beaten.
weak punk. That dude had no armor.
That's true. That's true. Point is, I just don't think -1 has the pure, unadulterated Superman force to take down.
You're
Zilla
correct.
Jr.
They're
No.
pretty equally matched, and if -1 is ever able to catch Junior, then it's a problem for Junior. If Junior could dodge away from all of -1's attacks, then there could be a chance. Maybe he could deflect some abilities or blind him with his flame attacks, but it's really when -1 gets able to use one of his charges to clip Junior, it's over for Junior. You got him on a limp and it's over.
There's also the entire factor of -1 can fight for days. Zilla has a hard time fighting for
Minutes.
yeah, even in any monster battle he fights against. Again, he has a lower recovery rate compared to -1. It takes him again a day or an afternoon to recover from any fight he's in. And
Unfortunately, in Junior's story, there's a couple of Deus Ex Machinas in the form of humans, and then Godzilla. That's how you do it in the show, apparently. But that's the frame of the show, unfortunately.
Okay, so I'm thinking again. Didn't Zilla Junior's atomic breath fucking destroy those alien ships that heavily
What can destroy
resisted the
weapon
U.S.
ships
Army's
and stuff?
weaponry?
Yeah, that has
So
nothing to do
you're
with
acting
anything.
like his breath wouldn't do anything. You're acting like Zilla Junior.
No,
is
it'll
pretty
affect
good
definitely
fucking-
-1.
burn
It's
alien
just
breath.
not going to be effective in the degree that you believe
It
it'll
would.
make him win.
You gotta give me that Zilla Junior would have a chance.
no, he would.
No,
He would have a
definitely.
chance. No, we're not saying he doesn't have a chance. It's just Zilla normally, and it is sad to say, he requires the Heat team to fight anything that isn't like a conventional monster for him.
So give me this 20-80. 20% chance Zilla Junior wins. That's the least I'll
Yes.
take.
Worse.
Yes,
28.
Probably even more,
I'm good with
but
that.
probably even more, but
Hey,
it's
It-
like
it's-
the
it's
main
just-
factor is attrition and Zilla Junior
Mhm.
requiring a lot of outside help normally.
all right.
If
You
we
know
put
what?
the B team in there, it's maybe a 50-50. But even then, we'll see the death of the B team. Unfortunately, if that's their name, I don't remember that. But
It's Heat. It's Heat.
Something.
No, if it was Heat
Oh,
team,
G
it would
team,
be a
okay,
si-
gotcha.
if it was Heat, it would be 60-40. I only say that because Heat team has a dangerous habit of going straight towards the monster when Godzilla's
Yes.
fighting, and unlike the other monsters, this Godzilla literally leaks not regeneration. Fuck it, leaks radiation. which
Radiation.
affects everyone
You're also,
in the movie.
we have to also think fucking Zilla Jr. was tanking fucking early 2000s weaponry. Fucking all Godzilla had to tank was fucking recently after World War II weaponry. Like, and it wasn't even like army weaponry that he had to tank. His army wasn't helping him. It was
We're
just
not,
fucking
like we said,
civilians.
we're not saying that he wouldn't be able to hurt him. Zilla Jr. definitely has a higher durability in every instance, but it's the regeneration and attrition that will take him down in the end. And his own.
So what about this? 30-70. 30% chance. Or
Easily.
30.
Easily.
All right.
Yes,
That's
but
the
the
debate.
problem
Without
is in what the scenario is. If we have a flat terrain, they're 1v1. They're closed up in an island.
Yeah,
Zilla Junior's in trouble.
that's fair. But
would
that's fair. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I would even say Zilla Jr.'s chances go higher when they're fighting in the water, since -1 isn't that great of a swimmer compared
No,
to
-1
Zilla.
is
Like,
pretty
he-
monstrous in the water, though.
He
Yeah,
just
yeah.
swims one direction. He can't do nothing.
He's
Zilla
more like a
Jr. pretty
he's like a dreadnought battle ram running into the water, but
I don't really remember what Zilla Junior can do in the water, but
he
I've
can
seen
come.
-1 recently, and he's nasty.
He's
there.
pretty. All right. I'm happy with that. I get a chance to win. That's all I ask.
So Dark
That's my debate.
is happy with his loss. Okay. Good to know.
Whatever you say, Rouga, I got a chance. My guy's got a chance.
Zilla,
There's a
Zilla,
chance.
going
This is
from
why I brought-
going
this is-
from
this
go.
is why I
I'm just
brought
saying.
it.
I'm just saying. Going from at the start where your first sentence was like, "How could y'all possibly think that -1 even stands a chance?" To, you know what? I'm happy with a 37% chance of what. That's a concede if I've ever heard. that's massive.
Dark, I'm so sorry.
That's
I
a
thought I was
funny-
jumping on the.
I think I did pretty good in the 1v3. I ain't Rouga, but
Okay.
I think I did pretty good in the 1v3.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't 1v3. The other guy left a while back.
1v2.
No.
1v2. All right.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so I'm gonna send everybody back down. Come up with another debate, and I'll let you back up. You know how it works. Boop. Now,
This was fun.
Agent.
This was one of the better ones.
Oh, sorry.
Agent?
Cut that dude off. Agent, you're aggravating the fuck out of me, man. You keep saying you're here and stuff, but every time I ask you in the chat what your debate is, who you're debating, what are you doing, you have not answered a single one of my messages, so I have no idea why you keep telling me that you're down there. Like, you haven't answered me what you're doing. I've asked you like 4 times. So, I was hoping that you had all that ready, but my foot, Miffy? I don't know what that means. The next one we could do though is Dead by Daylight Free for All, which is Liam and War Daddy.
Or Daddy.
Liam, you there? Liam.
Liam?
Oh
He's not even muted.
no. Oh no, Liam. Oh, he probably left. Okay, let me see. I got a different Discord name. No, you don't. It's stop telling me what your fucking Discord
shit.
name is.
Wait, shit. Am I in?
You
Let me in,
it
coach.
doesn't matter. You still haven't answered my question.
Oh, hey, shit, I'm here.
Agent,
Oh, what's the question?
I've asked you
back.
4 times. What is your debate? What do you do? You shouldn't have even let him up, Doug. He hasn't answered any of my questions
Okay.
yet. What is your debate?
What?
Who
I
are you
didn't-
going up against? What's going on?
I don't know who I'm going up against. The debate I do want is Starship.
That's the
versus
reason I didn't.
Starship.
That's the reason I didn't invite him. He doesn't have a debate. He doesn't have a debate ready. I have asked you. I've told you like 4 times that Doug has been looking for a debate for Titanfall. Did you want to do Master Chief against Titanfall? And you never answered me. I've asked you multiple questions like, hey, do you want to do this guy? Do you want to do this guy? And I've been trying to match you up, but you haven't been answering any of my replies in the comment section. All you keep telling me is that your name is different in the Discord, but you haven't told me anything about your stuff. And your name's not different in the Discord. It's the same name.
It is? Oh, wait, no, because I got Bullwinkle. Oh, shit. I thought it was Cambodian on the Discord.
That's not the point.
I haven't been in here in a year.
I got you, but that's not the point. You gotta answer. If you want to debate, you have to answer when I'm asking what you want, because you could have had multiple debates set up now, but you're not answering me, so you don't have any. So, do you want to do Titanfall against Master Chief? Because you said you wanted to debate Master Chief earlier.
I'm going to have to pass this time around. Sorry about that.
That's fine. Yeah, don't invite people up, Doug, unless they have things ready. That's what I was trying to figure out with him, and he wasn't answering me. Okay.
Full transparency, I didn't add him up. I don't know how he got up.
me.
I saw the green and thought,
Liam,
oh, it was
what
Liam.
the fuck? I was asking you if you were here, and you weren't answering me either.
My mic was bugging out. My
Okay,
mic
your mic's working.
now.
Okay, don't invite people up if
I
we don't
don't
know
know
if we
how
don't know what their shit is. Okay, so are you ready for your Dead by Daylight stuff?
Yeah, if everyone else is ready. I don't know how to invite people up though.
Okay.
Who's everybody else? I just know War Daddy.
War, Dark Man.
Okay. Anyone else? Just those 2?
I guess anyone else who wants to join.
Damn straight.
I would also
I don't
like to say that Nick Man and I got a debate agreed upon, and my partner that I paid for earlier is on his way, about 10-15 minutes. Is what he said.
Okay.
So, you know,
what's yours and Nick Man's debate?
Me and Nick Man would be. Well, actually, I don't think he picked this. He would pick a faction from Warhammer Fantasy, where I'm picking Order Empire from Stick Empires.
Well, he doesn't have...
he hasn't picked yet, unless he's gonna do the
Alright.
End Times, which
Well-
would be just all of them.
Well, you don't
But
have.
but
you don't have
Mexican
one yet.
Jesus might.
Oh,
That's fine. Mexican Jesus might as well be first.
let me see.
Should be.
Oh, Rouga.
What's up?
I got a debate me and you could do.
What's that?
It's politics. We could debate recent Trump policy.
I
could
wouldn't do much. I don't know much about recent Trump policy. I have been doing all I can to avoid current politics at the moment. I'm probably at least a year or 2 behind on what's been going on with that. Let's see.
They don't change a lot.
Yeah, I know. Besides, every time Shaggy, every time you say, "Oh, I want to do a political debate," and then you come up and then you're like, "Let's debate on this," and I'm like, "We more or less agree on that," and it's like, "What about this?" I'm like, I'm a relatively relaxed dude when it comes to politics. You're not gonna. There isn't.
Well, I like just hearing your opinions, Rouga. I just like hearing your opinions.
That's fine. It's not a debate.
You just want to hear you talk.
It's very interesting has happened after that in Portland. Anyone in MCU Captain America versus. Also, I'm not gonna defend Trump for a lot of stuff that Trump did. You're not gonna hear me be a Trump defender. I'm not a hater on Trump. I don't shit on him for every little thing he does. I think some of the decisions that people shit on him for were actually good decisions. But I'm not gonna be one of these people who's going to agree with every single little thing. And oftentimes when you do anything about Trump and you like debate one thing, they're gonna be like, oh well, Trump did this other thing, and they jump to a totally different thing, and I'm like, I'm not talking about that thing, I'm talking about this thing. So it's like it gets weird. But no, I have no issues with political debates. And let's be clear for people who are new to the stream, there's nothing about the stream that says it has to be a character versus a character, fictional versus battle debates. That just seems to be what everybody wants to do. You can do any debate that you want to do except for food, because that's stupid. People keep coming. People keep trying that every week. It's weird. Like, oh, well, I want to debate if peanut butter and jelly sandwich is better than turkey sandwich. It's stupid. Stop. So dumb. But other than that, yeah, no, you can do whatever debate you want. There's no limitation on the debate types. You can debate like, if, what's the best movie in the fucking world, or what? I don't know. Is the Oscars still have a point? Should we get rid of that? Like, I don't know. Whatever. I don't care what the debate is. But
Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Where's the debate on that?
One of the best moments of that year.
He didn't actually do it.
Cool.
It's like the moon landing. It was fake.
Who would win in a real
Chris Rock
fight?
have fought back?
Smear campaign against Will Smith.
But yeah. So we do need more debates, because after this one, after we're running out. Like I said, we only had 2 more. This is now the second to last. Now all we have left is me on the Liu Kang thing, and then that's it. We don't have any more debates. So guys in the chat, I'm not going to keep saying this. Y'all need to come up with debates. Y'all are just having conversations down there, and nobody's forming any debates. I will end this stream after this next debate or the next 2, whatever, if we don't get something. So please, get together, make debates, be proactive. All right, so you guys can start whenever.
I will also say I will do Master Chief versus Titanfall as well if that comes up.
Heard that, Doug?
All right.
Good to know.
All right, I'll add it. I will add it to the list. Go ahead.
I don't know.
All right, how's this thing working?
If anyone else wants to join,
done that
real
debate
quick, that's
before.
fine.
Yeah, isn't it just Survivor, like how survivors could?
Yeah.
All right, who y'all got? Who you picking?
I'm going Ash Williams, the GOAT.
All right. Next, come on, we gotta keep this high energy. Who's next?
So who did you have?
Wait. So what exactly is the debate? Like, what is it?
So, one of us, you pick a survivor in Dead by Daylight from the list who you think would beat the most of the killers. Like, if they.
Okay, so isn't the idea that they can't beat any of the killers?
No. If you gave them their equipment, like, they can fight back.
No, but isn't that the idea, that they can't beat any of the killers?
That's the idea in the gameplay, because you can't attack people.
No, that's that's the idea in the lore too. They're all immortal, unkillable beings. And...
yeah, we're taking out the
So you're basically giving them the same level of strength that they would have if the characters were the same as what they are in their own fictions.
Yeah.
Basically,
yeah.
Jesus, who else is even in that? Who else is in that other than Ash that could even really fight back all that well?
Redfield, Leon, Tomb Raider.
Oh, Leon's in there? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, y'all continue. My bad. Go ahead.
It's actually a bigger list than you would think.
Yo, Dark Man, you should pick.
XSL Productions said he can join the debate.
Add him up.
Yeah, I saw him. Okay, so who's everybody picking?
I'm picking Ellen Ripley. That's who I'm picking. From Alien. Ellen Ripley.
All right.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna pick Bill from Left 4 Dead because he's in the game.
All right.
Hey Rouga, did you see Nano and his debate? Like, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but you see that second one they got together?
No. What is it?
It is, Ultra
Kokoshibo versus Farloom.
Thank you.
What the fuck is that?
Kokushibo
idea,
is
but
from
it's a
Demon
debate.
Slayer, and Farlim's Hollow Knight.
Okay, Ko.
Oh, I thought you were having a fucking attack for a second.
Shima.
Jesus.
I'm sure I spelled that wrong. Versus
I felt like I was having one.
who in Hollow Knight?
Farlim, which is a place.
Like the entire place of Farlam, just everybody who happens to be there at the moment. The mailman from
Isn't
Farlam.
Hollow Knight like? Isn't everyone like the size of a bug? Aren't they all bug people?
People
Would that be a
argue
pretty-
that people say that they are, but I think it's arguable. Cause like there's
Yeah.
things that are themed in the same way, like the main character's sword is a needle and shit. But there's really not that much evidence in the game that if the sword is actually a needle or if it's just a needle-looking sword. You know what I mean? Like I don't think we have a whole lot of evidence that if they go outside, there's like giant humans walking around and shit. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I think nobody really knows and people are just guessing.
Gotcha.
I believe in lore why the knight left is like there's like a weird curse if you go away from hollowness long enough you lose your memory. But I think that was just for him to forget things because he's not a sentient bug.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't. That
Alrighty.
doesn't mean he's not big, or not small. Like I don't think that's relevant to size. Like, is there ever a moment in either of the games where he goes up to the surface and he like sees like a giant trash can, or like there's a massive apple with a bite taken out of it that you have to walk under? Like, is there any evidence like that, or it basically all takes place underground and everything is, you know, normal size compared to you? Like there isn't really anything down there that's like it makes it obvious that you're super super tiny.
That's fair. Interesting.
Anyway, War Daddy, did you give your character that you want to choose?
No, he's the
I'm
moderator.
just
'Cause
nodding.
he knows more about Dead
I
by
don't
Daylight
exactly know
killers than
what
the rest
Liam
of
wants
us.
me to do.
I mean,
I just wanted
Did you want to join the debate, War Daddy? Did you have an opinion on it?
No, he
Yeah,
wants
you can
me to
go ahead.
like moderate it. but I
Why?
don't-
Well, I was saying none of
How
us
would I
know a
moderate it?
crazy amount about all the killers, and he said he knows a fair amount about all of them.
Oh, so you want me
Yeah.
to give my 2 cents?
So if we like,
basically?
yeah, like if we disagree on something, he can sort of
He's
like
the
help.
tiebreaker.
I actually would make a solid bet that I probably know more about a lot of the killers than he does because I know
Oh,
the
you can
fictions
do
they
it too.
come
You
from.
can do it too.
But no, I
Feel
don't.
free.
Well, that's the thing. With
I mean,
with
mechanically,
Dead
I
by
know
Daylight,
more
when
than-
Yeah, mechanically you
brings
would
in
know way
IP.
more than me. There's no doubt about that. Well, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
We're taking the
XSL?
mechanics out of this.
Well, some of the killers' backstories have been changed in Dead by Daylight, so none of them are really the exact same characters from the mediums they pull from. So that's kind of the thing with the Dead by Daylight universe. Like, I believe
I don't think they've
Bubba
been outright changed. Like I know
Not
Screams has the character.
Oh, yeah, Scream is definitely
Ghostface, but I don't
Yeah,
think
that's when they-
characters like Hellraiser or
Michael Myers.
Pyramid Head has been outright changed. It's
Well, the reason why Ghostface has been changed is because
they don't have
they
the
only
rights.
were able to get the license for the mask, so they had to make up their own character. So I think his
That's
name's
so
like
weird.
Danny
I
something.
would argue
I
it's a
can't
better character
remember.
than any Ghostface that's been in a movie, though, since
It's
he is
so
an
weird.
actual experienced stalker and killer, and actually has.
There are
done-
multiple Ghostfaces, so you know.
But he's the only one in the Dead by Daylight universe, and he
Yeah.
has successfully, literally made a vlog post through the entire town he is murdered through.
Can they
and
call
given
him
the police evidence.
Ghostface? Do they actually call him Ghostface in the game?
Yeah, he's called
Yeah,
the
they do.
Ghostface.
Wait, the Ghostface? So they added a the, so it's legal.
Yeah,
Is that how it works?
it's like a title. Well, that's
Well,
what they do with all their killers.
I'm kind
Oh,
of
they do
Call it,
actually. Yeah.
something.
I'm
so,
kind
like,
of
the
surprised.
Dracula,
I'm kind of
like Hannibal.
surprised that they had to get.
Not Dracula though.
I'm kind of surprised. Oh, I forgot Dracula's in there. Well, then none of them survive. There's a couple characters in there where none of them survive.
Yeah,
There's a
I
few.
think-
Vecna's in there.
We should not be in everyone,
Wait,
but
Alucard's in there,
He does
fuck.
the best.
Do you want to change it to Alucard?
Alucard, no.
No, I said we're not doing him. We talked about because he's
No magic.
worthy. Some of the characters would, yeah, they have D&D characters. They would just win for free.
Well, I mean, then they would.
Vecna's
So are we
also
taking
in
out the
there,
D&D
so-
characters for the monsters too, because they would just as easily die?
No, because no, that's fine. It's because the survivors, because the survivor
Well,
chance to be so
we'll
unfair.
keep Vecna, but not the D&D fucking
Yeah,
survivors.
like if
Because
you
they're
pick
overpowered.
skins too, if you pick like original Laura Croft, it's pretty much a free win versus 99% of the other survivors.
Gotcha.
Well, the thing about Vecna, the entity is limiting his
hey,
spells
I
to
don't-
like lower spells and everything.
I don't mean
Go
to
fucking
interrupt, but
Vecna.
Wait, let Doug say.
Ermin said he can. Ermin said he can join up for this debate if you want to let him in.
Who is he
Hell
down
yeah.
here? Herman?
Yeah,
Oh, Agent?
Ermin one. Agent? No, Ermin, the guy with the blue thing with the book on his head.
Blue thing with the book on his head.
Your mom.
Oh, the
Yeah.
penguin?
Mom.
The penguin?
That's a penguin?
Penguin.
Okay, yeah, sure.
His name
that
used to
penguin.
be D Grum, right? D Drum or something, Drum, whatever his fucking name.
Yeah,
is.
it's true.
Person.
What the fuck was that?
No,
Wait,
that's
speak
not
again?
D-Drum.
Okay,
Your mom.
nope, gotta fix your mic, man. Gotta fix your mic
Yeah.
His mic
immediately.
is face
Goddamn.
boosted.
That is
Face boosted.
that is
Yeah.
nightmare fuel right there.
It sounds like a
Thing is
fever
face
dream in a
boosted,
bottle.
bro.
Okay,
Oh.
so the rules are
Anyway.
Bro,
no magic, like for the survivors, or because some of the survivors like
Yeah,
main things is
any
have
kill is
magic.
fine.
So no Kandarian dagger
you
for
can use it,
Ash.
but it's very limited.
No,
Magic is
no.
very
You
limited.
can, if they have shit like that, that's fine.
The Kandarian dagger is a
saying no
magical
can't use-
dagger.
No,
They can
I,
use magic
this-
items, but they can't use like actual magic. Is what he's trying to
yeah,
say.
it's not like
Well,
a
then that
D&D
means you would be able to
character.
use Trevor Belmont.
Yeah, you can use Trevor Belmont.
Or Alucard, or
No,
I forgot her
Alucard.
name.
No, Alucard doesn't. Well, Alucard is a magical being, but I don't think he uses magic. I can't remember if he actually uses magic, but he is a magical being. I mean,
forgot
if you
which
want to say that
Alucard
his
was
vampire
from.
powers are themselves magic, like the ability to telekinetically move his sword around.
The thing
Yeah, I
about
would say
like
that's magic.
the thing about like the items that the survivors get during the what is it, the Vecna matches, those are strictly utility. So like Vecna's hand allows you to teleport to like opposite lockers across
No, these,
the map
yeah,
and stuff
these,
like that.
it's yeah, but this would also be the killers. Sorry, the survivors get their own equipment, like they would normally have. Like Ash,
Like
would
they're
have
at-
a
yeah,
shotgun,
like-
Redfield would have his machine gun.
Would it be like utility or what? Like
No, you
Like
can
all the
kill,
items
you
that
can
would
kill
is
actually-
there original equipment?
You can
Yeah,
kill
the
the killers.
original.
Oh,
Yeah, the original equipment they have in their actual universes, not just what they have in the.
Well,
in the-
there's like two survivors in
So
Dead by
basically
Daylight. Like
all-
when the original survivors have magic, their like entire thing is to go against the Hag, or I forgot who.
We're not
else was
used-
their name is.
Yeah, so
not used-
we've got Ellen Ripley.
so like Ash William gets
Ash
his
Williams.
chainsaw and shit.
Yeah,
But no Necronomicon.
Well, no,
and,
Liam
like,
says
no
he would
magic
get the dagger if he gets the. Well,
Yeah.
the Necronomicon wouldn't do anything to help him, but the dagger would.
yeah, the dagger's
I thought
pretty
it just
good.
kills deadites.
No, it
I thought it
doesn't.
just killed
No, it
deadites.
kills anything spiritual.
No, not even spiritual.
Really?
It
Kills any-
it essentially sends anything who it gets stabbed by, it gets sent to like this alternate hell dimension immediately.
Oh, that's not
just
gonna work
Ash
against
wins.
some of the characters that literally just open dimension portals. Then
Would it work against Hellraiser? Like
It sends
fucking
it doesn't send their body, it sends their soul.
In
I-
theory, it should
Like it specifically
that-
rips their soul out and traps their soul in a prison dimension.
not sure if that
That's
would work on
right.
Pyramid Head, because in this he's
Does,
more of a
does Pyramid? Does he have a soul?
he doesn't. He's more kind of like the entity. He just popped up there without an announcement and
Yes, it wouldn't
literally
work
is
on the
destroying the
ground.
trials when he's doing his thing.
The
He doesn't have a soul.
Pyramid Head is essentially a spirit that is meant to punish those who feel guilt for the actions that they've done. He's a spirit of
Yeah.
punishment. He is technically a spirit.
I'm not sure if that's the
If you
same.
don't feel
Dead by
guilty, he
Daylight.
won't punish you.
Yeah.
Weird. I
Well,
feel like
that's
those
Springtrap
are who
have a
should
soul?
punish the most, but alright.
Well, clearly that's not how it works in Dead by Daylight. But
okay.
in his own series, he was originally specifically only a tied to the main character of Silent Hill 2, James Sutherland, I think. Something like that. Anyway,
Sunderland.
what's up?
Sunderland.
Maybe, yeah, something like that. But he was originally specifically a tied to him and only him. He was a manifestation of that character's guilt. But the character became such a popular character, they started bringing him up in other games, and it didn't make sense that he was brought up in other games. So they just made him a just usual spirit that punished the guilty. Basically, they broadened his existence because they wanted to put him in more games.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Marketing. The power of marketing.
Power of
Yeah, I think
fandom.
he made a deal with
Fandom,
MT
even better.
to get into the realm.
Okay,
Would
so
Springtrap have a soul? Because he's dead, technically.
Who?
No. So Springtrap's lore is that he is
Oh,
locked in the suit. His soul is locked in that suit by Cassidy to be
Alright.
tormented forever.
It wouldn't matter if if the suit was then stabbed by the Kandarian dagger. His soul would be sent to into a hell dimension.
can the Kandarian dagger stab through anything?
It stabs through a god.
Does God have high durability?
Does it have durability negation?
Is it a real god?
Not the god, a god. There was a demon god kaiju. It was like the size of a skyscraper, and they just needed to stab it with a knife, and it would have been sent to hell. So Ash duct taped it to the front of a missile, and then launched the missile at the kaiju, and then it hit him.
That sounds like some Ash Williams type shit.
Yeah, and then it sent him back to hell. That was the
Bro, this
that
is
was
why
the
I
last
laughed all the way.
episode. That was the last episode of the show. Yeah, that was like the big end of season 3. Is that he said,
No,
and
the
the dagger is
dagger
also
would be like-
and the dagger is also supposedly indestructible as well.
Doesn't he get frozen in time? Or like
No.
he gets frozen, then he wakes up in the
Oh yeah,
future?
yeah. It's not frozen in time, but yeah, like he wakes up in the future, and it's like Mad Max post-apocalyptic
hot
world
babe.
or something. Yeah. But
Ash Williams was that a fucking.
yeah, I kind of feel like the Kandarian dagger kind of like makes this almost not fair. Like it puts him above someone like Ellen Ripley. Because Ellen Ripley can't fight against half the things here, even like even if you give her all her shit.
I respect the choice. I don't think it's gonna go very well. I respect it though.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. So right, Nick Cage, does he get all his money? Can he like buy shit?
Not in there.
It's just
He's
Nicolas
not-
Cage.
No, there's no price.
It's just the real life version of Nicolas Cage.
But
He's just
if
an
we're
actor.
giving real life, but could he buy a gun and shoot
I
people?
mean, he could have
Shoot
a gun, so
But
half
he
the
sounds like a
characters
Could he
would
buy
be,
it?
like, at least
Theoretically,
He's a millionaire.
if
Have
he
a gun.
has, if
So
he has
Rick-
all
Ripley
of his
has a
shit
gun.
that he has in real life, probably.
Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. I read that wrong. Yaku says Pinhead solos all of DBD. For some reason, I read that as DND, and I was like, whew, that's a controversial statement. I was like, damn.
Pinhead beats
Pinhead is the
D&D.
goat.
He's
Who
cool.
would,
All the gods.
who's the penguin guy I want to pick as a survivor?
The penguin guy?
What?
There's a penguin guy?
Is it
Apparently.
Also, Doug,
it you?
Mexican Jesus got here.
Yes.
So what was your debate
Yeah.
with him?
Urix from Shadow of War and Mordor versus the Greenskins from Warhammer Fantasy.
Uruks versus
penguin
Greenskin.
guy?
Sounds super racist, but alright.
I was gonna say that sounds like a slur. That sounds like
It is a
What
slur.
are you
It is a
talking
slur
about?
in the game.
Sounds
It
just
is a
like
slur in the
okay.
games and
Yeah.
lore.
So
Yeah, well,
good.
let me erase
Penguin
some of
guy,
these.
hold on.
Well, they're not my team, so they're Greenskins.
Jesus. You want to
Alright,
relax,
so-
man? Alright, and then we're gonna get rid of Godzilla.
Well,
Godzilla Jr.
let's pick a killer. Who? Let's start off low and go high, obviously.
Right.
Well, give me.
Oh, Trapper.
All right, Chucky. How are we doing against
Alright.
Chucky, boys?
I think Alan Ripley fucking beats the Trapper, man. Easily.
I thought we
Because
were
she
on
has fucking
Chucky.
space guns. Since 1950. Are we doing Chucky or the Trapper?
We're doing Chucky. We're gonna do Chucky because I'm joking. Everyone's
Isn't
gonna watch
Trapper just
Chucky,
like a
I hope.
fucking dude?
Chucky.
Chucky's the doll, the fucking little murder doll.
Yeah.
The doll that can get fucking
2000.
burned and like die easily?
Yeah.
Isn't the only reason he kills people is because they don't fucking expect the doll to come to
Does
life?
Chucky get any unique powers
I
with
guess.
the entity?
Yeah, he had within Chucky, he can create a manifestation of the original guy. I can't remember his name, the serial killer that transferred his soul
We
into
can-
the doll, and he can
we
like
can
lift
form-
survivors and shit. Theoretically,
So
he could
he
actually
can-
do harm to somebody because he can physically interact with the survivors.
Okay, so he has a unarmed man. Good to know. He has an unarmed dude.
Who is a shadow spirit? So
Well, if you
They
kill
shoot
Chucky, you
us
kill the spirit.
I mean, I guess if you
That's
use
the-
the
Sorry,
soul
who did
killing
everyone
knife, then yeah.
We have Ash, and we have Ellen. Who else?
We have Bill.
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 All three of them have guns. So
Yeah, they all have guns, so you can shoot them. It's easy.
awesome. How
We
is
admit my
everyone
guns
doing
are
against the
better.
Xenomorph? Who beat who?
Well, I think
The Xenomorph.
Xenomorph. I think Ellen Ripley kind of, kind of self-explanatory. It's kill launch.
Yeah, did Ellen actually ever beat a Xenomorph though?
Yeah, when
Yes.
she had the fucking space gun in the second movie, fucking shot them. They died. Fucking aliens.
Oh, she does shoot them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
she has
kills,
the
she
space
kills the
like-
queen and she burns all the eggs.
How
Yeah.
so? How well are we
Just
fitting
get them back.
Ash and,
She's also superhuman in 4.
That is true.
Yeah, she's like cloned in the
Everyone
fourth
talks
one, so
about
she has
4.
like superhuman strength. It
That's
still
a
counts.
clone. That's a clone. We all know that. That's a
Still
clone.
counts. It's still Ellen Ripley. Still
No,
her.
it's not.
Has all her memories. Still her.
Memories, yeah, not feats, but memories. Yeah, I mean,
Memories.
you count it. It's close enough.
Right.
She
She's
has
not-
all the
she's
same
not the one
skills.
that's-
Even if you want to say that she's not the same person who did those things because she's a different person being a clone,
No, but
she
she's
is
not
still
the one that's in the
capable
game,
of.
though.
She's still capable of doing all those things. Oh, which? Well, is that what
Where
y'all are
does it
doing?
say- Where
Are
Yeah,
y'all?
it has to be
specific-
No,
The
we had the whole argument. We had this whole argument before stream. We did it. We're not doing that. We decided. We heard this whole thing.
Because if that was the case, what version of Ash does it have? Because it might not have the
I was
version
saying
that has the
that's
Kandarian dagger.
It's the one.
that's the
show.
reason.
It
That's
has
the reason we were arguing.
Yeah, because Ash
TV
doesn't get the
show. It says
Kandarian
the-
dagger until season 3 of Ash versus the Evil Dead. Before that, he doesn't have it. The dagger's in 2, but he never uses it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
has
the
all
whole
the
reason
things
we
Is
were-
that
I was
dagger
saying
basically a
that's
one-hit
fucking A.
kill?
Wait, what's up?
Is that
The
dagger
whole
basically
reason
a
we were-
one-hit
Yes, the
kill?
dagger is in the Evil Dead universe. The dagger is a one-hit kill. Anything that is stabbed by a demon,
Even
human,
to-
whatever, their souls are banished into a hell dimension. It's not
So
hell
any-
itself.
Anything?
It's like this weird
It kills anything?
Yeah, anything that's stabbed by it,
Well, that fucking that eliminates like basically all of the roster then.
pretty much.
No, it doesn't. It really
Trapper's
doesn't.
dead.
Most.
Fucking
Trapper's. Okay.
The
Again,
vast
it means,
majority
like,
of the
what is the
roster
Leather
gets
Leatherface is
killed.
dead. Fucking Michael Myers
Does it
is
help
dead.
him work against Xenomorph though?
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
Xenomorph's a fucking living thing.
That's the
Not
one
like
you
an-
wanted to.
monster.
That's the one you want to defend is the Xenomorph, not
No.
like Pinhead. Like
No.
fucking.
No, I'm
Xenomorph.
saying the I'm saying Xenomorph because again, the Xenomorph's not a fucking easy target at all.
No, but once,
It's a
but
creature,
the
it can
Kandarian.
die.
No, but the Kandarian dagger is indestructible, which means the acid isn't going to have an effect on it. And if he stabs it, it'll be banished into a hell dimension. It's instant death, and whatever life force you have is then sent to a hell dimension. It's again, it's not
Absolutely gets
hell.
incinerated
It's like
by
this
the acid.
weird alternate prison dimension.
He has to
Like
stab it without
purgatory
getting
or
poured in
I
acid. though.
don't think any of our survivors could kill Michael Myers in this world because the Dead by
Well, what
Daylight
version of Michael
Mike.
is it?
This one is the evil presence one, where he is literally just the aspect of evil.
Yeah, but why would
So,
that mean?
like, the
Why would that mean he
preview
couldn't be
Michael?
sent to hell though?
Because
Again, the Kandarian dagger sends a god to hell. Like literally a
I
god.
need to remove this.
So how would
dagger,
that
mate.
make
I
the
forgot
Michael-
how
can
OP
it
the
hit
dagger
something
was.
that's incorporeal? Can it hit stuff that's incorporeal?
Michael's not
because there's a lot of
incorporeal.
ghosts.
Michael's not
No,
incorporeal.
but there's other.
Incorporeal.
We've
Okay.
never seen it hit anything incorporeal. So I think you could argue that's probably the case, that it won't be able to hit anything incorporeal.
So
An argument can be made that it won't hit anything incorporeal, because I don't think we ever see anything that him fight that's incorporeal.
Not from what I remember.
So even one of the original killers could avoid it, which would be, Wraith. I believe
fucking
is her.
Wraith
Not
No,
No,
Wraith.
he just
yeah,
turns
wait.
invisible. He just turns
The
invisible.
Japanese bitch.
Yeah, the Oni's
Oh, you're talking
great
about
great
Spirit?
granddaughter. Spirit,
Spirit?
yes, Spirit.
I kind of don't want them to
Yeah,
because it
Japanese
would be
bitch.
disrespectful, but I kind of want them to sort of add Hellboy to it. It's just weird that he hasn't been
Just
there.
that,
I mean, he fits the
that Hellboy.
universe.
You know what's kind of weird?
What, Hellboy?
Ash and Hellboy kind of have durability negation with the fist and the dagger.
He does. Well, I don't know if he has more. Well, we don't know about durability negation. We have no idea. All I know is he kills a kaiju with it. So at that point, does it even matter?
It had to be strapped to a missile, though. That's the thing.
Doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah, it was at the front of the missile. It was just the method to get it there.
Yeah.
It could have been on an paper airplane.
Besides, it's not like
Ash.
It's not like Ash doesn't have super strength. He very clearly does.
Well, yeah, he's like
no, he 100% has super strength. 100%. We see this dude get chucked through several concrete walls and do the same thing to other characters just fine. Like he's absolutely has super strength, and that's not even including his metal arm, which we clearly see. He crushes like this fucking like metal. I forgot what it was. It was some kind of metal goblet. It was like a thick ass iron goblet, and he just picks it up and crushes it. Like the dude very clearly has super strength.
So, who's next?
Jesus Christ, is that all that is? Does that fucking... I'm sorry, Liam. I'm like taking over your debate. You were supposed to.
Let's try to go through the OG killers first.
I think it's weird because here's the part that I think is weird. This is legitimate. Liam is supporting Ash, and I've on accident been supporting Ash, not meaning to. And the only person who's given me any arguments about how it wouldn't work is Liam, who's supposed to also be supporting Ash. So it's very strange. Am I the only one who finds that to be a little odd?
I'll take out the dagger because the dagger seems too OP. I forgot it can fucking kill everything.
Yeah,
he's going to require the dagger against the other things because he doesn't have anything else.
Who else is in it? Okay, so wait, we have Ash, we have Ellen Ripley, and
Bill from Left 4 Dead.
Bill from Left 4 Dead.
That's it.
Does anyone use like Trevor Bell?
We still got Drum.
Anyone else?
Is Drum even talking, or can I send him down?
I don't know.
That's not G-Drum. That's not G-Drum.
Whoever it is, I'll send him down.
Is that G-Drum?
He's not speaking.
I
Nope, can't hear you. Can't hear you, man.
His mic is...
You can fix your mic, and then we'll let you back up. Let me know when you've got your mic fixed. Okay, so we have 3 people.
Well, he asked for help for fixing his mic.
So we have 4 people.
I mean, if anyone's available to go help him, I can't help him right now. But if anyone's available to help him,
I'd like to clarify. I don't give a shit. I don't care if they can win or not, because that's not the idea. It's just if they do better than everyone else.
That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Okay.
But so yeah, so we have Ash, Bill. Well, if that's the only qualifiers, I think Bill probably takes this more than the other two. But y'all go ahead.
The Vietnam veteran.
The Vietnam veteran who literally fights whole armies of zombies. Yeah, probably that guy. Probably.
Yeah.
Hey, Ash Williams got some advantage on his arm as well.
Yeah, but he doesn't fight that many dead. I haven't seen the series, but I don't know how many Deadites he can fight at once.
He kills a whole army.
No, he doesn't.
Doesn't he fight a whole army in one of the movies?
No.
Army of Darkness, but it's
in Army of Darkness, he joins. First off, they're skeletons, and they're very shitty, and he joins a whole other medieval army to go up against the skeletons. He kills most of them with a car, but he doesn't fight the whole army by himself.
And some wrestling skills.
Yeah, I mean, he has some combat skills, and he fights things that are very clearly stronger than he is. He
teaches the knights to wrestle.
Yeah, but I think that's true. He teaches them to wrestle, and he teaches them to like stick fight. I don't know where he learned how to stick fight, and they can't stick fight, but he teaches them to stick fight. But I mean, just look at the tank from Left 4 Dead. Bill fought a tank. Point at one thing.
He killed 3. His entire death scene, he killed 3 in one room.
Yeah, and didn't he take them on by himself?
Yeah, he was on.
That's better than anything Ash has ever done. Ash does kill a god, but he does it by shooting a missile from far away.
You know, there is one killer though, which I think Ash is uniquely better at killing than Bill will be. And that's Freddy Krueger.
The child predator.
The child rapist.
I don't think
the child rapist is the one.
No, just for one reason. I
Like
don't
a
think
child creator.
Ash is mentally ready to deal with someone like that. I don't think Bill is.
Well, doesn't Bill have PTSD from Vietnam? I thought.
Yeah.
And yeah,
He
so
does.
from the
Which
apocalypse.
would probably make him
I don't-
more, which would probably make him more susceptible to Freddy, not less.
Yeah, both of
Yeah,
them
that's
would
what
be
I'm
very
saying. Yeah, I said
susceptible to
more
Freddy. All
prepared.
three of them would be
Well-
very susceptible since they all have
No, Fred,
No,
no,
I don't
Ash
think.
would
I
not.
don't. I think he's right. I don't think Ash would be susceptible at all. Ash has literally undergone possession from demons before and literally booted them from his head. It doesn't even work on him anymore. Possession, and then he was tortured. I mean, I think if you took him from maybe the middle of Evil Dead 2, then you might have a point. But now, like currently, no. He's basic. Like I don't think any of that shit's gonna affect him at this point.
You put him in the dream world, I think he would absolutely ram train on Freddy.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm muting
Yeah, it's
myself.
like
I keep interjecting y'all's debate. Go. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's useful. It's fun.
All right, so it's funny. We like you, Rouga. You should keep talking. You get more money. Anyway, who's next? Because who's next after Chucky?
Well, do we want to start? Do we want to start like top to
Well,
bottom?
just let's go. Let's just
Well, no,
do
look,
everyone.
look.
Beauty
The
is
debate
Chicago.
is not. The debate is not. Let's take every single fucking killer in the entire game and see who can beat who. Y'all have to
it's
argue
which-
with each other who survives the longest. So it's about y'all's characters. If we go over
Oh, you
every
want me to
single
just-
killer in Dead by Daylight, it's gonna be a fucking 4-hour debate.
Yeah.
You want me to like
That's
just spitball like just random
All right.
killers?
Yeah, like we've done
I
some
think you
weaker
have
ones,
to
but who you
All right.
I think
so
you have
Trapper,
to admit.
Trapper.
I think you have to admit Ellen Ripley has the best guns out of the three. She has fucking space future guns. She has better guns than fucking
Okay,
Ash or
yeah.
Bill.
Okay, so how does she win against Trapper then?
Fucking shoot some.
I would argue that
Trapper-
actually.
Laser
I do
gun.
not think that Ripley has better guns than Ash. No.
What other guns does he have besides his fucking
She's a
shotgun?
grenade launcher.
That's all
I
he
mean,
needs
yeah,
is his
he-
shotgun. Have you seen how powerful his shotgun is? It is
Yeah, his shotgun's pretty
significantly
wild.
stronger than any normal gun. There's a reason why it's called the boomstick. Like literally every boomer shooter since
It's a
that movie
super
came
shotgun.
out has had a variation of that gun in their game because of how like memorable. At one point he shoots a dude, he flies like 15, 20 feet in the air, does 3 backflips, and then lands. And like fly like
I
his
would-
shotgun's he's
yeah.
blown up chunks of people's body with one shot from the boomstick. It is not a normal shotgun.
I was gonna say, I think all of the characters here would just shoot the Trapper, and there's nothing the Trapper would do.
Shoot him.
Well, then
Trapper
just
would
talk
just
about the
check
characters that they actually
destroy.
would have a problem with.
Yeah,
Don't
that's what I
even-
was saying. Go up to a mid-tier character. Or you imagine a mid-tier character.
Who's the
Like
first
Xenomorph.
character that you think that they would all run? Well, the Xenomorph Ellen Ripley would fucking beat because he fucking beat fucking Xenomorphs.
I think the Xenomorph would be the first problem for them.
What the fuck are you
It's
talking
stealth.
about?
Not really, no.
Stealth.
What about
It has unique problems. Stealth is a unique problem, and it's powerful enough to kill them all.
Here you go, fucking Wesker,
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, Wes.
Albert Wesker,
Okay.
the
Well, I would
mastermind.
say-
Okay, who wants to go
How do you-
first?
I
I'm not
can
that familiar with Resident Evil.
I can go with
I'm gonna
Bill
say
first.
this. I think that's a weird.
Um,
That is a very strange killer in this game because he's not horror at all.
Hey, I'm not complaining.
Oh.
He
I
could be a
love
whore.
him. I've mained him before. He's a great killer.
Sure. It
He's
just
like
he doesn't
S-tier
fit the
easy.
vibe, though. Like I understand that he's from a horror series, but he's just like a super soldier. Like it's weird. He doesn't.
Nemesis is there too.
Nemesis makes sense. I get Nemesis. Wesker. I mean, I'm not hating on it. It's just I don't think it fits the vibe of the game. To be honest with you.
I agree with you. It's cool.
No, they should have added the fucking
He
tall
still
ass
threw
bitch.
sunglasses at people in the game, but he doesn't.
I've destroyed a good many people as Wesker. On
Yeah,
that
because
game.
you're a fucking superhuman soldier. Like I feel like he would almost fit better in the Marvel universe than in fucking Dead by Daylight. Like it's
hasn't he been in like Marvel vs. Capcom and shit?
yeah, he has.
Probably.
He's
Yeah,
a
he's
Marvel,
been in
he's a Marvel vs. Capcom, which I think he fits better. To be honest.
There you go.
Basing it off, if we're basing it off the game, which I'm assuming he's from the game, Ash
Yeah, this
Shotgun's
is
going to
him
do a lot.
from the 5th game.
The boomstick's definitely going to hurt, and he has super strength, so he's probably equal to strength with Wesker.
He has strength. He has
Ouroboros.
Wesker. Yeah, he is buffed with the Ouroboros. So this is like, I guess, a super enhanced version of Wesker.
Oh,
But Wesker is also
guys-
incredibly powerful because we see him fight what's his name? Chris Redfield, the fucking boulder puncher.
God damn.
And he fucking ragdolls him every time they fight.
that's because of speed more than
So
strength. but yeah.
Wesker, no, we see him like throwing, Chris around like a fucking child. Like Wesker is incredibly strong. Every time Wesker grabs Chris can't do shit. He can't do anything.
I'm gonna say I don't think Ash just wins, but I think he does better than either of them two.
Nah, Bill has dealt
I
with
think Ellen has
super.
it.
I think Bill
Because
has
you have to
better
remember,
strength.
Ellen's beat the fucking Xenomorph Queen.
But she's not good
With a
at
power
person-to-person
suit.
combat. We've never seen
With
her
the
do that.
power.
She would
doesn't.
have the power suit. She would have it. Why
What?
not?
That,
We give
that's
her
a
That wouldn't do
one-time
shit.
thing. She always has like a battle rifle.
Yeah.
But the one time, the one time
not?
Even
deck,
if you give her,
Oh,
even if you give
give
her
her the
that, she would
fucking
still
Ash.
miss out with it.
Yeah, and if you give her the power suit, you would have to give Ash the car.
Yeah.
Get Ash the car. Fuck
The-
it. Give it.
Well, in Army of Darkness, it's not just a car. It's like literally a weapon of war. He ties a giant helicopter fan propeller to the front of it and uses it as a weapon.
He could actually kill Wesker with the car.
Yeah.
There's a chance he killed Wesker with that car. No joke.
You think
Oh,
so?
actually, if you want to count that, he uses a tank to kill the god in season 3. The missile that he fires is out of a tank. It's an armored tank. So like, if you're gonna start going with
Again,
vehicles, it gets kind of insane. So
I don't think we should, but I'm
I don't
open
think you
to
should
it.
go with vehicles.
Yeah, that's
It becomes a
fair.
totally
That's
different
fair.
type of
That's
challenge
no-
at that point.
So yeah, no vehicles. I think Wesker would mollywop everyone else besides Ash because of his physicality.
nah, Bill has taken on
Well,
things that are much stronger than him.
Ripley's superhuman. Ripley's superhuman too. You know.
We're also talking about a guy who can dodge bullets
We
here.
said we're not using 4.
Dodge bullets, but he can still
We
be
never.
hit by them
We're
too.
using
He can
4.
use 4.
Why
That's a
wouldn't
part
use
of the character.
Well, he can
yes.
use. Okay,
Of course, he
fine.
can
You can use 4, who's the clone of Ripley.
Yeah, she's superhuman. She has superhuman strength.
Not that
So,
superhuman. though.
are
She's
we?
like she's stronger than any average. She's stronger than any peak human, but she is not like 1v1ing a xenomorph. Like
Yeah, she's not. She's not doing that well against. I don't think she does even well against. I don't think any of these people beat Wesker. Is the point?
I say Bill.
I think that
does.
she's comparable
Bill
to
has-
Ash.
How
Bill
does
has
Bill
more
beat Wesker in a fight?
Bill
You
has
better have a
experience.
damn good argument.
Bill has defeated things that are much more durable than him and are almost are stronger than him.
Yeah, but has he
the
faced
all the
anyone-
tanks and the chargers.
They're slower and
has
less
he-
combat capable.
Yes, have
Have you
you
seen
talking
them
about-
charge at people? They can catch up to
Yes.
cars.
They don't have
yes,
skill.
and yes, and Wesker is far faster than anything in Left 4 Dead. He can dodge bullets. He can move
still
so
can be
fast
hit
it looks
by
like
bullets.
he's teleporting.
No, but
Yeah,
he can still
and-
be hit by bullets. That's like how his entire boss fights are. You stun
But
him
he
with
can-
bullets and then you try to melee him.
He can, but he can still dodge them. Is the point? He's
Yeah,
capable
he can
of
still
dodging.
dodge them. We see him do it all the time.
Yaku said in the chat, which I think is some blasphemic shit, that Pinhead defeats Doomslayer.
Bullshit.
I was wondering if you
Well,
saw that.
What's your opinion on that, Rouga?
You know what? You know what?
Pinhead gets
You know
fucking
what? I agree
dominated.
with
Are
him.
you kidding me? Like, that's not even close.
I agree with him, bro. I'm just kidding.
I don't see
fucking-
how. I mean, I've
Doesn't
I-
I'm just
Doomslayer have
kidding.
like fully weapons?
wait. What's up?
Like blessed weapons? Doesn't Doomslayer like blessed weapons? I thought that was the only way.
No,
you
he
could
doesn't
kill,
have blessed weapons.
Oh,
He doesn't need blessed
I
weapons.
thought that was the only way you could.
It doesn't
Zero
matter.
life.
He's capable of killing characters that are literally concepts. He's capable of killing characters who are above the concept of death itself. It doesn't matter. If the rules are you need normal guns and weapons don't hurt characters like Pinhead, and it requires blessed weapons. But Doom Guy has killed characters that there is literally no rule at all to kill them. He's just defied it. So you're talking about Pinhead, who is comparable to like a demon or a god in his. I'm sorry, a demon or an angel in his universe who serves the god. I think it's Leviathan in the
Leviathan.
labyrinth. and compared to Doom Guy, who himself is above the gods of his own universe. Like they're two totally different levels. Like I'm not even sure if I would put Pinhead on the level of someone like the Icon of Sin. Like Pinhead's strong. At one point he grows to like the size of, like, he's bigger than the earth, and he literally like holds the earth in his hand. Like he does have
that's
some
where
really
he gets amped as a god.
yeah,
He gets
and yeah,
amped with, like,
and
god
that's
powers.
that's him with the amp, and he's still only the level of, like, you know, a pretty strong Titan. Like it's not a comparable. No, he's not
See,
doing
that's what
shit
makes me
against Doom.
curious. What do they do after Doom Eternal? That's just what I want to know. What on earth?
Well,
do you do
I think
after
they're gonna
he
dive
kills
into the
Storm?
cosmic. I think that they're gonna dive into other universes. Like they've already. I think they introduced the cosmic realm for the sole purpose to dive into it in future games, possibly in a sequel to
You're
Doom
gonna
Eternal.
reboot Duke Nukem or something?
Wait, reboot Duke Nukem?
Yeah, they should reboot
Duke
Duke
It's a
Nukem.
totally different
Yeah,
studio. That's got
fucking
nothing to do with Doom. It's a totally different game.
Yeah, but they could
They
probably
should
like
bring back.
they could probably buy the rights to them. You know?
They're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
Why would they?
fucking do
They
it.
have
That's a
Doom.
great
Duke
idea.
Nukem doesn't sell. Doom does. So why would they care to get Duke Nukem?
That makes me so sad.
The last Duke Nukem game failed
Last
miserably. Well,
time was like
I don't
10
really
years
care
ago.
because there's, like, out of all the, like, boomer shooters, Duke Nukem was not my favorite. Like I liked Serious Sam, Doom, and Unreal Tournament more than I liked Duke Nukem, like considerably more. So I never really cared for Duke Nukem all that much. So I don't mind, and I do think it's funny. With the exception of Unreal Tournament, basically all of my boomer shooters that I enjoyed came back. Like Wolfenstein came back, Doom came back, Serious Sam came back. Unreal Tournament will never come back, even though that's like my favorite one.
Fortnite.
Fucking
Can't beat
Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Fucking Fortnite, dude.
Fuck Fortnite.
Well, the
They
creators.
have
The
Unreal
reason why.
Tournament
The reason
skins
why
in
he's saying that. The reason why he's saying that is because the creators of Unreal Tournament created Fortnite, which is
yeah.
why we're not going to get any more Unreal Tournaments. So they're making too much. They actually intended on making one back in like 2018 or something. There was plans to make an Unreal Tournament, but they decided to shut that down because Fortnite.
Why would you?
They moved everyone over to Fortnite to fucking work on Fortnite instead. So
It makes billions of dollars.
yeah, why ever
would
make
you
why
not?
ever make another game? They like Fortnite rivals multi-billion-dollar companies that are like whole studios, whole gaming studios that have like a whole library. It beats they beat all of them with that one game. Like that's fucking
Want to know
wild.
what's crazy? I think the only game that's gonna beat Fortnite is GTA 6.
Maybe.
Well, yeah.
I don't
unless-
think GTA 6 is gonna beat Fortnite. At least
Maybe
not.
I'm
At least,
wrong.
well, it's not really fair because Fortnite's been out since what? 2014, 2015, 2016. I don't know. It's been out for a while.
17.
17, whatever. I was getting there. I would have eventually got there. It's really not fair. If it comes out, unless Fortnite gets shut the fuck down at some point, and GTA 6 just keeps going, I don't see it catching up really. I really don't. I mean, I don't think that GTA 6 made a shitload of money. GTA 5 made a shitload of money with the shark cards, but I don't think GTA 5, even though it predates Fortnite, I don't think it made more money on shark cards than Fortnite does on its sales, on its online sales. Because a large portion of the GTA fan base are only play the story mode and don't care about the online. Like you're talking about maybe less than a third of their fan base that actually plays the online, whereas Fortnite, they all play the online, and online players are more likely to spend money on stuff like shark cards than anybody else. So I don't think it's beating GTA 6 is beating Fortnite. Yeah, I actually don't think it's going to sell as well as 5 did, to be honest with you. A large part of me thinks it's not going to sell as well as 5.
Do you think it's because they're increasing the price? Or do you think the hype's not
I
there?
think that's a part of it. I think a part of it is that. I think a part of it is the fact that there's a female character in there. A part of it is the fact that they changed up a lot of. I do actually think that's a factor that there's going to be a female character. I know people in my real life who said that they're not interested in playing a GTA with a female character. I think another thing is they changed a lot of their writing team. They've gotten rid of the bro culture of their gaming studio. So like a lot of the more dicey jokes and things that were in previous games, they've already said they've completely removed from the game. So I feel like it's probably going to feel a lot more toothless than prior GTAs will. Like they're going to try and make it more acceptable to a wider audience, which is weird to say that about GTA because everybody fucking plays GTA. But they're like, that's their own statements. They're like, no, we want to like make it so that anyone can come in and feel like, dude, you're talking about the highest selling game franchise, like close to the highest selling game franchise of all time. I don't see why you have to make it acceptable for everybody. It's really weird.
Do you
Like,
think it'll fail?
I don't know. No. GTA will never fail. GTA could literally release a pile of shit and it won't fail. It's gonna have to release several piles of shit before we get a GTA that's actual. It's kind of like Star Wars for gamers. Like Star Wars had to go through 10, 15 years of shitty stuff before people stopped watching it. People forget this, but I mean, The Last Jedi, which everybody hated, made over $1 billion fucking dollars. People were still saying that that Mandalorian was fantastic, even though it was like average-ish kind of. And they're like, no, it's amazing. You don't understand. It's like, it's just, there's certain things that are so beloved that they can make massive fuck ups and still be fine. And I think GTA is one of those. But I do think it'll get less sales overall than the last one did, by a good bit. Yeah, I still think it's going to be wildly successful. It will likely win Game of the Year. It will likely be the highest selling game that year. I just don't think it will necessarily outsell the previous one, because people forget when GTA 5 came out, the world record for the most people not at work is the same day that GTA came out. Like, there's actually a world record of call-offs into work across the entire world, and that happened the day GTA released. What a coincidence! I wonder what all those people were doing.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't think that's gonna happen this time.
Man, talking about this makes me fucking sad that fucking I'm never gonna make another Saints Row. Fucking yeah.
It won't be for a while.
Do we agree?
Yeah, go ahead.
Saints Row was always.
Wait, let War Daddy say what he needs to say.
Do we agree that Wesker beats all the characters that,
Yeah,
that
I would
these
say
guys
so.
picked?
I don't see how they could even win.
Honestly,
I think it's
the
too
next
fast.
few characters- Yeah, he's too fast.
That's the main problem.
What about
Unlike Warfare, he's actually enhanced in this game, so he's a stronger version of the normal Wesker.
Yeah, because he has the aura rust.
I mean, does he need to be enhanced?
Characters, no.
Like,
The
I feel
next
like
two
he could take.
characters-
I feel like a normal Wesker would take on Mike Myers just fine. Like, I don't think he needs much of enhancement to do that.
So I was thinking, since we talked about Pinhead next, how does everyone do against Pinhead?
What would they do against Pinhead? Do any of them have blessed?
The only blessed isn't necessary. Like, I mean, not necessary. Blessed isn't doesn't matter. No. I'm sorry. Pinhead. Sorry. God damn it. My brain. I thought you were talking about Pyramid Head. Pinhead. Blessed weapons. Yeah, they can't do anything against Pinhead. Unless the Kandarian dagger can.
Yeah, I was talking about Pyramid Head. They look the same. So.
No one can do anything against Pyramid Head.
I think a good
Pyramid Head or Pinhead.
Either.
We can do either. We can do what we
If we're talking about the Kandarian dagger, then that's the only shot. If we're removing the Kandarian dagger, then none of these three characters can do anything against either of those characters.
What Pinhead wins against all three of them too?
Pinhead wins and Pyramid Head wins. The only thing you can do from Pyramid Head is run. Well, see, it's weird because I can tell you how they would do in their universes. Because Pinhead, all you would have to do is solve the puzzle, and then you would win. But if that's not a factor,
that doesn't work.
How does he work different than Dead by Daylight?
Because the entity holds him there with the cube, so he's never going to be sent away out of the entity. He will always just come back.
I mean, they just die. They just die if they come across Pinhead.
Yeah, but he can also. Pinhead is a character that can come and go as he pleases as well.
Well, wait, what does him having the cube have to do with Pinhead not going back to the labyrinth?
No, the entity is able to hold him there because it holds the cube. It creates like a manifestation of the cube with a portion of a power.
But the cube's location has nothing to do with Pinhead's location.
No, Pinhead's able to come and go as he pleases out of the realm to and from.
Yeah, that's very different from how it works in his own series. And Pyramid Head also, I feel like you'd almost have to talk about him as if he's a different character because Pyramid Head doesn't attack anybody who doesn't feel guilt. So like I think you can easily argue that some of these characters
or not Pyramid Head. The thing is,
Ellen
Pinhead
Rip-
here,
Wait, let Daddy talk.
Pinhead, Pinhead is in the realm, in the entity's realm, because it's basically free kills for him. He can go farm kills and then leave. You know, that's like he's only in the realm because he's there willingly.
You talking about
That's-
Pinhead?
Yeah. Pinhead, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. Pinhead, they changed the rule. It seems like they changed the rules for Pyramid Head, or at least there's an exception to the rule when it comes to this specific realm. With Pyramid Head, it seems like they completely changed all the rules. Because Pyramid Head, he only attacks people who are guilty, and he manifests specifically in Silent Hill. Maybe you can argue that he can manifest somewhere else within the lore. That's debatable. But he wouldn't attack any character that doesn't feel a massive amount of guilt. That's like written into his character. So the idea that he's just in this other realm and killing people, everyone, just going after every single character that's there, even ones that don't feel guilt, is completely against his purpose.
Okay, but we got these three characters. Of these three characters, I think all of them would have some degree of guilt.
Yeah, but it's not relevant if Pyramid Head doesn't, if those rules don't apply to Pyramid Head and Dead by Daylight, unless you want to use the actual movie game versions of all of these characters from their like original source material as opposed to their rules in Dead by Daylight. Because like Pyramid Head going around and just killing random people who don't feel guilt would be the same thing as like Ghost Rider going around and just murdering a bunch of innocent people who don't deserve, you know, punishment.
Can you not?
Like it goes against what they do. What's up?
Well, when you,
I think we should pick whichever one would be a better discussion.
well, when you read some of the lore of these survivors, they seem like they got some kind of guilt. So I mean,
All of them
you
have
know.
guilt. That's kind of why they're there. That's kind of how the entity just
Yeah.
grabs
Yeah,
them.
I don't know. I wouldn't say Leon Kennedy
You
has
think-
like insane amounts of guilt to where he would be punished by.
I don't.
The,
He'd have survived. He'd have survivor's guilt.
that's not really the same
In the
thing though.
fourth,
He doesn't have
in the fourth
survivor's guilt.
movie,
He might.
He
doesn't.
see that's not no he doesn't.
Well,
You
for
can't just say he
Raccoon
might
City.
because he survived some shit, so he automatically
He's an
has survivor's
alcoholic.
guilt.
We
Is
know
he-
he's
is he
some sort of
implying
guilt
Raccoon
because
City?
no. Actually, we know he does. In the
Still.
animated movies, which are canon, he's an alcoholic. He's always depressed about.
That doesn't mean he has
his
survivor's
life.
guilt just because you're an
Yeah, but that's-
alcoholic.
And all
His
these-
life sucks.
Seeing all these, yeah, because all these people
His life
died.
sucks.
That doesn't mean that he has guilt.
Really no dies.
Just
He has
because he's
depression.
fucking depressed because he's seen all of his friends die in front of him and he has to keep fighting zombies all the time and his world is basically on the verge of apocalyptic collapse does not mean that he has any kind of guilt.
There's not
Three
apocalyptic
different reasons for
collapse in
survival's
the animated
guilt, though.
movies.
But you would
Ruben,
have to
would you
prove
say
that he
that
has
Ellen
guilt
Ripley-
of some kind. Go ahead,
Well, I
Dark.
can't prove he has guilt.
He doesn't. It's not a
Oh.
part of his character that he has guilt. You might be able to claim that Ash might have guilt, but I would argue not enough for Pyramid Head to show up. Because it's not like, oh, I stole my brother's action figure when we were 3, so I have guilt and now Pyramid Head's coming for me. It's usually like some serious shit. Like James Sunderland murdered his wife. You know, like it's because his wife was sick for years and years and years, and she was dying, and it was like ruining his life because he had to constantly take care of her. And then he started cheating on her, and then he just started getting angry and like spiteful towards his wife, who was bedridden for years. And this eventually led to him murdering her, and then he blacked out the memory because he felt so guilty about it. That's why he was being hunted by Pyramid Head, and all of them are like super fucked up like that. They're all shit that's like, oh my god, like hell, like you're going to hell
That's
type
fair
things.
enough.
Like just like I do think Ash does have some guilt
Like-
about not being able to save certain people, but that's not enough, I think, for Pyramid Head to come after.
I
Like
think-
you got to really do something
Here's
messed
How
up.
does he work in the game? How does he work in the game?
Yeah, Ellen.
Pyramid
He
Head
just kills
in the
people.
game? In the game,
kills
so
people.
Pyramid Head, he has the, what is it, the flick?
No, I mean, like, what's his lore
Really?
for doing what he's doing in the
His
game?
lore. Why is he in the realm?
Oh, or just mute himself.
He made a deal with the entity.
Oh, so they
Why?
don't really.
Very descriptive, thank you.
Yeah, some of the
That's
killers
Mr.
have
Cameron.
like he said with Pinhead, they do things differently, but it's their choice. So they work the same but differently.
Okay, wait, so that we can like ground this down, because the pace of this debate is extremely slow. Why do you think each person, one by one, why do you think your character would survive the longest?
Ash Williams is basically he's pretty competent in terms of physicals. He's pretty good with a gun. He, unlike the other two, deals with supernatural things and entities. So he has more. I don't think he would do as well against the purely physical threats. But I think the fact that he would know what to do against magical and spiritual beings sort of carries him through it.
Okay. Dark?
All right, so the reason why I think Ellen Ripley would do the best is because I think that she is the most intuitive, almost. I think because I feel like, at least in
Are you?
threats in the
I'm sorry.
Alien
Are you
movie-
literally arguing woman's intuition?
That's
She survives because women's intuition.
yeah.
That'll help her against. That'll
She's
help her against
all the way-
Pinhead. Women's intuition. All these dumb males. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
I don't want to say that she's the smartest, but I feel like she would have more of a general idea, kind of how to figure out things. And I feel also that she, out of either of the three, out of the other two, is more adept at handling the technological or the sci-fi threats that are also in DBD.
There was like 2.
And
Yeah, well, I don't.
three.
Yeah, there's a low
There's a
amount of
couple.
them. I also don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah. How would she? How would
She's
she?
ve-
She's not a programmer or a
very-
hacker.
Like, she's good.
She
She's an
cannot
engineer.
defeat. I
But
don't see her
that's the
defeating
world that she's
singularity.
used to being in.
But you have to remember,
Like,
Ash Williams is also really good at making and changing like mechanical stuff.
Surprisingly, he's very good. He literally makes a cyborg hand, and he's not even from
Yeah,
the future or anything.
He's shockingly good at tech.
He's actually better
Bill-
than he's actually better at tech than she is.
And Bill has
Trying to
better
remember the plot.
adaptability, jumping from like a life of just sitting around almost killing himself to jumping into apocalypse and protecting a group of people for a very long time, and then
You see,
finally,
Yeah, to say
I remember
I will say the argument Dark's making about her knowing what to do more than the other two. Bill is a Vietnam War vet who is who's very strongly implied to be the only reason why the 4 survivors do survive as long as they do. Like he leads them
Yeah, he
through
is.
all of this the situation they go through, and he
He's
kills
carrying
himself so that they can live. But it was made relatively clear in the first game they would have been dead long ago if they hadn't run into him because of his survival skills.
yeah.
So I don't know how
That's
true
fair.
that is. That Ellen, I don't think Ellen's better
You know
at
what's
tech than
funny?
Ash. I don't think she's better at survival than Bill. I honestly don't know why you picked her because there's way better characters than Dead by Daylight to go with.
I'm surprised
I
you
don't
didn't
know
do Resident
anyone
Evil
else.
character.
I've never played
Westfield.
Castlevania. I've never played Resident Evil.
There's other characters
It's the
in
only
those.
one I do.
Someone, Leon Kennedy's in there. Oh, right, you said you never played Resident Evil. Who else is
I've
there?
never played Resident Evil and I've never played Castlevania.
I don't know
Who
what
else
other,
am I
I
gonna
don't,
pick?
I don't
Nick
know what
Cage?
other survivors
Tomb
are in
Raider.
there. Tomb
Tomb
Raider's
Raider's
in
in
there.
there.
He doesn't know Tomb
I've
Raider.
never pl-
No.
If he hasn't
never
played
played Tomb
Resident
Raider.
Evil
Well,
and
that's
shit,
fine.
he hasn't played Tomb Raider. No one's
Oh,
played Tomb Raider.
Rick Grimes is in there.
I've never watched
Yeah,
The
man.
Walking
I
Dead.
thought
I've
Rick
only
Grimes,
played
I thought Rick
Telltale
Grimes
games.
wasn't in there. I thought he was going to be, but they cut him.
No, he is.
No, he's in there fully.
Okay, but he would probably suck more than
Alan
Ellen.
The
Wake.
only-
Actually, Alan
Would.
Alan
Gerald
Wake
Dixon
is
is in
there.
there.
He would be a worse Bill.
Yeah. The zombies he deals
The
with
only
is
other
literally
person,
nothing.
the only other survivor I know besides Ellen Ripley is fucking Nick Cage, and I don't think Nick Cage is doing that.
Yeah, and it's not Nicolas Cage from any
Hey, bro,
movie.
you
It's
you
just-
had.
Is it Nick
wow.
Cage from the movie where Nick Cage plays Nick Cage?
No, it's just Nick Cage.
It's
Sure.
just. It's
No, but
just
Nick Cage
Yeah,
plays
sure.
himself in a movie. He's Nick Cage the actor, and it's an action film, and there's shootouts and shit in it with Nick Cage.
No, it's just
No,
it's
no,
just
it's
it's
just-
real life. It's real life
yeah.
Nicolas Cage.
It's real life actor.
It's real life.
No
Nick.
movies, no cameras. Just
Prove
Nicolas
it,
Cage.
because this is also. I mean,
It
within
says-
the
What if
canon,
his-
technically in
his
the
skill-
movie, it's not a movie. In the movie, it really
His-
happened.
It's just real life.
Okay.
So his skill
this is
in
real
the
life Nicolas
his
Cage.
skill in the game is literally just.
Well, how
a
do we know
feint.
that movie isn't real life? It's just in the movie, it's also real life Nicolas Cage.
That's Nick Cage. You know, I don't see how that
They're
would
two
make him
fictions about a fictionalized version of real life Nicolas Cage, both of them. I think there's a good argument to be had that you could use that movie version of Nicolas Cage. I think there's a really solid argument for that.
I mean, he wouldn't do any better, but
I mean, he at least knows how to fire a gun, and he's an action hero in that game in that movie for a bit. Not really, I mean, but
in that game.
a little bit.
Wait, no,
movie.
because
he's worse than Ellen.
No,
it's a movie.
I'm not saying he would be better
Ellen
than
Ripley's
Ellen.
Ellen Ripley's the only one that
Talking
is,
about-
so that's why I picked her. Women's intuition. That's why she does better. She's a woman. She'll do better.
Okay,
Fuck
so
it.
why
I'll-
does
China power.
Why does Bill do really good?
Because he has jumped from a PTSD man sitting alone, depressed, to an entire apocalypse and surviving for, I believe, a year in the game, and has fought several mutants that are stronger than even most of the Dead by Daylight killers, and has
Like who?
adapted to them.
Yeah,
I
but
would
who's
even
he?
argue that I would
More
argue
like the
the
tank?
the tanks are
Your problem,
relative
your
to
problem with that
Nimitz.
premise. No, your problem with that premise is you're completely ignoring combat skill. You're
How?
acting like
He
tanks
wasn't. He
have
talked
any
about how he defeated 3 tanks earlier.
tanks don't have combat skill.
It doesn't matter if
They're-
they have combat skill. They're giant monsters that can ram through
A
massive.
giant monster with combat skill is a lot deadlier than a giant monster with no combat
There's
skill.
no giant monsters with combat skill that Ash has ever fought against, so I don't see how that's relevant.
I'm not talking about Ash. I'm saying.
But you are. We're comparing Ash to
comparing-
Bill in terms of skill, and
He was
you're saying it
comparing the
doesn't
tank
take. You're saying it
to-
doesn't take any skill for a guy to fight 3 rampaging Titan monsters and kill all 3 of them.
That's not what I said.
You said
What
there's.
are
You
you
said he hasn't
saying?
made it. You said that's exactly
No.
what you said. You said he didn't make an argument for skill, and then he said that the 3 monsters was an argument of skill, and you said that's not skill. You argued that wasn't skill because because the monsters themselves aren't skilled. I don't get where you're coming from,
No.
but that's
He
100%.
said that the tank is equivalent to Nemesis. I said they're
I'm
not.
saying relative to
Nemesis is a
strength.
skilled
Nemesis doesn't have
combatant,
fighting
and the tank
capabilities
isn't.
either. He just punches things.
No.
I would
Nemesis
say
100%
killing a tank is harder than killing Nemesis, or at least harder than fighting Nemesis.
Yeah.
Nemesis sucks. Nemesis is terrible. Like you can literally run around him.
He's cool looking though.
He's slow as shit.
He's cool.
Tanks are more dangerous than him.
Tanks are faster. They're physically stronger, and at least at first they're harder to kill. Nemesis eventually, like you can put down Nemesis relatively easily at first, and then eventually he gets harder and harder to kill. But I think you can argue the final form of Nemesis is harder to kill than a tank, but I don't even think the final form of Nemesis is as hard to fight as a tank because they're faster and they're way more aggressive.
Do you think
The
it?
second form of Nemesis is super fast.
Not as fast as a tank.
No,
The
those
first
things.
one is super fast. He's able to web swing and shit.
The fuck's he? What?
It's fucking Spider-Man.
What?
Nemesis
Yeah,
doesn't.
he does
He does
in
in
the
the game.
Nemesis
He does
doesn't
that in
web
the
swing.
game. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Yes.
Y'all must be talking about the
sure he
remake
is.
because he does not do that in the original. There's
Yeah,
no
what
web
was the one?
swinging.
Yeah,
remake.
yeah, but the Nemesis in the game is the Nemesis in the remake.
What?
This is the remake Nemesis.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. But like, how's he web
He
swing?
web swings.
Like he legitimately web
He
swings?
has the tentacles.
Yeah.
He does like
Yes.
he does some like Spider-Man type shit, and
I'll be honest with you.
even,
That
like,
doesn't sound scary. That sounds goofy as fuck.
It is goofy.
yeah, but he's like he also
Goofy.
full sprints. He full sprints at you, and he runs at like I don't know, freaking 40 miles an hour or some shit.
No.
40 miles an hour.
I don't
He
know.
doesn't
he
run at you at
runs
40 miles an hour. I've seen
Yeah,
enough
he
gameplay
runs-
to know he doesn't chase you at 40 miles an hour. You
He
can
runs
outrun
at you
him.
like a sprinting
faster
person.
Yeah, you
He
can
runs
outrun
at
him.
you faster than any human is capable of.
No, because you are capable of outrunning him in the game.
No, you're capable of dodging him, like
That's-
his attacks.
Yeah, if
You
he
can
will catch
literally
up to you
outrun
and
it, right?
no, if
Well,
you
he-
play
no,
the
he
game, he
doesn't outrun
catches up
him.
to you and
He-
punches you
when-
in the back.
There
of the head.
there is a fight. There is a
full
fight that I have.
sprints,
There is a
he's no running
fight
away
that
from
I
him.
watched a friend of mine play where he ran around a fucking barrel. It was like a string of barrels all roped together. And he's just running in a circle, and fucking Nemesis is chasing him around the barrels, and he never catches up to him. you could just
If
just
you
stay
run
on the
in,
opposite
if you
side.
run in
bro.
a straight line, he will
Well,
outrun you.
I have the question: was this running feat from like a cutscene or something, or
No, this is gameplay.
Hmm?
I'll pull a video.
No.
It's not necessary. I don't think it matters. I think the tank is still faster.
Yeah, tanks are still faster.
The tank is like
Yeah,
car
dude.
speed.
Tank doesn't have a gun.
if the tank's at least a tank?
Yeah,
it's
but neither
probably
neither
not
does
gonna
Nemesis
follow
have neither does Nemesis after you put him down once.
No, he's put on twice.
He loses the gun after a while.
No, you put him.
you. Drop it.
Yeah.
No,
Well-
he has a machine gun, then he has
Yeah,
a rocket
he
launcher and a
mutates right
flamethrower.
after that. In his first form, it's not that hard to kill.
The first form is very easy to kill. Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
problem is you can't kill him. Is my point. You couldn't get through the second form. He's fast.
It's not what we're discussing. We're discussing how Ash is better at surviving this than fucking Bill.
Yeah.
And we're using the tank as a comparison to stuff Ash has fought.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't see Bill just. There are some. I just don't see how Bill gets past supernatural beings.
I'm not saying that. Well, yeah.
I mean,
Ash is definitely
what do you
better at
mean
supernatural shit,
What do you
but-
mean supernatural beings?
Freddy.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. Go ahead. Because I think you
don't see how he
can
gets
easily
past-
argue that I mean I know it's not technically not like a magical being, but I think you can argue the zombies are supernatural in
Left 4 Dead.
Left 4 Dead.
No, it is technically biological.
I know.
there.
I know they're
survivors.
technically biological, but that's like saying Superman is biological. Is he really?
Yeah.
Like, is he really?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's a point where
I feel
your
like it's even more-
biologically, there's a point where your biology is just basically magic. You know what I mean? It's just,
I mean, that's fair. I feel like that's a worse example because he's vulnerable to magic.
no, but I know, but
Literally has
that's my point though.
Yeah,
That's
it-
exactly my
it's
point.
so absurd that it feels like magic. I get it.
It's not biology. That's like very clear. Anyway, yeah, continue what y'all were saying.
Yeah.
Or don't. The fuck? Go ahead.
Be quiet.
I'm confused what his argument
Be
is
quiet.
against Bill, like not surviving. Like all the like malleable and flesh killers, I think Bill would be able to take on more, and those are more plentiful compared to the supernatural ones. And I don't think Ash is able to keep up against some of the other more physically stronger killers.
No,
compared
Ash.
to
Ash
Nemesis.
sort of. There's a Ash doesn't really get past like the Weskers.
Neither does Bill.
No, I said Bill has a better chance than Ash against the
Yeah,
against
no, I'm
Wesker.
just. No, when you're saying you don't think he gets past certain agree, I agree. There are certain people he's not going to get past. But I just don't see. There is a decent amount of supernatural killers. I don't.
Yeah,
Does
you have,
Bill?
like,
Does,
unknown,
I don't know
all
how you
that.
determine it. I guess he's a veteran. Can Bill deal with stealth? Because that's the thing
Yeah.
a lot of killers use.
Stalkers and fucking jockeys exist in the Left 4 Dead universe, and their entire thing is to stalk and jump on things. Even though they scream,
But
they
he's
fucking,
also a Vietnam vet.
yeah, his
Yeah.
entire thing was dealing with stalkers in that war.
If you think about it, the witch and the fucking spirit are pretty fucking similar almost, man. Those look.
I mean, the witch
looks-wise.
isn't super stealthy. She literally screams at you.
She is literally crying, like wailing very loud.
But they look cool. They look similar, is what I'm
They
saying.
look similar, but you know, powers are different.
Well, there's people like the Wraith who he just wouldn't know how to deal with.
He just turns
He's
invisible. His
invisible.
belt, once that, yeah, that's it. He's just invisible.
But again, he hasn't dealt with
He'd be
anything
able to
like
still
that.
hear them. He'd still be able to hear them.
Yeah, but
Like
that
moving.
bill takes forever. to
Sorry guys,
fucking
one sec.
wind.
Darth Revan, he says that he wants to do an Ash versus Freddy Krueger debate. Does anyone after this want to debate him?
I will
Ash
do that.
versus Freddy Krueger. Darth, are you siding with Freddy Krueger
Or Ash.
or Ash?
Oh,
Yeah, because it depends on who he sides
will-
with.
yeah, I will concede that I don't think he beats. There's not enough supernatural beings to make up for the amount of non-supernatural ones he would beat. So overall, he would do worse, I think.
Who Ash?
So Bill wins this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ash just doesn't. There's not enough weird supernatural beings he could deal with.
Aren't like half
unless
of them
you
weird
gave him the
supernatural?
Kandarian dagger.
Aren't like half of them
No,
weird
like-
supernatural
Yeah,
beings?
Yeah.
A lot of them
but
are.
not.
A ton.
They are,
No.
but they're not like crazy supernatural. Like it's turn
Ghost,
invisible
Pinhead,
for a couple seconds.
Ghost, Pinhead, Pyramid Head,
The
like a lot of them
Unknown.
are.
Yeah,
Like,
the
that's
unknown.
Vecna,
The Unknown. That's
Vec-
another
But
one.
that's the thing.
Vecna.
Ash can't deal with
The one
those
that-
either.
Yeah, the ones that's like
Dredge-
a collective of consciousnesses.
Yeah, but neither can Bill.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's more or less who can take on more killers and defeat them compared to the ones they can't, and compared to all the biological killers.
Are
Bill
we talking
beats
about
mo-
who can
all-
survive the killers the longest, or who can deal
Yeah.
with the most?
Deal
Deal-
with the most.
So
Ash
like,
has fucking boomstick.
well then you can't. Well then neither of them can deal with basically any of them. They can all. Both of them should be able to deal with all the biological ones, and neither of them can deal with any of the non-biological ones. So they're the
Well,
same.
no, Ash can deal with Freddy.
Okay, then that's one more for Ash.
So Ash
But he
wins.
doesn't.
Unless
You know,
y'all got
yeah.
another, unless you have an argument for how Bill can beat somebody that Ash can't. Name one character Bill can kill that Ash can't deal with.
Singularity.
Is that an actual character?
The singularity?
Yeah, the mechanical flesh hybrid monster.
That's
The
not
thing with
called
the
the
lasers.
singularity.
The
That's
thing
called
with
like.
lasers, like all that.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one
Literally
from Five Nights at
teleportation.
Freddy?
Yes.
What?
That's called the automaton or something.
No,
No,
no.
it's literally
There's a
called
separate
singularity.
thing he's talking about. It's like a future AI that ends up
Singularity.
yeah, the singularity. It comes
It's
from the
their
future.
Future is
stand-in
conscious
for
AI.
has
AM.
lasers.
It's their stand-in for AM.
Can shoot this.
Yeah.
Can shoot this. Can shoot this goop where, when it shoots, it attaches to your back, and then he can
Like it
essentially
teleports.
instantly teleport.
Yeah,
he can instantly teleport to
Teleport.
you.
It's surveillance.
He has a
also
cannon on his left
lasers,
hand.
freezing, all that.
He's
So-
got a cannon
So how
on his-
does
no, he doesn't freeze.
how does Bill beat the singularity when Ash wouldn't be able to beat the singularity?
I think
That's
Bill
up
has
to you
better
to answer
experience
that
with biological weirdness like that and dealing with stuff that are stronger than Deadites. I'm not sure how
Biological
strong
weirdness,
Deadite-
I wouldn't say. Like Ash is dealing with like almost
God.
like reality warping weirdness.
God, you beat God. You face God.
He beats a god.
Like, that's
Or am I wrong?
I think it's
But that's with the Kandarian
It's like-
dagger, and we took that out because Roy
it's like-
just wins for free.
Well, I'm not saying that he has the
Yeah.
dagger. I'm just saying if you're talking about facing biological weirdness, I think facing a god is pretty fucking biologically weird.
I think you can argue. I don't think you can argue. I think it's a 100% fact that Ash's guns are more powerful than Bill's. So if you're saying that that Singularity can be killed with Bill's guns, then it should also be able to be killed with Ash's guns.
Are
just
you
shoot 'em.
guys have you guys discussed the Oni yet? Or-
No.
I don't because the Oni kind of
he's
the
a
Oni is a
demon.
full-on spirit. Yeah, it's a full-on demon that that is
That's
physically
fair.
stronger than anything. I think it's stronger than any Deadite. He is a fight
haven't even
and
mentioned
and is
Onryo yet.
intangible.
That's
Compared to
fair.
the
We're not going through every killer. There's like fucking 20 or 30 of them.
there's
No,
there's
I
41
know. I'm
there's
just
41
mentioning.
killers.
I'm just mentioning one.
No, I mean
I'm
all
not
you have
saying
to do.
wouldn't
Look, all you have to do if the debate is between Ash and Bill, who will be able to kill the most enemies out of the Dead by Daylight monsters or hunters, whatever they call it in the game. All you
Killers.
have to do is come up with the ones that your guy can kill, that the other guy can't, and whoever comes up with the highest number of that wins. That's all it is. If you're both in agreement that both of these characters can deal with all of the physical, biological aspects, all you have to do is come up with the ones that wouldn't. And if you're saying that
Yeah, but there's
Singularity,
also,
he
like,
could beat
41
Singularity because he
villains.
could shoot him, Ash can do the same thing. And
Are we
Ash
just
can
gonna
do it
do
better
5
because
out
his
of the
gun's more
41?
powerful.
So
Are we just gonna do 5 out of the 4? Because there's like 40 something killers.
there's 41.
Yeah,
You do like
So
5.
I
you do
guess
like
We're not going
5
through all of
or
I
them.
guess I'll
something?
have to concede to this due to Ash's
Just do
capability of
5
taking
or
on like just
something.
a few more killers than Bill, since Bill has no access to deal with the supernatural, unlike Ash, who has possession resistance and stuff. So like Freddy and fucking unknown might be. No, unknown is like very powerful. I forgot how strong unknown is.
Yeah,
The whole thing about unknown is that it's unknown how powerful unknown is. We just know it's very, very high.
Unknown.
It's quite strong. It apparently just appears freaking out of nowhere anytime you mention its name, which is the unknown.
Like a
which-
wing,
Yeah,
like
just
a
kinda-
Wendigo.
It pops up
Kinda.
like Santa Claus.
It's odd. It's known for being able to murder cops, all that sort of thing, fairly easily without any real issue. It's mostly the problem
that's-
of don't know a whole lot.
See, that's
Sounds
what
like
they should
Santa
have in
Claus.
DVD, man. Fucking a Wendigo. They should have that shit in DVD, man. That'd be sick.
Nah, I want to see Krampus in that game.
I think they had
Nah.
that as an option in the
Guys,
recent
if
chapter.
the
but they
debate's
don't
over, like we're not gonna start talking about fucking Krampus.
Krampus.
What are you guys getting for
I'd say-
Christmas?
Krampus.
Just start talking about random bullshit.
Bag
All right,
of coal.
so
I will
I guess I win against XSL. Liam, thank you for swapping sides mid debate and debating against me on your own character that you were trying to support. That was fun.
Yeah, dude.
But
No one else debate. So I got debate.
It's
in
just
all
that
in all
Ash has
seriousness,
dark
in all
man.
seriousness, I apologize for derailing that debate. It just every
kinda
time y'all
helped
said
him.
something, I don't know.
It was a bit of a, I knew it was going to be a bit of
Couldn't
a mess.
control
I'm
himself,
usually
you know?
better at staying out
No,
of
you're
it,
not.
but the moment I am awesome at I stay out of it a lot. Don't give me that shit. I stay out of it almost all the time.
Allegedly.
Fuck you, Daddy.
Almost
You know what I'm
all the
talking about. Daddy's never even here. He's barely here. All right. I'm gonna send you down, XSL. Okay. So I know while that long ass debate was going on, obviously a lot of you guys did y'all's due diligence to come up with more debates, right? Right? Y'all didn't spend all that time doing absolutely fucking nothing,
Didn't you say there was
right?
a Master Chief one? No, Ash.
Right now we have the Dead by Daylight free for all is done. We have Titanfall versus. Do we still have Titanfall versus Halo? I was so iffy about that one because I wasn't sure if he was agreeing or what.
I mean, he's still there, but I got my debate with Mexican Jesus that should
Which
happen first, 'cause I
was
paid for it.
Uruks and Greenskins. Yeah. We were
Yes.
just waiting for him to show up. Okay. Yep.
Isn't what Uruk from Lord of the
Yep.
Rings?
Oh yeah, Uruks. Uruks
Shadow
versus.
of War, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna let Mexican Jesus up. Badushka. Come on up, Mexican Jesus, Mexican Jesus.
All right.
Hey, all right.
Hello.
Does anybody know the Uruks or the Greenskins and want to come up and make this more than a 1v1? Anybody wants to come up? If you know 40K or Lord of the Rings. Me.
I know Lord of the Rings a bit.
The Gruesome. What is your name in the audience? I need your Discord
The
name.
gruesome.
Oh, it's also the Gruesome?
Yeah, he's the fly head guy. Down there.
Flyhead. Can you be more specific?
A red shirt, fly head.
Okay,
That is
I
the
see it.
gruesome.
I see it. All right, cool. Wait, it moved. There we go. Boop, invite to speak. All right, anybody? So now we got 2 on the 40K side. We need another person. Is any other Lord of the Rings fans want to come up and help Doug with the Lord of the Rings stuff? This is another one Dan would really like to do. He's big on Lord of the Rings.
Lee says he knows Warhammer 40K.
This is
you
Warhammer
find-
Fantasy.
It's not 40K. It's fantasy.
fantasy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are
I'd
you
say
fine
40k would not be fair. Jesus.
Are you fine with fantasy?
I
Lee?
think it's hilarious. Well, no, he
Alright.
just proved he didn't know anything about what he's talking about. I mean, I love how he's like, I know Warhammer 40K when we're talking about the greenskins. It's like, well, you don't know the greenskins, so what does it matter if you know Warhammer 40K? You would have recognized that was from Warhammer Fantasy.
I have like a
don't know,
baseline
but
knowledge of
forgive me.
orc in Warhammer Fantasy, so I think I could put up a valid argument at best.
Oh,
I've already got
sounds-
my stuff structured out. I got this.
You don't need no help. No,
Mostly.
I know. I'm just trying to get as
I
many
kinda-
people
I
up
kind of
as
just want to do
possible.
this for the love of the game, man. I just really like the orcs.
I got you. I'm just trying to get as many people up so we can get as many people, give them a chance to do, because the streams are only so long.
Yeah, that's
And
all.
honestly, I'll probably end it pretty soon because it's not there's only been one super chat this entire thing, and we're going on 2.5 hours. Thank you, by the way, Doug. You have single-handedly kept this stream going for the first 2 hours. We would have ended a while ago if it wasn't for Doug. But yeah, we might do 1 or 2 more debates, and then that'll probably be that. Let's see. Does anybody want to do the Lord of the Rings stuff? Any Lord of the Rings takers?
I will.
What?
I'm
Do you
not
know Lord of the Rings,
Liam?
Yeah, I love Lord of the Rings.
But do you
The
know
extent
it?
of my knowledge on Lord of the Rings
I
pretty
know
much extends to whatever the hell was in the movies.
Okay, cool. We're good. All right, then you guys start whenever. It is Doug and Liam versus Mexican Jesus and Flyhead. Go for it.
It's Fly Engineer from Team Fortress 2.
All right. So first things first, I think one of the biggest benefits for the greenskins is on a general comparison basis, your average orc is going to be tougher and stronger and just have more physical mass than your average orc.
Oh, that's without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I have seen how
Definitely.
scrawny those guys can be.
Yeah, they're bigger. I'll give them that. But the orcs are still smacking around Karagors, which are massive cats, and sometimes in armor plates. And they also have the Olag High.
I'm
which
sorry,
makes
Doug.
them
I'm sorry, Doug. Just to specify, are we talking about Shadow of Mordor or like actual book?
Shadow.
I'm pretty
Shadow
sure the
Mordor,
Olag
Shadow
are in the
Mordor
book.
is what I was going for.
Okay,
in the
Shadow
books.
Mordor. I just wanted to clarify. I thought that's what you were talking about. I wasn't even sure if Liam knew if that's what you were talking about or not. So I just
No,
wanted...
I was assuming.
Okay, cool. All right. Never mind. Continue. My bad.
All right. Yeah, on the basic unit level, the orcs are able to smack around big cats that are much larger than them, so they should be able to at least make up for that. And the Olags, like I said, are a sixth of all their units, and they are like the trolls, which are a monster unit for the greenskins.
I mean,
The
on
thing
average,
is about the Ologs, though, is so in Warhammer lore, black orcs, which can get between like 7 to like 9 feet tall. Only the really biggest ones can get that tall, but they can be pretty fucking big, and they can usually reliably. Well, still, there's usually a good amount of them in any decent, respectable
if we're talking
orc
about
horde.
black orcs, we can't just leave out the one true black orc, aka Grimgor Ironhide, which I'm pretty sure could easily solo just about anything Mordor could throw at him.
Oh, let me continue my point though. So in Warhammer lore, like 2 black orcs can reliably 1v2 or 2v1 even the biggest of ogres, and ogres in Warhammer Fantasy, for like a weight to strength ratio, they are the strongest creatures physically in Warhammer. Like, for their size, they are just absurdly strong.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
Black Orcs can 2v1 them very reliably, and some of the best Black Orcs can easily do 1v1s.
And let's not forget the orcs assortment of beasties, such as one of my personal favorites, the Arachnarok spider, which could probably
they have spiders, giants.
Oh yeah, they're basically just giant cave spiders that can.
You do have quite the variety. You do have quite the variety of beasts, but I'd argue that the Uruks have got that covered. Graugs and Karagors can reliably counter a majority of the beasts you got. For like Graug versus Giant, they're relative in size. The Giant is definitely taller, but the Giant is a man. The Graug is a monster, and they are way faster.
Yeah,
they can
that's definitely
sprint and
true.
jump.
But
the
I'm pretty sure
orcs, also the
I'm pretty
greenskins
sure an
also have
Arachnarok
access
spider
to Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure an Ragnarok spider could just eat a fucking Graug. I mean, we're talking about a beast around the same size of a, let's say,
small
like
building.
Height to a giant.
I mean, Graugs are like 20, 30 feet tall. They're relatively the same size as Ragnaroks and Giants.
I think what would actually be a bigger threat for Graugs would be the idols, With their magic, greenskins
I
can
have
make these
completely forgot about
massive,
the idols.
like semi-sentient idols made out of just made out of
Oh,
like
yeah, those
rock and
guys.
scrap and shit, and they can
Yeah.
get pretty fucking big.
Oh yeah. So
Those guys would
last time I
definitely be a
checked,
problem. Yeah.
the biggest a rogue idol can get is around the size of a fucking mountain.
It's the absolute biggest, but
How
that's
common
yeah,
is that?
not
biggest-
that wouldn't be like common baseline. I would say
Yeah, common baseline is
your common baseline is like small building to like medium building level.
yeah, so probably could fist fight a Graug.
Oh, for sure. Like it definitely has the mass to do so.
That
If
would
it's a
be
small
one hell
building,
of
it
a funny
wouldn't.
thing to see.
That would be a fight. I mean, the Graug is not the only thing to be throwing hands. They also have their drakes, which they have, which, by the way, in the past, Rouga has clarified they're big enough to be dragons. I've seen the interviews with the creators of Shadow of War. They're called drakes despite their size because they are the same canonical size to the Lord of the Rings books dragons. So while they're big enough to be a dragon to our standards, that's still an infant dragon for the
Is
Lord of the Rings
dragon a
setting.
size
You can
thing?
get
I thought it was a leg amount thing.
Also, I'm pretty
Well,
sure orcs
the
also have
greenskins
drakes, so
do
they're not
have
as big.
they have access to wyverns. Yeah, so they do
Oh, yeah,
have
that's-
access to flying
Wyverns, not
beasts.
That does kind of even itself out. Yeah, they both have like wyvern type animals, which do the same thing. But we can also get down to their magic, which would definitely be a big part. I know with Warhammer Fantasy, a lot of wizards and whatnot will use spells that can fuck up whole battalions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of the orc spells is just conjuring Gork himself to stomp the enemy flat.
Yes, that
Or
is
at
a
least
very
an aspect of Gork.
But I believe the Uruks have a very good counter to this, and that is the curse ability. And let me explain: is that it is an ability used on Talion with Celebrimbor and Nazgul Reen and Eltariel, the elf lady with Galadriel's magic. What curse does is it drains them of their
Oh,
magical power.
I'm very well aware of
can't
what
use
a
it.
curse does. I've played Shadow
Yeah.
War. Fucking love Shadow War.
Yeah, no, that's
that is definitely a good thing. However, my major rebuttal to that is the fact that they only seem to be present on like the commanders and high-ranking Uruk.
But
Is
there's a
that how you
lot
say?
of them. That's
not true. I know I am for Warhammer, but there are instances of just basic infantry being able to be equipped with curse weapons. So
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
they're just like bodyguards. So, if we are going down that route specifically, I'm pretty sure. I'm very sure, at least, that it can't be deployed on a wide scale. But
mean,
it's definitely
it's
there. And it's
true.
definitely gonna
It
be a
would need to
problem.
be
However,
target.
they
You
actually
need to hit.
hit.
Yeah, and some spellcasters ride Ragnarok spiders. Some some
If they
ride
wanna use
boars
the
and just
curse
move
shit, they
around
have
really
to get
fast. Some
past the-
ride wyverns.
Yeah,
That is
they have to get past whatever the hell the actual spellcaster is on. I'm
That is true,
definitely
but-
saying it is a possibility, but I'm just saying the likelihood
It's not
is
reliable. I'd say like it'd be reliable like 30%, maybe 35% of the time.
So I understand your point for like a melee based guy. He's got a lot to get through to get there, but they have strapped cursed projectiles onto their artillery as well as their archers. So they could just send waves of cursed arrows and volleys of cursed ballista shots. They're not really ballistas, but it's what they look like at them, and that would eventually, piece them up good. They also have bombs that they use. They
they
can also
do have
throw
bombs.
individually.
However,
the greenskins do have rudimentary artillery.
Yeah, they do have
as well as they tend to do tunneling based warfare. They loved doing it against the dwarves in
they love
Warhammer
fighting
Fantasy. So they loved
So
like just digging fucking holes under your shit and then being like, "Ha, we're here, fuck you."
That is a good point. There are captains who do have that ability in Shadow of War to burrow underground and appear with ghouls, and that's another thing. They fucking tame ghouls and spiders, which are underground creatures that can burrow and mess with them. And part of that is summoning them from underground in the middle of sieges is part of the thing they do. Now that is an advantage the Greenskins have because of Total War and how it works. All the factions have superior siege tactics because they just use actual siege warfare tactics that are legitimate to history. Shadow of War is a bit more of the movie style siege stuff and has very blatant weaknesses. But aside from that, they're mostly evened out on the army front, you know?
Also, I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure
just
that
based on the
Uruk have
layout,
the edge over the orcs in terms of technology. Just basic
yes, well,
technology.
that is true. The Shadow of Mordor, Uruk's definitely. I mean, they have access to things like flamethrowers for like the Ologs that when they're strong enough to like carry them and stuff, as well as like
I'm pretty
fire
sure
bombs and stuff.
they're
And that's
the
just
only
things
ones
that
capable of wielding them because they're so massive and unwieldy. So you just kind of have
Yeah,
to build a flamethrower around
I mean,
the orc.
they're almost gunpowder steampunk. Almost, not quite. They
yeah.
have gunpowder
The
bombs and stuff.
the only
The
units in an orc WoW
orcs
that
first
might
is the
make
ones that
use
are going to be
of
winning the war. But
the
when your
only
enemy is going to outnumber you, like what? Like 6 to 5? Is
What?
that a like? I'm trying to say, I think the orcs are going to outnumber the uruks like 6 to 5.
Really?
Yeah, I last time I checked, the way they actually reproduce is pretty similar to that of 40k. They're just fungus. You kill one and a couple fungi things just fuck off to some random corner, dark corner, I mean, and grow new orcs.
This is based off gameplay, so I don't know how you want to judge this. I would say, on average,
Guys,
the
hold up.
orcs would have a higher skilled.
Guys, sorry. Hold up. We got a super chat. Yo, Rouga, can you use the Typhon Prey 2017 in a video game, please? Okay, that's yeah, that's gonna take me a while because I haven't beaten the game. I've played it, but I haven't beaten it. So yes, I will.
I haven't even heard of that game before.
No, the game's not Typhon. The game is Prey.
Oh, Prey!
Yeah, the game is Prey.
Oh, I honestly forgot about that game.
It's a good
More
game.
people are willing to listen to the techno music that came from the game than actually playing the game itself, which I think is criminally, which is just a crime because the ideas and the gameplay of the game is generally very interesting.
Well,
in my
so
opinion.
funny enough, I actually have played Prey. I just played a little bit of that one, but the one with the Native American dude that was for, what was that, for Xbox 360? I don't remember what it was. The one with the Native American, you get trapped on the ship and shit, and you have all the weird, crazy alien guns. That one I have played, and I think I finished that one. Maybe I don't remember. I think I did though.
There are multiple games called.
It's
Prey?
well, it's the same franchise technically. It wasn't made, but it's made by two completely different people. The company got the rights to it, and yeah, it became like a whole thing. But no, I liked the first one, but I never finished the second one. I got the game for free and I started playing it, and then other stuff came out, and I don't know, I just never finished it. But,
I didn't even know there was a second game.
it's not. They're totally different universes. Like, it's called Prey, and that's about it. And they're both about an alien invasion. That's it. The aliens in each game is completely different. The gameplay is completely different. They're made by different studios, different companies. Basically, the company that made the newer Prey got the rights to the franchise, and then I don't even know why. Like, they could have just made an original IP, and nobody would have been the wiser. Like, because they're nothing alike. Like, literally nothing alike. It's kind of crazy that they're even attached.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate.
No, I mean, they were both good in their own way. Of what I played, I mean, I enjoyed it. But yeah, I can use it. Luckily though, the Typhon. One thing I will say about the Typhon, I don't think it would take all that much for me to get reacquainted with who they are and all that kind of stuff, because they're not that complicated. And they have a pretty cool and unique power.
From what I've seen, they're not too complicated, but if memory recalls, they can be quite powerful.
they have their moments. I wouldn't say they're that. I mean, compared to some of the other aliens that I've used, we'll see. But yeah, no, my
I mean, it
answer.
could just be my
Well, let me
eyes getting
finish
memory
talking to
playing up
Let me
again,
finish
but
talking to Rebel. So the answer is yes, but give me a bit. It might take like
Alright.
2 weeks or so for me to re-up on everything. Cause again, I never beat the game. But yeah, I'll put them in. All right, y'all continue y'all's debate. Sorry for interrupting.
All right, Liam,
No,
you were
that's
bringing
cool.
up a point.
Yeah, I was saying the average. I feel like the amount of skilled fighters in the orcs to be so much higher just based off gameplay, because the amount of captains there is in a single region is insane.
Yeah,
They
that is.
definitely
I
have
mean,
a
at the
lot
same
of
time, but
hordes of these high
that's
level
just
fighters.
the. But that's like an entire region, and there's what 30 captains to an entire region.
They're all
There's
very
gonna
skilled people who are
be.
capable of killing Talion.
I mean that is true, but at the
If you
same
go off
time,
the-
like Talion, I don't know whether to consider Talion extremely skilled. I mean, especially by the point of Shadow of War, he is obviously extremely skilled and empowered by Celebrimbor, blah, 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 blah. But, like, at the Battle of the Black Gate, he casually overpowers quite a few orcs before eventually getting overwhelmed because he's just one dude.
Well,
And
he is a
they weren't even...
best
despite
sword
being what he
fighters
is,
of
he's
Gondor.
still in the end of the day human and kind of
Well, this is
crippled by
about
the.
skill. This is about skill that overcomes physical differences.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure on a
I
unit
don't
by
think
unit
it's
basis,
enough of a skill gap to make up against like a black orc, for instance. Black orcs live, breathe, and love only war. That's all they do. They have the best armor and the best weapons.
Well, you got
Not
the
to mention they
Warmonger
actually do a
tribe.
bit of strategy.
So that's a good thing. I'm glad you brought that up. So there are whole tribes that the orcs are dedicated to, and we only get to see them for the captains. But I know from interviews and even the cutscenes in the games that there are grunt captains who also are supposed to be taking on that armor and all those traditions divided amongst these clans. The Warmonger tribe would definitely just be probably a better version of the Black Orcs, because the Black Orcs are not only bigger, tougher, they're known for actually practicing drills. But with the Warmonger tribe Uruks, they live and breathe that shit all the time, warring with the other Uruk tribes just to show off their skill and whatnot. And they're the only faction of Uruks to even represent armied tactics and combats and like formations. But that's also another thing to bring up. You got them. You also got the Dark Tribe, which is a tribe of assassins. The Mystic Tribe, which can use magic and necromancy. The Terror Tribe, which uses terror tactics. 9 tribes total I could go over of complete.
I do know about the tribes, but the thing is, like, the Greenskins also have a very wide variety of units they have access to. They have access to your basic, like, armored orc boys and biggins, and then you've got black orcs, and then you've got trolls and giants and arachnaroks and stuff, but you also have variations like the savage orcs or like forest goblins and night goblins and
You
stuff
are
that
right. You are right. There are quite a large variety,
I just want to say this. I'm pretty sure terror tactics won't work on the orcs all too much, because they'd probably just see an orc strung up, laugh at him for being weak, and then just move on.
I mean, it depends specifically on the orcs. Like, goblins tend to be cowardly, so the goblins within a horde would probably fall prey to terror tactics.
Tribe would definitely flee.
But like any sort of respectable orc biggin or black orc is not gonna flee at any level of terror tactics. It'll probably just encourage them more.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair,
probably
but there's also the Machine Tribe and the Dark Tribe, which have 2 other completely separate tactics. The Machine Tribe uses a variety of different explosions, from landmines to bombs to suicide bombers, and even the Dark Tribe uses a wide variety of assassins, which basically can appear out of nowhere and are capable of even teleporting with how their smoke bombs work. That's the tricksters, but those same classes can still be a part of that clan.
Yeah.
And it's
That
just
is true, but assassinating greenskin like trying to for example, if we're saying Grimgor is leading this war against the
Oh
Orcs,
yeah. I'm
any
sorry,
sort
but anyone
of
that
assassination
tries
attempt
fight
is going to
Grimgor just
absolutely
dies.
fail.
Yeah,
He
don't-
has
without a
some of the
shadow of a
best.
doubt.
yes. So I don't see how, because Uruks are able to assassinate Olag High as well. Like they can come up from behind
No,
them
no,
and
I don't think
completely
you
bludgeon
completely
them to death.
understand. This man, this unit, is by far
Yeah.
the most dangerous orc in the entirety of Warhammer history. He has single-handedly fought hand-to-hand combat with the Ever-Chosen and nearly won. The only reason why Grimgor lost his head to Archaon the Ever-Chosen was because Games Workshop wanted Warhammer Fantasy to just die out.
This is true. In the original
there's also
Storms
the
of
fact that
Chaos, Grimgor kicked him in the nuts and then headbutted him so hard his magic hat broke.
Yeah. He also
and he
just
also wears
completely
armor that was
1v1
cooled in the blood of dwarf runesmiths, and it makes him pretty fucking.
Chaos dwarf runes. Blood.
That's impressive, but I don't think one individual unit could carry any army.
That you see, the thing is, you really do so that is kind of how orcs work in general. The only reason a big enough horde could get together is because of an absolute unit like Grimgor, and when they're led by somebody like that, they're usually just about as unbreakable as he is.
Yeah, in order for the orcs to organize in a force that big, they need a powerful leader like, say, Gaskell Thraka for 40k.
You're not getting what I'm saying. I get that they do need a powerful leader to follow. I'm just saying, I don't think, no matter how powerful that leader is, he's not going to be able to carry the army.
That
I don't think
that's
completely
not really true,
understand.
because that quite literally happens in Shadow of Mordor. Like, without Talion, most of the assaults against the Mordor-held fortresses would fail.
That is true. Without Talion, the entirety of his entire force would just crumble beneath him. And let's not forget the fact that Grimgor.
That's different than what you're saying. You're saying that your argument is making the claim that Grimgor could win the battle without his army. Essentially, the argument he's trying to defend. And your example doesn't work because Talion has to be around to have all the orcs mind controlled and involved in the battle to begin with. He dies, they leave because the guy keeping the thing going is no longer there.
I'm not saying that Grimgor just shows up and solos everybody, but when he's leading a force, like in lore, he literally goes and fights Skaven for years until he gets bored and fucks off and burns the Empire. He is fought for hundreds of years, and he I was just about to say, he got to almost the deepest level of Hell Pit, which is one of the most Skaven-infested places in the entirety of Warhammer. Like, Throt the Unclean was literally sending some of his most dangerous and bloodthirsty mutated Skaven creatures at Grimgor and his orcs, and they were just getting slaughtered by the hundreds and thousands.
That's pretty impressive, but so we're going on to captain units, since that's what Grimgor is. If we were to go on to how the captains can turn out for Shadow of War, they can get nuts. They can become immune to a variety of different things, from poison, fire, any status effect, beast in general, different combat tactics, which is something we have to address. The execution skill that Talion uses to instant kill orcs, captains can become immune to that, so I don't know how that factors in for their skill, but it is annoying. But it goes about how well their skill is, as well as how well they can respond to arrows and assassination. Like, no matter if they even knew you were there, they could immediately respond to it and prevent it from happening. I don't know how well all these
I'm
skills
pretty
would
sure
translate to
that
duel.
if
Still be relevant.
let's take like the orc captain that you're proposing. Let's throw him against the Skaven. He would crumble to the amount of sheer ferocity the Skaven could bring to bear against him. But that's
why.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What
There
are they
I
got?
don't really
Skaven
see
led
I don't
ogres.
really see that argument lining up. I mean, we're talking about orcs. I might as well use like one of the units from the orc roster if you're gonna make this comparison, anyways.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I
Like,
think
put 'em
I
up against
completely
a troll.
misjudged that situation.
Also,
my
you
bad.
know, the orc captains can become immune to being scared, so it's not even
They
true.
can become immune to scared, but that still just doesn't change the fact that if you throw enough bodies at the problem, it's likely to go away.
That's fair, but with the Uruk captains can get to a point where they're rivaling Talion, who himself is capable of taking on whole armies by himself.
There's a lot of them who could do that. All of them could do that.
And they can use elite training orders to give themselves a gang worth of dudes who are just like them and have all their traits, their immunities and advantages. And if you go about like what the commanders, they are capable of constantly summoning in gang after gang after gang, which is gameplay mechanics. But you could easily understand that as that the commanders have a small battalion of dudes just hanging around them, waiting for the sound of his horn. So it's possible that he could have a battalion of dudes because the story for the gangs that hang around the orcs, those are their most trusted boys who have earned their way to be close to them, and that's why they're there. So
I mean, I understand that thought process, but on the flip side, there are orcs that have existed in Warhammer Fantasy that are capable of causing army critical losses with their magic and stuff, like Azag the Slaughterer with the Net Crown and a Gash,
Azag.
Wurzag the Great Green Prophet, Grimgor himself. He has in battle slaughtered thousands of people without getting tired. Like, Grimgor is a one-man army himself.
Greenskins are strengthened by killing. Yeah, I know that. They live
Yeah.
off that. But the
let's not
magic.
forget the fact that some orcs, despite their incredible lack of intelligence, are capable of forming, if not basic strategies and synergies. Like, I'm pretty sure if your average Uruk commander fights your common orc elite war boss enough times, he's going to get this conception that they're all big, dumb, stupid brutes. And for the most part, they're right. But then he comes across someone like, what's his name? He recently got added to Total War.
Yeah, you're talking about
guys,
Gorbad Ironclaw.
sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah.
Shaggy just did a fucking another $50 thing. He wants me to add a BC yet again to yet another video. You know, you could choose other people. It doesn't have to just be add a BC. Other characters do indeed exist in the
Dex is gonna
universe.
fuck up out of BC in part 2.
It's just like, I mean, it's well, the problem is it's difficult to find characters that challenges that out of BC can do. It means that I basically have to do challenges with like normal people. it's not the easiest thing.
Beat out of BC?
Can Daredevil beat out of BC? Yeah, probably. So no, I'll do it. Give me a second to let me space it out a little bit from my previous out of BC video, because I feel like I literally just put him in one. But yeah, I'll probably get to it in like a week or so, and I have to figure out a good challenge to put him in. I'm probably not gonna do another Dexter challenge because Dexter's challenge. I thought Dexter would do a lot better than it did. It didn't do very well. And then as I was doing the Dexter video, I realized very quickly that Dexter is very much so a one-trick pony. Basically, if you can deal with him stealthing up to you and doing little jack into your neck, you're good. Like that's the only thing you have to worry about. Basically,
He can fight. He's got hands.
Huh? No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like basically the challenge is, can he deal with the stealth? If not, it's an instant loss. If he can, it's two dudes fighting. And then like that's every challenge. Every single challenge with Dexter's gonna be that. Like there's no like interesting way to look about it. Like funny enough.
Can you counter the stealth or can you outbox him?
Yeah. So funny enough, out Adebisi actually did become surprisingly interesting because of the whole addiction to opioids, which made it a little more interesting to talk about. But if it wasn't for that, basically all of the characters would have been like, oh, can he stealth this guy? Yes or no? Can he fight him? Yes or no? Done.
I'm sorry. There was a character addicted to opioids in the video?
Yeah. Adebisi. He's a
Go watch
he's a
the
heroin
videos.
addict. He's a heroin
Next to
addict.
videos.
Oh.
Super heroin addict.
Man,
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yep. Fake fan. Didn't watch the video.
I
See, I'm a
honestly,
second channel fan, which he
I
doesn't upload on.
honestly, kind of just watch videos at random, like.
Yeah, it's fine. The chicken says,
fine.
bro, throw out a BC into a Doom Dark Ages survival challenge. I won't be doing another Doom Dark Ages survival challenge for a while. That video did worse than any of my videos have done in months. I mean, it was pitiful. I think by the end of the day I had like 3,000 and something views. Poorly for me is when at the end of the day I have like 5,000 views. That's not good. My normal is around 7,000 that I get in a day. That was like unbelievably pitiful. I haven't done that poorly probably since like, I don't know, January maybe, which is like one of the slowest months of the year. Like it was bad. It's still only at 4,100. And I don't know why, because Doom was always like one of my big sellers, but people just weren't interested. And I had Lilith from Borderlands, which they just released Borderlands 4, and I had Limbo from Warframe, and Warframe was always a pretty big decent.
I honestly do not like what they did to Lilith in Borderlands 3.
That's fine, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Jesus. But
I know, I just really do not like Borderlands 3.
Social skills.
It's not the greatest social. But no,
I do not have any social skills.
Clearly, we know.
That's
It's
why I
fine. It's
said
fine.
it.
It's fine. But yeah, no. So yeah, I'm bummed out that video didn't do particularly well. But which is fucked up because I actually enjoyed making it more than I have in a while. I really enjoyed the Serious Sam section that I did in that video.
Rouga, I have an idea.
Are you about to say something completely irrelevant?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's kind of in the sense it's related to Borderlands. What if...
I wasn't talking about Borderlands. Okay, y'all continue. No, I wasn't talking about Borderlands.
All right.
Go.
I'll fucking shut up. I'll shut up for now.
All right,
okay, y'all continue y'all shit. Go for it.
My main point with the captains thing was I feel like on average, the amount of captains means that they have more skilled units, like way more skilled units.
Yeah, and it's also you gotta remember that Urks, when they kill Talion, they're capable. They literally become higher ranked than he is in the game, which it could imply for the story that among the army of orcs, there's just a ton of really strong orcs just waiting for their moment to shine to be recognized as a captain. So their strength could easily fluctuate just among the grunts naturally, and their capabilities.
Could you say if they kill like a decent level, they would immediately just become the equivalent of a captain? In which case,
I mean, the thing
make
is,
them crazy strong.
No, I don't think they would be able to survive that long because baseline Talion as a human ranger before he was bonded with Celebrimbor was still dismembering, beheading, cutting orcs in half and shit when they invaded the Black Gate. Like they and that is just a man, and he's not said to be any special descendant of Numenor or anything like that, so you can't give him like Numenorian or Aragorn levels. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's skilled, but that you can't say that he's just superhuman for the sake of being superhuman.
Being superhuman isn't the end all be all when you have a fucking sword.
Yeah, he's part of the Black Gate. The Rangers of the Black Gate are some of the best swordsmen to Gondor. So that's why he was able to handle dozens before he got possessed. And then after he was possessed, that's when captains were showing off like how powerful they were, because he was a named guy that everyone was coming after because he, Gravewalker.
Right.
So,
I mean, that's the thing though. Yeah. Like, I don't think even at the captain level, you're like your average orc captain or Uruk captain versus your average like greenskin orc captain or like average black orc or
No,
biggin.
I was just
You
saying
sure? You ever seen how the Uruks kill Graugs? Like the Uruks themselves, like they do have the weak spot on the ankle that they take advantage of, but when they're down low on the knee of the Graug, an Uruk is able to use a club, smack it in the head, and it flies all the way onto its back. That's like a couple thousand-pound like beast being smacked around, and that's not even taken to the fact that the Olog will literally tackle the Graug to the ground before they kill it. That's how they execute it. So the Uruks have some wildly impressive strength, but if you would ask me, the greenskins also do have comparable strength to the because they can solo giants at their best. But the Uruks demonstrate so much better combative skills, especially when you take into account some of the acrobatic things that they can pull off, from sliding around and vaulting over their opponent mid-battle. That's not easy, and all the different tricks and whatnot they can pull out from the different captain types.
it's the amount of
Kinda
them
really
what can do it
doesn't
too.
matter
It's not a
when-
I
unique
would
thing.
say combative skill purely depends on like
Yeah.
the
Purely-
age
it
of
kinda
the
purely
orc.
depends on where they stand on the totem pole.
Yeah, because if it's any of the like older like big uns or any of the black orcs, like all of those orcs have at least like, in order to get that big and that experienced as an orc, you have to have lived and fought for at least like 50 years or something.
Yeah, and let's
I
not
mean,
forget the fact
I
that
think your
elves
own
may
argument.
have been on their list of fights.
And most black orcs have hundreds of years of combat experience. Grimgor, it's officially unknown how long he's been alive, but it's theorized like
wanna
he's
really-
at least hundreds of years old, but
So experience does not always win the day, because there's many characters who lose with the experience advantage. You also made the argument that older Uruks don't exactly give you an advantage, something along the lines, not too relevant. But if you really want to go into skill, the deeper lore of the Urukai is that they are actually originally elves, which were twisted into the beasts that they are. So they have like, that's where a lot of their natural combat skill comes from, because they were once elven warriors twisted by dark magic. So I'd argue that those years, however, they have any brain fart. They have many potential years for how long they could have lived before that transformation to give them all that potential experience,
Elves are
which would
immortal.
also explain. Yeah, elves are immortal.
They are immortal.
And that would also
No.
but the Uruks in like Shadow of Mordor and stuff, like there's no evidence that they are like direct descendants of those like there's no evidence that they were.
No, they are. That's how the Lord
That
of
is
the
the
Rings
lore.
lore works.
Yeah, I'm pretty
They
sure
are
that's how it works,
directly,
too.
yeah, they directly took the elves and twisted them into the Urukai, and that's how they got them.
Yeah, I don't
And
remember. I
somehow
don't remember
they were able
the
to do that.
exact
It's
like
weird.
makeup of it, but it's like the Uruks come from elves, and then like the smaller ones come from hobbits, and then there's some that come from dwarves. Basically, you make in the armies of Mordor, you make a different creature based on what you take them from. So all Uruks are elves, every single one.
I'm pretty sure goblins are the hobbits.
Probably, if I had to guess.
Somehow Vats are also involved in this, at least through the Shadow of Mordor side. They talk about orcs being grown in Vats somehow, while also still having the canon thing. Yeah, the fucking Monolith didn't really think out the story on that part
Well,
too
are
much.
they? I mean, are they
but
doing
it's
that? Well, they.
still-
Well, are they just
Orcs
talking about the same
grow
thing that appears in
from,
the
like,
movies?
fucking mud or something?
Because in the
something?
movies, they put them in these vats of like black oil or something, and they come out. That might be what they're talking about.
I mean, that's what I would think, but there's the vat collector who has like a little jar on his back, which is to represent the vats he uses. The idea they grow from something small into something big. I could be
Oh,
reading
I don't
into
know
that
about
too
that.
much,
I don't
but
know.
you know,
I don't know about that one. Maybe.
It's just a thing. But yeah, no, the skill of Uruks, yeah, can derive from the elves, which can even the playing field pretty good. But again, I think that they still have the skill advantage with strength being even. Yes.
Yeah,
That's my argument.
I'd argue that strength is more facing towards the orcs, mostly due to their natural physiology and whatnot. For an Urukai, to get like that, they need a certain level of like I think the word is like training, I guess.
But
like they actually need to
Yeah.
work for that strength.
What happened
But
to
that's
our
not
guy?
a but that's not a small
Oh,
amount
what,
for
what,
them who've worked
wait,
for it. There's a
wait.
lot. There's like 30 a region.
The other dude left. The other dude, what happened to him?
Yeah, I saw.
He probably had a connection issue. He well, continue on your point. Probably see him in a moment.
Well, it's a little unfair now that it's a bit of a 2v1.
I mean, Liam hasn't really been saying much.
Yeah. All right. So, anyways, orcs have their natural physiology, which allows them a certain level of strength that they can grow. That they can basically just grow and grow and grow, and their strength kind of grows with that. For the Uruks, they need to train for it, like how a bodybuilder does. From what I have actually seen.
I don't know. I don't know. We don't really see orcs do any training aside from weapon combat. They don't really do any lifting or any like strength training to show
Well, I
that. We
mean,
just see that the
do you
orcs.
really want to do fucking weightlifting out in the open? Like,
I mean, people do it all
there's
the
the
time.
potential
Marines
that
do it all the time. It's
Huh?
honestly a good way to stay cool while working out. I mean, it's
that's
just
that.
I don't think it's something that they thought of, but it's just the Urks and Ologs are capable of taking down Graugs by themselves with full-on executions. Just shows that they have the strength to at least keep up, and I think that
They definitely
where
have the strength to keep up, but in terms of like raw physical strength, the orcs will like 7 out of
they'll
10
have the.
times win.
I mean, they have the edge, yeah, but I just don't think it'll be so much that they would. I don't even think they could one punch an Uruk for the most part. Like, I feel like they would take a couple clobberings before they'd actually
Yeah.
go down. They're strong enough. Like, the
I
Uruks
feel
have
like
also
the both of them would
gotten.
actually grow a fond respect of each other just due to the fact that they both put up a real good fight.
I
Hey,
mean,
Mexican came back.
there he
Hello,
is. Yeah,
Mexican.
I figured he had a connection issue because he just left silently.
Yeah.
I have allowed him up.
I brought him back. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know,
While you were
this
gone,
is
you
actually
lost Mexican. He just
Yeah.
blew it for you. It's
Oh
over.
no, that's
Just-
crazy.
On a slight aside, you know, disadvantage for them. The
What
orcs
points were brought up while I was gone?
Well, we were just talking about raw physical strength mostly. I was saying the orcs had the edge over the Uruks and the Mr. How do you say your name?
Juggernaut.
Duggernaut. Thank you. Mr. Duggernaut over here was saying that they have like the ability to keep up. So I said that there was like a 7 to 10 ratio.
Maybe more
I
like
mean-
a 5 or 6. I don't know. I don't think strength.
I mean,
is a
I
deciding
mean, it depends on the size of the orc. Any of the orcs above
more or less depends on the
7
size
to
of the
8
orc.
feet tall are definitely going to overpower just about any uruk. Given that, like, for example, savage orcs, bunch of naked green men, can actively demolish Bretonian cavalry on the charge. Which is absurd to think about.
Who would win?
But you get
A bunch of
you
highly
get all
trained
captains.
horse knights or naked green men?
Mm-hmm.
You can get
Like,
all
they, like-
captains to do the same thing, and their bodyguards will do the exact same thing.
Yeah, they
I
can match.
don't-
They can match Caragors, which are arguably more dangerous than horses. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Not
definitely
with how they're
dangerous, and
not with how they're used. I mean,
probably
yeah, in a
much better not that fucking
1v1,
big.
in a 1v1, yeah, Caragor is like definitely more devastating. But when you have 60 armored horses with armored mounted knights who are well trained and in a proper formation, that's a lot of force that is just stampeding through. The use of heavy cavalry is a proven tactic in medieval warfare.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And
let's
I mean,
not
the
that's-
fact that
that's a weird-
the fact that naked green men with sheer strength and ferocity can countercharge mounted knights of that caliber and win. And these aren't just any mounted knights, by the way. These are like mounted knights that have like sacred blessings upon them by some like bitch in a lake. They're like
Yeah.
super French.
For
Well,
like I guess
well, the
perspective, I think it would be like if a bunch of just jacked green Uruks just decided to fist fight a full regiment of mounted knights.
I mean,
I mean, but the thing is, we've seen how. I mean, I know this is kind of bringing like movies into the fray, but we've seen how orcs fare under heavy cav charge, and also the orcs, while they have their Caragor riders as a like supplementary cavalry force, when compared to the greenskins who have dedicated big ass fucking orcs riding armored boars. It doesn't really compare.
You've got a bit of a point. Okay, so you do have a bit of a point on that numbers, maybe, but there are definitely Caragor packs as like guards. Like they're in the sieges themselves, you can have a force of archers to ride on Caragors as the attacking army, and for the defending army, you can have a whole force of Caragors throughout the entire fortress, just defending with spears.
Let's not
throw.
forget in history how devastating mounted archers can be. The Mongolians alone are proof of that concept alone.
Yeah, but the greenskins make use of the mounted archer concept with godled wolf riders and spider rider archers.
I mean, they have
I'm pretty
archer
sure
riders for Caragors, and the Caragors would honestly overpower the boars and the wolves and run them down, because big cats do that to wolves and boars. I mean, it's a fight with boars, but they still do it all the time.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they still
while I
also have
agree,
fucking
the
dude on
Caragor. The issue with an orc boar rider is not the boar. It's the giant fucking hulking behemoth orc that is riding the boar that will club anything that gets remotely close to it.
That'll definitely be a challenge, but the thing that the Uruks have going for them is they've shown completely dismounting riders. Like, they will full on halt their charge, leap up, and rip them off of their mount. Now, to be fair, they don't. I mean, well, I don't know what point I was trying to make. Ologs don't ride anything. Yeah, they can dismount dudes, and and it's not shown in a massive army. Like, that's one of the things. Uruks in Shadow of War are more shown on an individualistic scale, whereas Greenskins are on army basis. But they definitely have shown the ability to handle cavalry, and while the movie's definitely shown the ground units suffering from cavalry, once they introduced the Mumakil, which were giant beasts like Graug, or take into account the fact that they have the Warg fucking battalions, which Wargs are canon to Shadow of War. Mordor, fucking the dwarf that Talion meets mentions him. Torvin, yeah, nope. They could have just named a completely different character. Regardless, wargs are a legitimate thing, and there might even be a couple beasts that are canon that can be taken into account for this, but they're not in the gameplay, so I can't talk about them, but they technically exist.
A warg battalion riding at you would be infinitely more deadly than any other type of mounted cavalry.
They're just so big. There's so many of
No,
them.
not just that. If you kill the rider of most cavalry, the cavalry stops. The warg will just keep fighting like the cavalry's not even there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
You kill
basically
that
the
rider, they don't
Caragor, but
care.
bigger. No, that's what the
The
Caragor
same
is
can be
bigger.
said for Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Squigs will just keep going doing their thing.
Squigs are honestly pretty dangerous on their own. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Squigs. We haven't even brought
Squig.
Squigs up, but like,
How
oh
can
yeah,
I
and the
forget about
Colossal
the
Squig.
Colossal Squig?
Oh yeah, I was waiting for these guys. So the Squigs are definitely a good challenge. There is the Feral tribe, which is all about living among the beasts in the wild, taming them, killing them, understanding them. I don't think it's not. You could definitely argue that they know how to understand their own beast and not other beasts, but I don't think there's much to a Squig for them to have to be too tricky to figure out in the battle.
Yeah,
I think they can
squigs are
figure
pretty
them out pretty
simple
easily.
creatures to
While
understand.
I agree with that to an extent, the squigs are at the end of the day part of the greenskin race. They are a subclass of greenskin. So I don't think there would be any possibility of like the feral tribe taming them or anything like that.
So I don't think they'll tame them, but I think they'll be able to figure out how to kill them easily because they're very good at killing beast. They'll be able to use that to their advantage. But also a good point I think needs to be brought up are the ghouls and the spiders because there's something about them people don't realize. Ghouls have a lot of poison, and when they are eaten, especially by graugs, they can eventually develop like a stomach acid problem, which turns them into wretched graugs that can vomit poison. And there are poison variants of ghouls. And poison in Shadow of War is fucking nuts. Because if you die to
fucking hate
poison,
poison.
there is a chance you'll fucking explode. Literally, you'll blow up as a poison bomb and cover other people. So I doubt there's many fantasy fictions that got more dangerous poison than that. And the spiders that have been stated by Golem to paralyze people upon biting them. That is what they do. They paralyze you so that they can come and get you and feed you to Shelob. So
I mean,
they have them in
I
droves.
just want to say, Dugnut, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the Jakari could make something, the Jakari from 40K can make something easily comparable or even far more dangerous than that.
Well, that's sci-fi. I was referring to just pure
Yeah, that is
fantasy
sci-fi,
history
but
type stuff. But I hear you saying.
let's see. There are the Dark Elves. I'm not sure
We're
if
not
they have
talking
anything
about
like
that.
We gotta go. Yeah, we're getting off topic.
Yeah, we're getting off topic. That's my bad.
While the poison is really deadly, I would like to bring up that, or just based off of like orc physiology, like orcs have survived things like having half of their head blown off, or being shot multiple times. I mean, a lot of
shot multiple times. I'm pretty sure of that.
they can survive blunderbuss shots. They can survive shots from dwarf thunders, which are essentially muskets.
I mean, the whole
they're-
point of poison is to bypass all those advantages. That's kind of the point. Bypass all your physical strengths, just kill you from the inside out. And this poison causes you to explode and vomit uncontrollably to spread it more.
Pretty
So I
wide.
really,
You could say they're be more resistant because they're bigger. It would just take more bites.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
just
would
take
definitely take
more.
a lot more. Due to
Not
their
a lot. I don't
density
know. A lot
size.
more.
And that's assuming like a ghoul can even penetrate the armor of a black orc.
There is that. They could
well,
also
okay, so you
struggle
gotta
to penetrate the armor.
So, okay, Black Orcs definitely got thicker armor, so it's going to be tougher, but it is stated in codexes that, and indexes or whatever, that ghouls will chew through the Urukai armor in swarms, and that's what makes them so terrifying. So they're capable of chewing through metal. But so over time they can do it, but I'll give you that the Black Orcs armor being more thicker than most orc armor are gonna be able to endure that for longer.
It would be
And I really just
I
don't
don't
think
like to
most people
imagine that scenarios like the
Also,
trailer
the greenskins
from,
do have access to spiders, which I think the spiders that the greenskins have access to are just straight up larger and potentially more deadly than the spiders that the Uruks have access to. So the spiders would be a good counter for not only the ghouls but the other spiders.
Nah, I mean,
Let's
I
also
get your
not
point.
forget
They're bigger and more
the,
dangerous. But given how the orc spider, greenskin spiders work, they're big animals that fight units. For the Urukai spiders, they are probably only 10 inches in diameter, huge from a normal spider, but not for fantasy spiders. And their whole thing is to sneak up and pounce on their opponent when they don't expect it. So their approach to combat will be drastically different, and it'll be very hard for them to spot the spider that is so small sneaking up on them in the middle of combat, because that's what they do during siege.
But at the same time, you never see more than like 5 to 10 spiders in a group at the same time. So I wouldn't say that there's enough availability of them to
No,
actually
you gotta,
hit.
Maybe there are only ever present in the game 10 or so, but during the sieges themselves, they are supposed to literally be non-stop coming in droves for the attacking force if they bring them. So they can bring like a siege army's worth of spiders if need
It's
be. And plus
gameplay.
you got the Beastmasters who can just regularly summon more spiders to the battle if they have that trait. That's a trait they can gain.
I
Summoning
mean,
beasts
that's the
over
thing.
and
Like,
over.
if we're assuming somebody like Grimgor is leading this WA, like just based off of how Grimgor is, he's gonna go out of his way to single out and try and duel every single captain and war chief that he sees. So, and personally, just based off
will
of
struggle.
the feats that Grimgor has, I don't think any captain in Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of War would be able to beat him in a 1v1.
What about the
So there could
Nazgul?
be
Are we using the Nazgul? Because they're technically part of Mordor's army.
You know, the Nazgul are part of this. I wasn't really thinking about bringing them
There
up too
are
much,
the
but yeah,
Nazgul.
they would be a huge deal at Nazgul, the Mouth of Hand, and all Sauron's forces. But I think the biggest thing about the idea of duels is that it's possible that maybe tanks, slayers, or berserkers have the ability to endure a 1v1 against him pretty good. That's what they're known for. But also, Uruks aren't going to really let him have that chance. There's going to be a grunt. There's going to be an assassin captain. There's going to be someone who's going to wait for him to get in that duel and then stab him in the back when he's not looking, because they love doing that. All the
That's a
orcs try
common
to
tactic.
assassinate, undermine, and kill each other all the time.
So they're
Very good.
basically like
Grimgor does have a dedicated unit of black orcs called the Immortals that are
Immortals.
essentially his bodyguards. Yeah, the Immortals. But
Yeah,
they're his bodyguards, so I feel like they especially like they literally follow him everywhere. So it's usually not him just fighting alone. He just tends to pick out the strongest guy and be like, "Hey, while everybody else is duking it out around us, we's gonna duke it out, and I'm just gonna chop your heads off."
What's the answer?
That's a good
How
point.
do you deal with stealth? How do you deal with stealth? There's a lot of stealth in Shadow of Mordor. A lot of you.
There is a lot
There
of
is a lot
stealth in
of
Shadow of Mordor. I will say that Night Goblin shamans and like Night Goblin war bosses like Skarsnik would definitely be privy to tactics like that and would also be implementing tactics like that of their own.
I mean, if we're bringing in Skarsnik, we're talking about an individual who likely is very familiar with how the Uruks like to fight.
No, I get that, but
Potentially.
I'm saying besides your one individual, how on a mass would they deal with stealth?
Yeah,
They
because
would be doing it en masse.
Yeah, there's a whole tribe, like a ninth of the Society of Uruks, dedicated to stealth work in the name of Sauron.
I mean, what do you think the goblins are for? Other than being meat shields, they're pretty damn good, effective assassins and infiltrators.
I don't think
and they
it's the
also
same.
do. It's not quite the same, but he is right to a degree. The orcs do use the goblins as like anti-infiltrators and lookouts a lot of the time. And the thing is, if you manage to get past the goblins, if you caused any sort of a ruckus, you just woke the orcs up. They know you're coming, and now they're just gonna try and fight you. They're not gonna try and run or summon more guards. They're just gonna try and kill you themselves. So I mean,
that's a fair
I
point.
don't see many of these assassins.
The point is, how are they going to deal with people going in and assassinating their leaders?
That's the thing. I don't believe that they could assassinate any of the real. I mean, yeah, you might be able to assassinate some of like the biggins or something that like keep a little bit of order around the camp, but there's always going to be another to replace them. Unless you cut the head off the snake, which would be like
know of that and take that into account.
Yeah, and certain like the older and bigger a war boss is, the stronger and smarter they are. Grimgor's a lot of people have tried to assassinate Grimgor. And you know what? None of them has succeeded.
This sounds like a
There's
common
also
thing where
Grom the
all of our
Paunch, who
I know
ate
this is a
a
universe
troll,
thing.
well, piece of a troll, and gained its regeneration. I'm kind of imagining a
Yeah,
Uruk assassin
this
going
might be a
in there,
universe thing.
letting his throat, and the next day he sees him up and running.
This might be a
Cool.
universe thing, but you are very hyperfixated on individual characters, and it's
Yeah,
very
we are
hard
very
for like
we are definitely
characters to
hyperfixating on
carry entire
individual characters.
armies.
I mean, yeah, but these individual characters are huge parts of
They are
No, I
also
understand
very
that, but
more.
but I think that's
I'm
more of a
saying
flaw of
Shadow of
Games Workshop.
War has
I feel like that's more a flaw
hordes.
on Games Workshop part than the actual orcs themselves.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it wouldn't help in a war because Shadow of War has hordes of very skilled units.
I mean, at
Like
the same
hordes.
time, if we're going just full scale war, the Shadow of War orcs are eventually just going to be overtaken by sheer
Yeah.
numbers because the fantasy orcs can repopulate much faster.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
repopulate ready to fight with all of the knowledge they need to make their weapons and armor. Literally, all they need, yeah, like especially like savage orcs, literally all they do is grab the nearest like club-like object or pointy stick, and they start running at things and try and kill them. Like,
Well,
it's ingrained
let's
in their
not forget
very
the
DNA and
gradual
biology.
snowball effect that is associated with the orcs. Like, let's say the orcs of 40k managed to besiege one of the fortresses of the Uruks. A couple managed to get away because, they get fucking stomped. They run away, go back to a much bigger horde of orcs, say how good of a fight they put up. More orcs come, the same thing happens again and again and again until they eventually can't stand up to the never-ending horde of orcs.
Yeah, eventually somebody like Gorbat Ironclaw, Azag the Slaughterer, or Grimgor Ironhide shows up. They are leading the force, and they're the ones you have to talk about. I mean, that's just kind of the way it goes. Like,
So if
it
we're
will
going
eventually
to have a
snowball.
discussion about the sheer number of orcs and how they operate and how they'll bring in droves and waves after waves, if we go into this long term, it's very likely for Sauron to pick up like, oh man, these fucking greenskins are screwing over my guys. I'm gonna take some of them for myself, corrupt them, and I'm gonna have myself some versions of these dudes so that I have this massive army that populates really fast. Because that's Sauron's whole deal, is
How
corrupting
do you think the Black
monster
Orcs
armies.
came about, dude?
I mean, that I
The
definitely
Chaos Dwarves
understand.
tried to do that with the orcs, and now we got the Black Orcs.
Yeah, that is true. Like, that is already tried to be done. Like, orcs and goblins, while the Chaos Dwarves have enslaved them and made great use of them as slaves, it's mostly for the sake of labor and like literal meat shield. Like, not even giving them any armor or weapons, just like a stick and like, go buddy.
I mean,
take a hit for your.
Sauron doesn't exactly have to just overtake their bodies and minds. I mean, for starters, they do. It's questionable between the mind domination that goes on in Shadow of War is superior to what goes on from the Chaos. Not only that, but Sauron also got the Uruk-hai, got the Olog-hai, which are a unique species of trolls that he managed to breed out of crossbreeding. Trolls and I think people or orcs. I don't know. He crossbred species, which I don't know how.
Crossbreeding between them.
Yeah, he did a lot of eugenics and stuff like that. He messes with the DNA, the family tree, and whatnot. And I don't know how well he'll be able to work those same skills for the greenskins for how they operate, but I wouldn't put it past him for realizing how their fungal patterns work and being able to somehow replicate that to his own advantage. Or just
but
find a way to counter it.
then,
The curse.
if he tries to fuck with them, there's also the possibility that Gork and Mork don't really take too kindly to that.
They're a war.
I don't think at any point Gork and Mork would directly intervene, but I see his point. But my counter to that point is what you described with the Ologs, with the eugenics and stuff, and like how I'm guessing Sauron would want to make them more obedient and stuff. Like, that is word for word, bar for bar, what the Chaos Dwarves did with the orcs to create the Black Orcs, and the Black Orcs simply rebelled, nearly slaughtered all of the Chaos Dwarves, and dipped. And that's how Grimgor Iron,
is-
like, that supposedly is Grimgor Ironhide's, like, origin story,
their
that
first
he was,
step
like,
in doing
the...
something like that?
I mean, we could. I mean, even if we give that, like, we can't. We are giving that to them. Even giving that to them, like, you can just look at the two people who did the axe. Sauron, compared to the Chaos Dwarves, is a way different magician and like dark magic user compared to what they are. He has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, or however long, practicing all sorts of different manners of black magic, warring
He's an
against
angel,
Middle
right?
Earth.
I mean,
Yeah, and he was
this
a
is
former Maiar.
true, but the orcs also resist chaos corruption, as well as, in a specific case, Azag the Slaughterer literally wears the crown of Nagash, one of the probably one of the most, like, I'd say top 5 most corrupting things in Warhammer Fantasy, and he just still acts like an orc.
Well, you do got a point
I'm-
there, but one of the biggest thing about corruptive magic being used in Warhammer series is that it is all about taking advantage of a part of your character and driving that
Yeah,
against
very
you.
slow and insidious.
Yeah, and the thing is Sauron doesn't really do that. Yes, he corrupts people with their own desires and whatnot, but when it comes down to making them into his own creatures, he tends to just forcibly change them with his magic. And while he does allure them with their desires, his magic isn't quite the same as what the corruption does in Warhammer, which is reliant on your latched characteristic, is what I'll call it.
I honestly kind of don't like using points like that because it's like telling a Windows user to use Linux after like using Windows for their entire life.
I mean, yeah, like, if Sauron would be fiddling with something like the orcs we don't know how they ended up on Warhammer Fantasy. It's not really elaborated on, but we do know that they are a creation of the old ones of some sort. And the old ones also exist in Warhammer 40k, and we know for a fact that they are celestial godlike beings. So there's no absolute guarantee that Sauron would be able to even forcibly change their biology to suit him.
There is. He does it to elves. Elves are also immortal.
Morgoth did it to the elves. I don't believe there's ever been any instances of Sauron directly corrupting elves and turning them into orcs.
He took up the mantle and started doing it better than him. That is a directly stated fact.
Yeah, I mean, I know y'all aren't talking about the movies, but we see them corrupting elves in the movies. They literally make one in the first film.
Yeah, he's doing it to the elves, and the elves aren't. I think they are kind of celestial, right?
Something weird like that.
So there's also
yeah, they're like weird with it.
Wait. Someone else wants to speak. Let's give him a chance to speak.
From what I've been listening, weren't they also corrupted earlier? The orcs were corrupted elves. Beside that, were they corrupted by the original guy or by Sauron?
Morgoth did that, and then Sauron picked up his work and improved upon it.
Well then, that's all.
Yeah, so there's a basis for them doing it to celestial beings.
Yeah, they had to get booted out of heaven or whatever they called it for a variety of atrocities. Well, really just rebellion in general.
War crime shouldn't get you kicked out of heaven.
Agreed.
No, I mean, for example, like the making of the Rings of Power took a fuckload of time. The making of Ologs didn't. It's not like they just spawned into existence on day 3. Like, this would take an amount of time that I don't think Sauron would have access to before the entirety of Mordor got, stomped and slaughtered and the greenskins moved on and fucked off.
I mean, smaller nations are holding off the greenskin hordes in Warhammer Fantasy. I don't see why he wouldn't be able to buy himself time.
The reason why they're doing that is because of both divine intervention, technological advancements, and a whole slew of different reasons.
There are multiple instances of them also not holding against the greenskins whatsoever. Altdorf has been sacked by
I mean,
greenskins. I'm pretty sure
there are
Gorbad did
locations that
that.
have failed to the greenskins. You're right, but the
Like
entire
Karaki.
continent is still there. Like the Mordor size worth of continent takes like the entire Warhammer Fantasy series to eventually get overran at the end times, not just the greenskins. So I don't think the greenskins are going to be able to just do that to Mordor.
Dugnut,
Yeah.
I hate that I'm gonna have to say this because it's kind of like it's kind of just hypocritical of me, but I really don't think we should bring up the end times all too much because it kind of fucking sucks. At least the one that was proposed by Gates.
It was just said in passing. Anyways, to address your actual point, I see what you mean, but at the same time, like there are multiple instances of like a single war being absolutely devastating across an entire country. And the original discussion wasn't, can the greenskins completely like overthrow Mordor and Sauron? The discussion was, can the greenskins sack X number of forts in Mordor? And I believe they can. They have the unit variety, they have the numbers, they have the strength and the resilience, they have the armor and the weapons, they also have artillery and war machines.
Very crude artillery, but it's more like catapults and whatnot.
I mean, yeah, but a catapult is still a catapult.
Yeah, catapults.
They literally strap goblins with wingsuits to catapults and chuck them. They have access to everything. I think they need to move from one fort to the other and take all of them. I don't think there's anything directly special enough about the Uruk-hai army to that the orcs don't have some way that they can answer to it.
So you brought up our groundworks that I had for my original post for the debate, and I'm glad you did. So you are right. This debate is about them being able to overtake the fortresses. But the thing is under that criteria, we had a set number of like 348,000 units on each side, which completely strips the greenskins of their main advantage, which is their numbers. Whenever they defeated the dwarven strongholds that they took out, they did so with tens to hundreds of thousands worth of dudes over long periods of times with so many casualties. It's just something that can be achieved by the factions in Warhammer Fantasy. They can hold off greenskin hordes for a number of time. Some are doing it literally for the entire duration of the series. I don't see how it's not possible for the fortresses of Mordor to also be able to have that same foothold because they're in a similar situation
Let's not
with
forget
Talion.
the fact that the dudes in Mordor have also done the same to the Uruks.
Not quite. The Uruks are kind of bitch smacking the humans. Humans are getting their asses
kind of bitch
smacked
smacking
right
the
now.
humans, but against the dwarves and the elves, they're really gonna have to rely on sheer weight of numbers.
I mean, now that you're mentioning, I do remember the the 340 some thousand. I still think because it was what 8 to 20,000 Ologs. The rest and
a sixth of the entire force would be Ologs. Yeah.
Okay,
that
so
is their
would be
official
more
numbers.
like 60,000 or so, right?
No,
Or
it's
close to.
300. So it's 348,000. That 48 is specifically the 1/6 that I added, just so that it was easy numbers to remember.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be
All right.
48,000. A lot.
So 48,000 Ologs. Yeah, that is quite a few.
But with each fortress would only have 8,000 Ologs at most because it's divided.
Yeah, it's divided. Yeah, it's divided amongst them. And we're saying it's just one big greenskin horde moving through from each fortress to fortress, and can they take them before they run out of basically steam to be able to take the last one? I think definitely, considering we're talking about a force of over 300,000 greenskins, that includes probably at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of black orcs, maybe like 100,000 goblins, hundreds of 100,000 orc boys,
Right.
but also like thousands and thousands of trolls, hundreds of giants, arachnaroks, and rogue idols. I don't.
Well, here's the biggest thing you got going against you is that while the greenskins have that massive number advantage, which can give them great momentum, especially with all their massive variety of units, the Shadow of War Uruks may only have like 6 unit types that can branch into some kind of variety. They cover all the bases that their army needs to cover in order to address just about any unit type there are. I could go over through all 6 to explain it, but just not for time's sake. And the greenskins, I guarantee you, they will probably lose a good portion of their forces during each battle because they all have a habit to just rush in and swing and fight for fun. A habit that some Uruks have, but they have 9 different tribes with 9 different war tactics that they could go through, and in some cases, they'll work together and combine those tactics. I could see them killing up to a third of the greenskin force before a fortress goes down at the absolute best, which means that they could get halfway through under the worst circumstances. And if they were to make it to that 6th fortress, I would be surprised if they have double the forces by that time if they make it to the last fortress. And when you take into account all the beasts which don't apply to the unit numbers, it's just too favorable for the Uruks for what the ghouls, spiders, drakes, and graugs can do for them.
Elf also gets massively more effective.
I
They
mean,
would
I
constantly be
see.
like killing their leaders, even if it's the minor ones.
I mean,
I
I
think you
see.
could
I see
actually
what
bring
your
up
I see what your
magic more
point.
often.
Well, I was gonna say I see what your point is with like the variety and quality of the Uruks, but I think you're forgetting about sheer concentration of force when you're talking about a fortress that has what is it, like 60,000 defenders or something, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Roughly, like with
the only
8,000 of those being Olag.
I mean, the fact that they're at a 6th of the size, it's 6 units for the greenskins per Uruks on the very first siege. So if they manage to kill like 1.5 greenskins per Uruk in that siege, they've automatically gave a huge advantage for the rest of the siege they could carry through because they're killing in a higher rate than the number ratio is. I didn't word that very well, but I think you got the point that I was trying
I
to
know what
make.
you meant, yeah.
I know what
Okay.
you mean, but I don't think that they're going to be able to kill that many. I mean, the greenskins, especially when you're talking like a semi-competent greenskin leader or somebody really competent like Gorbad or Grimgor, like they see that massive fortress, they're not just gonna charge the boys forward and be like, go get them, lads. They're gonna go forward with like the idols or the spiders, and they're gonna knock down the walls or climb over the walls or knock down the gate or do whatever the fuck and create openings, which will reduce the overall defensive integrity of the fort. You know, they could even send spiders on the walls to like kill the archers, which would prevent greenskins from dying on the approach to the fort. There's a lot of things that the greenskins can do to mitigate their losses during the siege. If
So
they're
you're
led by
right.
anybody
You're right. They're mitigating. They can mitigate losses, but the thing is for all those situations you gave me, there are tactics I know from the game that could definitely slow them down and even the scales again. For the spiders climbing the walls, they know how to spike their walls so no one can climb them, including Talion with his wraith abilities. They're able.
Yeah,
Their Graugs and Drakes can definitely.
These are massive 3 to 5 story tall spiders. Some spikes are not going to deter them.
I mean, I know that the arachnards get that big,
Getting
but the
stabbed is very
spiders, yeah.
deterring.
Yeah, the forest
the-
spiders. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, the spikes may deter the forest spiders, but like even the most reinforced metal walls are gonna get knocked down by a rogue idol. Same with the gates. Like they can be knocked down just by old logs battering against them. A rogue idol, which is significantly larger and stronger, could definitely do it.
It takes a lot from the Ologs, and it usually is combined with the artillery damaging the walls. But you got a point. But I think the thing that the idols got to deal with is also artillery and Graugs, which could at least fend it off to be struck by artillery. And Drakes. Drakes are capable of dive bombing Graugs, and so they could probably dive bomb him a couple times and use their fireball explosion to really mess him up. But you also got You also got their landmines, which they also have, which is something I don't even think is very relevant in Warhammer Fantasy. They can plant landmines either up front, right in front of their fortress gates, just a bunch of fire mines, or throughout the inside of the fortress, it will be completely filled with poison mines, which would absolutely fuck up the greenskins, regardless of the status effect with just the explosion alone. Like it won't be like, winning the day, but that's going to guarantee kills for them because that's just not something that the Greenskins have had to deal with before, to my knowledge. But yeah, but it's something that heavily gets relied on by the Orcs.
They actually have had to deal with stuff like poison gas and artillery, especially fighting against the Skaven.
Oh yeah, the Skaven
Landmine.
use poison gas a lot.
But landmines.
Landmines in particular, no, but like a lot of people think that orcs are stupid. Yeah, they love fighting and they're a little bit dumb, but
I mean, they've never dealt with them.
no, but if an orc sees a bunch of other orcs choking and dying, especially if it's like one of the leader orcs or something, he's gonna be like, "Oi, fellas. We've got to be careful, Send the little ones, and then a bunch of fucking squigs are gonna run around and set off all the fucking shit, and then the actual orcs themselves can move through unscathed."
That's some kind of shit Gorbad would do.
Maybe.
Just like,
yeah, that is exactly the kind of shit Gorbad would do.
They're just like, guys, stop breathing.
Boys, you gotta stop breathing.
So that is definitely they can definitely work around it for sure, but it's just that they have the landmines are something new, and that they can also be placed in mid battle, and they're not. And the Uruks don't exactly really keep self-preservation. I don't want to say it that way because it's not like it's on their main choke points, but it's inside their walls, and their ranks have to walk past them themselves. So the Greenskins will be forced into combat situations where they're going to get stuck in those mines, and chances are the Uruks are probably going to position themselves to not get hurt by those mines because they know they're there and they know to position them like to be.
I mean, just going off of gameplay, that's not necessarily true. I've seen Uruks get hit by their own mines all the fucking time.
They get hit. They do get hit by them. What I'm referring to is that if you take account the story, is the Uruks can actually use formations, stand in a position where in between them and the landmines is the greenskin. That's what I'm referring to. It won't be work 100%. Sure. Yeah, it's the method, and they can plant more. Like the fucking machine tribe, or not even machine tribe, just any destroyer captain can plant landmines regularly throughout the battle.
I still think the big monsters, and especially like trolls and stuff, because yes, trolls regeneration can be curbed by fire, but not every single warrior or captain uses fire. So when fire isn't present, trolls are going to be extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible, for the Uruks to kill, because in Warhammer lore, some trolls have been able to regrow their entire fucking head after being decapitated.
Yeah, but there's also the issue of their incredibly notorious bad morale.
That's fair.
I mean, that is a truth statement, but I think the sheer variety and strength, because the Greenskins can also make use of ogres. Ogres have on many occasions joined Greenskin Waz either for money or just for food and glory and shit. And ogres themselves are extremely, extremely strong and very good at combat for their size.
Yeah,
They'll definitely
Yeah.
have some strength to be offered, but the Olog High would definitely be matching that, and I don't even think the Uruk
I
would be
highly
too
doubt
weak
that.
to hurt.
Yeah,
They
I
can.
highly doubt that the Olags will be able
Ologs
to handle
only
the
get
ogres and strength.
Ologs only get between like 8 and 12 feet tall, somewhere in that range. Ogres can get up to like 15 to 20 feet tall,
Yeah.
and are ridiculously strong even for their size. So they would 100% overpower an Olog.
So the Olags
They could probably
are
just pick
like
him up
10
and
to 13
bite
feet.
his fucking head off.
Oh,
I'm probably saying fuck way too much.
Are you saying that the ogres get that big?
Oh yeah, just naturally, ogres get that big.
Yeah,
I've
ogres get between
never.
15 and 20. Like, I'm pretty sure Greece's Goldtooth, who's like one of the, if not like the biggest ogre, was like 18 to 20 feet tall or some shit
No,
like
well,
that. And
I mean,
your
that's
average ogre tyrant is around like 15 to 16 feet tall.
I mean, that's okay. And that's perfectly okay. Olog High, like I said before, can tackle a 20-foot, 30-foot Graug to the ground and bash its
Yeah,
skull
but
in if
that's
they
a whole
wanted
ass
to.
beast. That's a
But the
beast, not
thing
a
is,
man.
a 15-foot tall ogre has
The ogre could
1v1
probably
and
just put his hand on top of the Olag's head, and it just be like one of those midgets, like like when the larger dude's just holding him by the head to stop him from going any further. It'd just be that.
I don't
Yeah,
think
well,
so. They
the
have
point that I
wood.
was making, is even some of the ogres like in the 13 to 15 feet tall range have casually overpowered dragons in a 1v1, and other ogres like the actual tyrants, like the 15, 16 feet tall and larger ogres, go out of their way to kill dragons just to show other ogres that they're better and bigger than them.
I mean, that's replicable feats by the Uruks to kill large monsters, but there's also the Giant Slayer trait. I mean, it's only ever shown in the PC version of the game, but it's a trait where Uruks are able to deal extra damage to specifically Ologs and Graugs, just giant units that range from the 10 to 20 feet range. So they have that skill and ability, and yes, they are not beasts, so they're more smart and intelligent, but the Uruks ability to maneuver around as skillfully as they can and be as agile as they can means that they can rely on that strength to still overcome them pretty well. Because I don't think anything in Warhammer Fantasy has slid on the ground the same way assassins do when they fight, or vaulted over someone's back in the middle of a fight the way they have, or teleport with smoke bombs. They can do that too. But it's just the strength that they have is not going to be head to head. It's gonna be to their advantage. And Olags, they're not gonna get a hand on their forehead. They have a mace that they could, for one, smash the shit out of that. Smack. Like they can also reach their forehead, so they could
I mean, I
smack the
was
hand off their
mostly
forehead.
just playing it as a joke.
I mean, reasonable, but it's still like.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
still,
of
it's
course they
still
got a mace. Of course they can use the mace.
right.
I mean,
But
the thing is, like, you're presenting these counters, but at the end of the day, like, these very specific, like you're saying that Ologs can do this against this or this against this, but that is one unit being stretched to multiple uses, if you get what I'm saying, while the
get that.
greenskins actively have specialized units that they can put in these dedicated roles, which
So,
I feel like will
Olog-
perform better on average than the generalist structure of the Uruk army, which, while yes, there are specialized roles, they're fewer and far between. And they're like, for example, the spear hunters. Yes, the spear hunters can like hit you with their spear, but for the most part, they just chuck spears. Like the crossbow guys pretty much just shoot crossbows. Like the classes of the orcs are very cut and dry or the Uruks, while the greenskins I feel have a much wider variety and also just better quality in that variety.
So you
I
do have a
think the
point. They
quality is
have
the
that variety. Go ahead, Liam.
I think the quality is the opposite because, again, like I said before, the amount of captains and high-level units that are in the orcs is insane in comparison.
Yeah, and not to mention whenever the Olog High
Quantity of
may be
captains.
the Olog High may be addressing these several units being only one of the 6 basic members of the army. There are 9 separate tribes which could dedicate them to various different roles, to being more heavily armored, to being quicker, to being based off of to be using fear tactics, to be using magic, to be using bombs. There's a wide variety of them that could be using. There's a wide variety of tactics that could present themselves, which would make each Olog into a more unique unit than just a big Olog. So, and I think the issue that you'll have, that the Greenskins will have, is since they have such a wide variety of units, they're gonna have units that aren't gonna be up to co, and they're not gonna be worth the. They're not gonna be the right type of units for the battle. And then what's gonna end up happening is, well, we know that these handful of units are good for this battle, but like 60-70% of my army are all these other guys who aren't these dudes. They're kind of useless, and I don't have only a composition of these dudes because I have to show up and figure out which of my guys is going to work against them. And because they have more units to go through, more failure to potentially fuck up their tactics.
I mean,
Yeah.
I see
in
your
general,
point,
the
but
best tactics are usually the ones that are the most simple. Add too many complex components, and there's a risk that it would just break.
the only real complexity I would see with the greenskin tactics would be like underground subterranean based attacks from like goblins and night goblins. And maybe like squigs and stuff. But other than that, like for the most part, I mean the orcs under a competent leader aren't just gonna charge and die into artillery fire and shit, but they're also not gonna be like, I am Sun Tzu. If I maneuver like this with this regiment and like this with this regiment, victory will. No, they're just gonna be like, oi, lads, just wait a few moments before we go fuck them up.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but my point is that when you brought up the specialized units, their specialties, some of those specialized units will not be relevant to the fight. Like their specialties will be pointless, and if their specialty is not available, then they're basically dead weight. They're just there to die because they can't really overcome the threat ahead of them. That's the main issue here. Variety.
Like the Black Orcs, for instance. The Black Orcs are specialized heavy infantry in the aspect that they're meant to just kind of wrecking ball through the enemy army, but at the same time, like they can kill just about anything they get into close combat with. And their armor is thick enough that they can usually survive a decent amount of volleys from even, musket level weapons. So that's what I was talking about, like the quality of troops. Like on average, I believe Black Orcs and the big guns are much more resilient than your grunt level and even some of like the slightly higher.
Well, I mean, you got a point, but your Black Orcs are your specialists. They're not and your Biggins are even. Biggins are kind of an upgrade, but they're still the more specialized guys. And I would argue that the normal Biggins are basically a little bit smaller Olog High for the most part that use more variety of weapons. And the Black Orc Biggins being your specialist dudes. And I would argue that they would have a hard time coming across any warmonger tribes because they do what the Black Orcs do, but like better. And I mean like tradition wise. The Black Orcs are known to actually have fucking they learn. They practice formations, they practice drills, they practice and whatnot. But the Warmonger tribe is all that for all 6 variety of orcs, having more armor, more tactics, more skills. I feel like they would have and they also have the only known image of defenders putting up a shield wall. And I would argue that the shield wall defenders of the Warmonger tribe, being more heavily armored, would be a match for they'd be an even fight for the Black Orc Biggins, because the defenders are the bigger versions of orcs who have massive tower shields as big as them, and the warmongers tribes use metal shields and metal armor and are heavily armored. Everything to just literally match the Black Orcs head on. And that's not even taking out.
I think just based
in
off
order
of
to
sheer
make a
size.
general step above the orcs. Oh, sorry, because orcs tend to just use scrap metal. So, I mean, even if they do,
sometimes, I mean, the base level orcs do and stuff, but what he was saying, like defenders against black orcs, and I just don't see that going well, even if they are warmongers. Black orcs get up to like 8 to 9 feet tall and are just hulking masses of muscle and ferocity, and they're usually wearing like 100 pounds of armor. And with that, they either have big ass shields and an axe, or just a really big fucking axe.
So,
just based off of the speed that they tend to move, there's a reason that they call them Black Orc wrecking balls. Like, they're gonna smash into that defender formation, and yeah, the defender formation may slightly hold. There is going to be some form of breach, and at that point, the Black Orcs are just gonna pour in and. Like I said earlier, Black Orcs can reliably 2v1 ogres, which are physically much, much stronger than almost anything in Warhammer Fantasy at their size level.
in a charge,
I mean,
mass is always
you
going to
got
be more important.
Yeah. And
so
just based off of
so I'll say
physiology,
this.
Black Orcs have more mass.
So I don't know. So this isn't decided by the Black Orcs, but if you were to, when it comes down to Shadow of War, one of the closest battles that you could see in that game is in the fucking pit fighting arena, and that can go in a variety of different ways. But if you were to take a defender captain and have him go up against an Olog captain, it's a very even match. Almost always. It's one of the most entertaining things for me to see from Shadow of War, and I bring that up because that's exactly the type of track record defenders need for this situation, because the Black Orcs are way bigger, the Olog are even bigger, and the Olog are more comparable to the ogres who need to have 2 Black Orcs for a fair fight. But also a major point that I think I really needed to bring up from the beginning: the Uruks have the ability to raise the dead. They have necromancers. So if you kill them, they have the ability to get them back up, and they'll be even stronger because they'll have strikes that Talion can no longer block. He has to dodge out of the way. This does come with the caveat of being weak to fire, but they can still become immune to everything else and keep getting back up over and over. This goes for ghouls, Karagors, captains, Ologs, Uruks, all of them. And the Necromancer Uruks, when they die, they'll resurrect one time to fight you all over again before dying again. So that'll be a huge factor in all of this, is when the Mystic Tribe whips out the necromancy.
I don't think it'll
Yeah,
be as much of a factor as you think it is, because in Warhammer lore, greenskins have kicked the teeth in of vampire lords
Yeah, they have
multiple
definitely.
times.
They have
And Warhammer
definitely
Fantasy
kicked the
Vampire
shit out of a
Lord
lot of necromancers.
No, but a Vampire Lord Necromancer in Warhammer Fantasy is far more powerful than any orc shaman necromancer, and the undead that they can conjure are also far more powerful. So
It's
just
not-
based off of that, I don't think summoning the dead is as much. I mean, yes, obviously it's useful, but it's not like this major trump card.
It's not. So you're looking at it differently than what I am. When it was summoning in the dead in fucking Warhammer Fantasy, when they summon the dead, they are summoning units from nothing, from the ground. But in Shadow of War, it's the dudes you just fought are literally getting back up and fighting you, which is different from what the vampire counts do, because they'll summon skeletons, zombies, and monsters in tombs. But the Uruks, the point that makes it a big deal is the greenskins can go out of their way to kill a portion or all of the Uruks, and then they're gonna get right back up, and they have to do it all over again. And if they don't successfully kill the necromancer, the Uruks will keep getting back up over and over. There's no end to it. It's even. Yeah, no, it's even worked on
Somebody
beats
like
than
that is going to be a huge target for somebody like Grimgor, and I
mean,
don't see them surviving long.
I mean, if you're assuming that this is a weaker captain, any captain could have the necromancer trait. Even the legendary captain who is immune to all the immunities with all the skills and advantages they can gain. It's honestly possible that every captain has learned how to perform necromancy and are all doing it, and it's even possible for them to just have undead orcs as captains to stick around.
Yeah, I'm pretty
It's
sure if
yeah.
that's, I'm pretty sure that's like gonna be like a 1 in 1,000 chance of them actually having that.
Yeah, I mean,
fair, but it's
even within the
possibility.
game, like they're not that common. Like, yeah, you have one major quest line around like that necromancer and some of the chuckle fucks that follow him, but outside of that, like, yeah, there are some, but especially after like Talion gets Isildur's ring and does like all that like shit, you know what I'm saying? But
Right.
But I don't think that they're common enough to like counteract it, because like I'd say an orc shaman or a night goblin shaman or a river troll hag is much more common than a necromancer uruk. And all of those magic users within an orc army can cast devastating army-wide spells.
So you're right that that your spellcasters can cast army-wide spells. I don't think you can reliably say that the necromancer thing is not rare enough to be relevant, because the whole mystic tribe is centered around dark magic and necromancy in it of itself. Yes, the skill itself is rare for like gameplay purposes, but you can also like jerry rig that to your what you can do is you can take a necromancer trait captain, make him an overlord, and you'll have more necromancers spawning in. I got a world where I do this, and I think I have 2 or 3 necromancers since I did like afterwards since I've done it. But the point is it's still something they have, and Zog's boys, yeah, that is something to take into account, because that's an army of fucking dudes dedicated to necromancy, where there are plenty of guys, and I'm pretty sure Zog forever keeps coming back like Talion. So it could get. That's another thing.
Could
If
get
orcs
very
have that
hairy.
ability, it could get like that. Orcs have the ability to defy death and come back almost like Talion does with the ring. They're not banished from death, but that's a very good possibility that the greenskins will fuck up a fortress, go on to the next. Uh-oh. Somehow a 10th of the fortress we fucked up is still alive and are counter pushing us from behind. We can handle this, but that's gonna be a problem type situation. Like it's just
I mean, even
That's
if
the
it was
thing,
a
that actually is a necromancer, and they did manage to survive.
What he is saying is like across
what
the
he is
board,
saying-
all
what
Uruks
he is
can still
saying is
can survive
definitely,
mortal wounds and be death defying. But at the same time, we haven't seen that from any grunt level character. Like you're saying this, but for the most part, like a lot of these feats and stuff are only applicable to higher level at least captains, war chiefs, and overlords. But like a lot of
aside
like
from the
the
game
stacking
giving them
resistances and stuff.
So aside from the game choosing to give them those characteristics for the sake of the game, how do those captain orcs stand out uniquely from the other orcs, like story-wise?
I mean, I'm pretty sure they have paler skin, don't they?
No.
No, I
It's
mean
possible for
they
them to
usually
cut-
tend to be more. From what I remember in the gameplay, they tend to have like more ornamented armor and be like more heavily armed and armored and stuff. Like, so you can typically tell like generally who's in charge and stuff. But overall, I don't think that the captains, because in game there's only up to like 30 captains, 5 war chiefs, and an overlord. Or no, not 5 war. It's 6, right? Yeah, 6 war chiefs. So I mean, yeah, that is a lot of like dudes that can be pretty strong, but like if you're gonna be realistic, like the captains themselves are
So-
usually a non-threat. It's the war chiefs and the overlords you have to worry about.
Yeah,
So you can only really give
captains
like
are not at all a non-threat.
yeah.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that yes, the game only shows the death-defying traits and all that extra storytelling coming from the Uruk captains. But if you actually look at it from a story, those Uruk captains were grunts at one point, and they were as capable as they always were then. They just managed to get their moment to shine, and now they have their title. Now they're a captain, and they have promotions and benefits. So
Okay, I mean that does. While I completely understand what you're saying, I still don't think that circumvents the fact that like the captains are the ones that have actually been able to prove. Like, yeah, there are some grunts that like shank somebody or do something that get this stuff, but the captains are the ones that have proved themselves enough to actually be able to. Any of the like, there have been a bazillion times that I have died in Shadow of War on complete accident just because an orc got lucky. I'm pretty sure there even is like a moniker called like rat bag the fucking lucky or whatever the fuck. Like there, I'm pretty sure that's one of the monikers an orc can get.
You're right.
I don't
but how
think
did that?
that.
But how does that orc become a powerful captain? He goes from being a basic bitch grunt to being a captain. Aside from gameplay and game mechanics and coding, how does that happen? How does the Uruk become a powerful captain and not just a named guy who is as powerful as a grunt?
The orcs canonically have an XP system.
Yeah, the orc. I see what you're saying, but I still don't think you can just apply every feat that the captains can do to the Uruk army overall. That would be like saying because Grimgor is unbreakable, every orc is unbreakable.
Yeah, that I do think that's a
No,
bit
it's
of a
not. It's
cop-out.
completely not the same thing because there's one of him, and there is hundreds of captains.
In each region there's only like 30 captains.
And
at a time.
The thing is there are no like actual like I don't know how to say this. The captains aren't like the greenskin captains. The greenskin captains are named characters with pre-written histories and whatnot, and they keep showing up and reoccurring. All the captains in Shadow of War are randomly generated. So we don't know what makes them into their So we don't know what makes each individual into how strong they are. We just know that generally, yeah, there's Ratbag, but we know just generally speaking, all the Uruks, yeah, have this system going on, and some of them just so happen to end up being powerful, and they have to rely on moments to gain that. So I like that's why I said like a tenth of the army, because even when you take into account that just the captains do that, not all of them can death defy. It's still a rare occurrence to begin with, so it's not even gonna win them the battle. It's just one of those things where they have such a really ridiculous high resistance to shit. Like they can be ran through and whatnot.
Like the fact that each region can only have a maximum of 30 captains, 6 war chiefs, and an overlord, like I think it severely limits. Like, yeah, those captains can be really powerful and stuff, but like I was saying before, against the concentration of force that is this hypothetical orc while we're talking about, like, obviously the war boss, if we're using Grimgor, like obviously Grimgor isn't going to be the only notable orc champion within this WoW. There's going to be other very skilled, very deadly fighters that can definitely stack up to these captains. And considering the size of the the greenskin host, I think they can get through at least 6 of the 8 fortresses? It's 8 fortresses, right?
I think it's 6. Yeah,
Is it
6.
6? Okay. I think they
2
would
in
at
the
least be able to get through 4 or 5. They might not be able to get the last one, but at the very least, they get through 4 or 5. And if, personally, I think they could get through them all under the right circumstances. But just for
just about
arguments,
anything could be done under the right circumstances. But
that's what I'm saying. On average, I think they could at least get through 4 or 5.
yeah, at like the most they could get to the 6th, but the 5th is gonna be like there's gonna be like a make or break moment at like the very last few moments.
So I think I can honestly come to agreement on the fourth or fifth one because they definitely have that ability. But what will keep you guys from thinking that 6 is an option is yes, you have the 30 captains and it's like limited in terms of what could potentially be showing up in the Greenskin army. But the captains also have their gangs, which can be dudes who are given their own immunities, skills, and advantages. So that's essentially 4 or 8 more captains per captain, giving them 40 or 80 more dudes equivalent to them to even out the playing field. I don't think it's exact. I think these gang members are definitely weaker, but they would still multiply the number of technical captains based off of combat capabilities to even the playing field. But I think we can come to agreement on fortress number 4 or 5 being the endpoint for the Greenskins. We have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah,
for sure. It's been a long, hard debate.
I'm sorry,
both
I'm not
sides have great.
participating more in this debate. I'm kind of getting a bit deepy.
I
You're
understand.
fine. I think both sides have great counters for what each other can bring to bear.
Yeah.
I think on the individual character level, obviously Warhammer Fantasy, Grimgor and stuff,
Yeah.
those characters are gonna beat just about any named overlord or whatever. But at the same time, you did
The
mention that
average infantry
Grimgor
is
can't
probably gonna
carry.
go to them.
Well, I mean, like you said earlier, Grimgor can't completely carry. Yes, there's been times where him and his boys have absolutely rolled through shit, but there was also a canonical point where his army was getting absolutely butt-fucked, and he was still down to fight, but his army fucked off. And he had to fuck off as well. So, there even are limits to, the characters of Warhammer Fantasy, so I think conceding that Fortress 4 or 5 makes sense given the sheer diversity and power of Shadow of War. I love both franchises, by the way. Shadow of War, I put so many hours in that game. It's so great.
I will also say this: the Greenskins got neutered a bit in this scenario because we gave them even numbers, and that's never how the Greenskins fight their battles.
It's true.
Yeah,
that is true.
And I want to say, I do want to say I didn't know that before we prepared this debate weeks ago and got it decided because I was trying to understand, orc versus orc, which setting had the better orcs. But now that I've become more knowledgeable,
if you were to ask me, I definitely say Warhammer has the better orcs because they're generally a lot more fun. And so I guess it kind of comes down to preference, though. I guess
I think he was meaning from a pure combative standpoint,
if you want
orcs are very skilled and they are very definitely very strong and they can use a wide variety of tactics and weapons. But I would argue that Warhammer orcs fight at a much more ferocious and savage level.
Yeah, they're
than the
definitely
orcs do.
Yeah. Agreed.
So
I mean, that's
that was
basically why I want to have the debate.
Yeah.
But we came to an agreement. We've concluded this, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think 4 or 5 out of 6 is a good
95% at the most. But it's that 6th castle that's really gonna fuck them up. Maybe the 5th.
Yeah, and like you said, I think that really comes down to the fact that it's equalized numbers. If we were doing a more truthful to the source material for greenskins, they would probably have They would
Way
probably
more.
bring a bit more, yeah. But
Yeah, the whole
at
thing
that
about
point, the
Triple
whole thing
or
about
even
that
more.
is like in theory you can bring if you can bring enough greenskins, you can take almost anything in any fantasy setting.
Yeah.
Because enough
Exactly, yeah.
greenskins do exist across all of Warhammer Fantasy to do that. They were part of the fucking end times, like.
Yeah.
So, I
hey.
mean, I don't think that's really fair. So I completely understand the force equalization, and I think the force equalization made for a better discussion, anyways.
So,
Yeah.
Doug,
Also,
Doug,
at
I just want to say
at
something.
Yakubi and next and Neater. Well, say that. Actually, hang on. Before you say that, and Nixie Beater saying that this is a biased debate because of the setting. Both sides have 300,000 dudes, and the fortresses. Yes, the Uruks have multiple fortresses, but it's only a sixth of the number of forces that the Greenskins have to start off with. That's kind of the idea. And I also didn't realize that this was a horde army that I was throwing at them originally. So yeah, that would have had a bit better if I had all the context, but I'm learning.
Yeah. Hey,
So yeah, what
Doug
was your
Nut,
point?
if you want to talk about Warhammer, I'm your guy. I'm a fucking massive Warhammer nerd. So I'm more of a
Alright,
fan of
fuck yeah.
40K than fantasy, but I'm willing to learn.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, but that was a pretty fun debate though. You know, really
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
It
yeah,
really
for
was.
sure.
went the distance.
Hell yeah.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
you guys are
definitely.
waiting for me to come in.
Yep, there you are.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Rouga.
Just
Oh,
standing
so.
awkwardly,
Roga, walk away.
looking at each other. No, no,
We're just
y'all
finishing.
seem
We
to be
finished the
doing.
debate.
Y'all seem to be doing well. Okay. No, I was playing my fucking game. All right. So, what
Right,
conclusion
Rouga.
did you guys come to?
We concluded that the
Uruks take
orcs of
this one.
Warhammer would get to around the 5th, despite the massive neutering of their numbers.
Get around the 5th. Anybody want to say that?
Yeah,
in
around the
English?
5th.
I don't know what that means.
The
Around the
fifth
4th or 5th.
fortress. They were even. They were given both sides were given even numbers, and all the Uruks were spread out amongst their fortresses, where all the Greenskins came together and raided each fortress one after another. That was the setting.
Okay. Did you bring up the necromancy that the Uruks have?
Yeah, he did
Yep.
bring up necromancy.
Yeah. I hope that with the
Went
amount
through
of time
almost
y'all
all the tribes.
spent, that's literally everything you went over. You didn't miss
Yeah,
any
we
major
did.
things.
We did. We exhausted a lot of points.
Alrighty.
Almost every point I wanted to, we got to. This is fucking great.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's what happens when we have a 4-hour stream and 2 hours is the one debate.
Yeah, it is getting very late.
Normally I would have cared, but I didn't give a shit today because we don't have a lot of debates lined up. Period. So I was just like, whatever, just keep going. I don't care. Yeah, but Mexican Jesus, if y'all want to stick around, and I don't know if y'all want to plan another debate, it's up to you. But I gotta drop you down for now.
All right.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, cool. And Nano was talking about him having a debate ready. Does he have a debate ready?
From what I can tell, he's trying to find someone.
What?
Debate partner's gone.
His debate
Not
partner's
wrong.
gone.
Yeah, he left.
Failed. It's a
During the
failure.
during the 2 hours.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. I would have ended the stream a while ago. We only had 4 super chats, but all the super chats was like an egregious amount of money. So it was like, all right.
Yeah, he had like 250.
350s.
Yeah, Moon's here.
I had
If that's the case, we have.
350s and a 20. But
Yeah, we have Moon. No, apparently we have Moon. Who are you in the?
What was the debate again? It was some weird.
Moon is
anime
icy.
shit.
Moon is Uncle Makes Me Moo icy down in there, but they're debating 2 different lands.
Uncle Makes Me Moo is such an oddly disturbing sentence. I just.
Thank you.
What did he
I
Why
came
do you
up
have to
with
lie,
it.
Jim? Why did you lie?
That's so awkwardly disturbing.
I was here the entire damn time.
Yeah.
I didn't know your name isn't the same as the YouTube thing, so
Yeah,
and you hadn't spoken in chat for a while.
Honestly.
I went in a few good debate boys. Thank you, nah. I went in weeks ago And when it was him and like 3 or 4 other dudes in a just talking in a voice chat, I changed all their names, and like half of them didn't change the name back. So, and they're all like
Oh yeah, no.
wildly dark, like wildly dark.
Yeah, I'm gonna always keep this. This is funny. I like this.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
glad.
such a fucking funny name.
So that's
Yeah, no, it's
that's
like
where
Ruben
that
changed
came
my
from.
name into like It's Me Moo, and I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna keep.
He likes
Yeah,
his
there was
own
another one like
connection.
founding father. I turned into like finding my father in some I don't
Finding my
remember what it was.
father.
It was some unbelievably inappropriate name. I gave it to everybody. I don't remember everybody whose I changed. It was a couple weeks ago, but yeah, it was they would not allow those names on YouTube, I don't think. But yeah, so
Finding my father.
no, it wasn't. It was finding my father, and then it was doing something wildly
And his
inappropriate.
sister,
I
right?
don't remember what it was exactly. I'll have to look at it.
Finding father and sister.
Let me see. What is it? It was like it was. Let me see if I can find it. Finding father in my sister. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what.
Oh
It's
god.
Finding
Oh
father.
my god. I forgot you did that.
Yeah, he didn't change his either. His is still finding father and my sister.
Yeah, no, just like none of us like
no one
half of us
changed them.
just
I think one or two people changed them.
That was Jim. He changed his name.
What
Yeah,
was
I had.
What was yours? I don't even remember
what
what I made yours.
I think you made it like an old gamer tag you had on like Xbox or something.
I don't think so. No, I didn't.
I remember you
Fuck.
changed mine to that at one point.
Yeah. No, but that
And
was
you
something
mentioned
different.
that.
I'm talking about just like a
Yeah.
week ago when I changed all theirs.
I don't know. I don't think I was there.
Yeah, no, then I didn't change. I'm talking about one. There was
Sorry,
one
no,
specific day where there was like 6 dudes all in a chat in voice chat, and I changed every single one of their names, and I made them all super preferred. And yeah, I think I think I might have changed Nano's name too. I don't remember them all. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What's the debate? What are these 2 places?
So, I believe you go, Moo. You tell him what.
All right, so basically, it's not 2 places. It's one person trying to beat a place, and that one person is Kokoshibo versus Farloon. The entire place of Hollow Knight Silksong.
Oh,
So
what
what's
the
he?
hell is
So
this?
he's basically running through the plot of the game.
Yes.
Yeah, he was. I was hoping he would pick someone like at least reasonable, but no, he fucking picked one of the biggest villains in Demon Slayer as his fucking choice.
I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm sorry.
Nothing is wrong. I just didn't expect it.
It's the main villain.
No, he's not the main villain, but he's one of the bigger villains.
Does he have to deal with the void?
No, that's Hollow Nest. That's Hollow Nest. That's not Farloon.
No. There is still void in Silksong.
Yeah, but that's like a cutscene at the end of the game. That's not like an actual.
No, it's an entire act. One that I'm trying to reach right now.
There's a sickness there.
There's.
Also.
It's not a sickness. It's a
It's described
it's
as
just
one. It's really just the threads from the weavers, but still.
Yeah, it's like a puppeteer thing. But anyways, I don't know Kokoshibo, so just give me let's start this. Let's give us the rundown on Kokoshibo. Moo.
All right. So yeah, Kokoshibo is Upper Moon 1. If you don't know, in Demon Slayer, the Demon King of Muzan has 6 upper moons and 6 lower moons, which each like lower rank and each higher rank are stronger than the last. So upper moon 6 is weaker than upper moon 5, and so forth. And basically, Kokoshibo is upper moon 1. And so he is one of the big plot points, mainly big plot points in fighting Muzan, the Demon King, who started everything. And do I have to go into his feats as well, or just like...
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically the gist of him. He is incredibly strong, being strong enough to instantly destroy massive pillars with a single swipe, being absolutely stronger than Akaza, whose main gimmick is being just strength. He's also stronger than Gyutaro, who like makes massive like spikes and like he has like a scythe and he basically makes like blood sites all over, destroying buildings and even sometimes city blocks. And yeah, that's basically for his strength. His speed, he's incredibly fast. We're talking someone that's able to match up to some of the fastest Hashira for travel speed, and also the fact that he was also like all these demons are able to perception blitz human beings. So yeah, that's some pretty good speed feats. The durability feats, Kokushibo can regenerate incredibly fast, probably one of the fastest in the entire series. We see him regenerate his head, his limbs, and quite a bit more. He also takes numerous blows from the strongest Hashira, Guillaume, who, and also the second strongest, or like in some of the like strong Hashira, like Saname, Mitsuri, not Mitsuri, but the Mist Hashira and a couple more. But yeah, that's basically it. He has a wide range of abilities that can like do massive damage to widespread areas. For example, Kokushibo has a moon breathing, in which combines with his blood demon art to allow him to send sights at you that can change shapes, or not shapes, but sizes at whims. So basically, it is a complete randomize of where he's going to send and like random areas where these sites can grow and shrink. So yeah, it's really really hard to dodge these sites, especially the fact that he has 14 forms of these, that they all come for different areas and ways that he can fight people. So yeah, that's basically the gist of it. So what about Farloon?
All right. So now, what I was initially hoping and why I wanted you to pick someone reasonable is because there would have to be a reason why you would enter Farloom in the first place. Would there be, and would there be any particular reason why he would even bother showing up to this place?
In a sense, yes. So Kokushibo is his main goal is to look for a flower, and
Right.
they don't know like this entire flower. The reason why they're looking for this flower is because this one flower that Muzan's been looking for about 1,000 years now is basically makes all the demons, or not all of them, but like just demons in general,
Yeah.
be able to walk into the sun freely.
Yeah.
And so with there being the white flower, or like there being magical flowers here, I think Muzan would 100% send Kokoshibo to gather it himself to obtain this magical flower that he would probably
Alright.
think is the flower he needs.
All right, I see what you're talking about. So you're talking about the white flower, the one flower that is so rare that he probably wouldn't even find it. Well, he probably
Yep,
could,
it
but
has
like
all
I see.
it has all the descriptions of what he the flower that he was trying to get is incredibly rare. Like we're talking super rare. Like one in
Yeah,
like a
it's
fucking
almost as if I'm not wrong, it's the same flower that was in Hollow Knight, right? I could have sworn they look very
yes,
similar.
you are correct. Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the same. So, I guess he would have a reason here because let's just say that he is looking for this flower, hears about this one flower in this kingdom. Right. Okay.
Mhm.
So, him showing up to Farloom, there he would have to search everywhere probably, and he probably would do that.
Yep.
More areas than not, he wouldn't have much trouble, like Bone Bottom. In fact, I have a feeling he would probably kill anyone. He would even so much as glances at him. Like just the pilgrims that would be around, just
I mean,
immediately dead.
Kokoshibo is very, very intelligent. We're talking about a man that doesn't outright kill everyone immediately, but likes to observe his surroundings before attacking. So someone that will allow, or someone that won't immediately kill every single person there, but someone that will watch and gain information over time to know what he's dealing with. And then once he
Okay.
figures it out, yeah, then he'll like attack if he needs to.
All right, I see what you mean.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up?
Throughout this entire quest, he is going to need to deal the silk throughout everywhere
That is
that
true. He's
controls the
been able to deal with
various
the silk.
bugs.
However, the thing about the silk is that it usually can't control anyone who is like strong-minded or just aware of their surroundings. Because when you look at like the bugs who get controlled compared to the other bugs who get controlled, either they're just very good at not getting caught, or they just have a strong enough mind that they just don't get caught at all. Like Hornet, for example, she never gets hit by the silk because she's constantly like aware of her surroundings, and she's like a half higher being, so she probably wouldn't be controlled by it
Yeah,
anyways.
I assume that was because she was a weaver to begin with.
Yeah, she is a weaver, so that is true.
But
Yeah.
you see also a fair amount of bugs will hide from the silk as if it has intelligence itself.
Yeah, it's
As
like
if it
a
is
it's like a
seeking people out.
force.
But there
Yeah,
also are
it
bugs that
does
just
that.
generally are not afraid of the silk, like Shark. I pronounced her name wrong, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. But so yeah, he will probably end up dealing with silk, but I highly doubt that the silk will get control of him.
Well, you also see
Uh,
powerful beings controlled by the silk. There's a handful of bosses that happens to.
True, but well, no, because not many of them do get controlled. Like not like most of the cogwork bosses, ones that are made of machine,
Yeah,
they don't
those
have the they
no,
aren't controlled by the
those
silk.
are
They're more
just
or less powered by it.
programmed, pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, the funny thing about those guys, this is why this fucking world really fucking sucks for normal people. When you go here, you are tricked into thinking that if you climb the Citadel, you'll reach holiness. But in reality, they'll just fucking send you to the slums and work you to death. And even after that, when the Weavers were still there, they would try to take your soul with thread and try to put it into machines to do that, which is what happened to the people of Verdania with the Green Prince storyline. Which is something that I feel, which is another thing. He'll have to deal with the Cogwork Dancers if he hopes to reach anywhere past the Citadel. Because they're like an early boss you face in the beginning of the
I
Citadel.
wouldn't say early. They're in Act 2.
Would he have to deal with those? Couldn't he just, punch through the ceiling, I feel like?
Yeah, no, he 100% could. The cogwork dancers are like really strange, especially for Kokoshibo, because all they do is they attack in one line, and they usually have a signal that tells them where they're gonna attack to. And it starts off slow, then it gets faster over time to the point where, yeah, you just kill them both. So it's not like it doesn't take a genius to figure out that they're moving in specific patterns and stuff
True,
like that.
but like first off, you said that they have a signal. If you're talking about the white line that shows
Not even just
where
the
they're
white
going.
line, just they're if you look closely at them, they have not like a white line, but like they move in a specific way where it's like, oh, they're coming at me.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
They'll move in a position that they use to move to those places. So it's not just a white line; it's actually like their movement.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a pretty obvious choreographed fight.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, there's a huge silence there. So, I guess he wouldn't have much trouble in the Citadel, except if he wants to get into the Citadel, he first off he's gonna have to go through the blasted steps. Which, if he goes through the path where most people come from, which would be the blasted steps, the judges would immediately fight him because he is as sinful as they come.
I mean,
you mean the last judge, not the judges?
Yeah.
Well, there are multiple judges, but the last judge would be a big one because she would not try and let him pass at all.
But like, okay, how strong is the last judge?
Yeah, that.
Well, I mean, she's killed many people who are deemed sinful for many a years. I think there was multiple of them at some point. I just kind of think that because it just looked like there used to be.
Look,
but she's like not.
I want to ask this.
Go
Is
ahead.
there even anyone really in Farloom that is somewhere near building or anything like that,
Oh,
even
yeah. No,
before
there
like
is.
Act 2?
Oh, yeah, no, there
Well,
is. There's
Hornet.
people in Act 1 that are, there are. Just Crazy
Yeah,
Nano hasn't
yeah,
said them yet, which is kind of
yeah.
strange.
I know. So Lace is one of them because she's comparable to Hornet. Hornet destroyed a bridge once, pretty much, or just in the very beginning of the game. She has taken out giant monsters such as the what's his face, Groll the Great, which I don't think he's building level.
You
He
mean
just
the
kind of
mech?
sits around. The mech? No, not the. There's a mech. Hold on.
Yeah,
Did you
remember
not?
the giant mecha underneath? Yeah, when you're going to
The
Oh
lava,
fuck!
like the
Yeah,
dwarves.
that guy. That guy. Yeah. The fourth chorus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That there's the mech. The mech. Yeah, that guy. She also killed that. There's multiple of those guys, by the way. She has killed Grandmother Silk, who is a higher being. There's also what's her face? Phantom. Phantom, I believe, could be almost building level just because she fights Hornet and is another daughter of Grandmother Silk.
I mean, but the thing is about Lace is that she doesn't beat Hornet. Like even throughout the entire thing, she still loses to her.
That's true. Unless we're using Void Lace.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking we're referencing. So, yeah.
Yeah,
In that case,
Void
yeah,
Lace.
she is relative, but like in every other case, I wouldn't agree with that.
Yeah. There is also, trying to think here. There's a multitude of just dudes who just will explode like anything and everything around, like the two fire dudes in the date docs, which aren't anything crazy. They're actually probably weaker than the Last Judge. There is trying to think of how many fights. I don't even remember how many fights I have left. There's Carmeletta, I believe. She's a singer fight. She's the singer ant. Forget where she is.
I'm pretty sure she's
Which
in
I don't
Act
think.
2.
Yeah, I don't even know how. I don't think she's actually strong. That strong though.
You know what? I'm gonna give you some characters. The Savage Beastfly.
Oh, that guy's immediately building level.
Yeah, I hate it.
Fucking hate that guy. No, he's not building level. He can't even break down a door that he was locked behind.
If
In fact,
if Nano, if y'all just start and he's already gotten to help you on your own universe, you might not know this universe well enough to
I'm
actually
about
debate
to
it.
scream at this man. I'm.
Yeah, but it sounds like
Hey,
he doesn't.
I know
He's
that.
not aware of this LM. He doesn't know the characters.
No, I know the characters. There's just not a whole lot of characters that would work to fight against Kokoshibo.
What do you mean? Okay.
No, that's true. Kokoshibo is a fucking demon, right? He can regenerate and he's a heavy hitter. Most dudes in Farloom don't have that, and barely scratch the surface of fucking building level. Like Travio, that guy has nothing.
Shook an entire cave system. What do you mean?
Just shook an entire cave system. Did he break it? He hit a door which is made of wood multiple times and never broke through it.
Then jump to the strong people. At
What
that
door
point.
are you talking about? He hit a wall and shook the entire cave system.
Yeah, I was gonna ask this: if there's no one in the earlier acts, just jump to the later one. We pretty well established that the silk isn't gonna be an issue. That's like the big problem, the traveling there.
Nano, please.
My fucking mic is bugging. Anyways, so yeah, literally no one in Act 1, except for Fourth Chorus, would be much of a challenge. Fourth Chorus would be one of the biggest problems, I guess, in Act 1, especially, and pretty much anything down in Deep Docks, because it's just a bunch of fuck ton of lava down there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing down there. Like, none of the fucking cogwork flies, or even the dudes who throw hand grenades are really doing anything.
Mm-hmm. So, are you gonna go into Act 2?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and go into IT. So that's the Citadel, the Blasted Steps, the Ice Pillars, a slab. Just gonna get that out of the way. Half of those are immediately useless. Like the slab, the Ice Mountain. There's nothing there that
You
would
mean
do a
Mount
whole
Fay?
lot. Mount Fay, yeah. Unless he's weak to ice in any way, I
He's
don't. I
not.
guess he could. Yeah, yeah. He's not gonna fucking freeze to death. I guess the giant moth that fucking gives you the wings maybe could put up a fight. I just don't. I don't really know how strong that thing is because it doesn't do anything besides give you
It never
wings.
fights you.
Yeah,
It never
like
fights you.
yeah. I guess just the fact that it's there, maybe it could pose a fight, but I highly doubt it. Then I guess that leads me into fuck, Lace too, but probably Kokoshiba would probably kill her. There. Oh, what about the gauntlet room when you're trying to get the conductor's melody?
Oh,
Could he beat those
all right.
guys?
All right, so
Nano,
I
why
mean,
are
yeah.
you asking him if he could beat your guys?
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm
Because
gonna answer his question. Okay, so Nano, say that one more time.
could he beat the guys that guard the conductor's melody?
Could Kokoshi? Yes, yes, he could. And the reason is because of the fact of his moon breathing styles and how he is capable of one swing, and he is able to send massive scythe-like shapes in every single direction. That not only there are tiny little like circle sites on the bigger sites, but they also change sizes. So some grew
Oh,
bigger,
okay.
some grew smaller, and even if he needs to, he can just throw swords on his own body and constantly swing slashes all over the place in a constant spray of just damage. So yeah, I think that he can get past those guys.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I thought it was going to be anything, but yeah, he probably would. But now that I think of it, if he's going to go into the Citadel and just start chopping everything up in there, he's going to
Mhm.
destroy all the instruments and stuff that are keeping Grandmother Silk asleep. Meaning he'll have to deal with Grandmother Silk pretty much very early, actually, probably right away if he doesn't do any like side quests or whatever.
What do you mean side
Now-
quests?
Well, just going around trying to find the flower or any points of interest, I get is what I would say would be like his side quest.
I mean, ain't that his whole
Okay.
mission though? I don't think that's a
That
side
is his
quest
whole
if his
mission.
entire quest is just
I mean,
looking.
that is his whole mission, but like, you know what
Okay,
I mean.
so
Like it's
okay,
because like
so
if he goes into
you're
those
basically
areas, they're pretty.
saying that early on, because of his massive arrays of damage, he's going to damage some of the instruments that are keeping Grandmother Silk asleep.
Well, it's guaranteed he's going to do that because if he could destroy buildings and the Citadel is just one giant one, he's just causing havoc, trying to find this flower. He's going to destroy the thing keeping Grandmother Silk asleep, and Grandmother Silk is going
Amazing
to
name,
wake.
Ruga. Amazing name. Not even gonna hold you. Amazing name.
Of course.
But Nano, I don't
What?
want to have to remind. This is a fucking kingdom. It's bigger than a city. It's not
I
going
know
to
it's
take one
bigger
side.
than a city.
Yes, Farloom,
To be
especially if
fair,
we're
kingdoms are not always bigger than cities.
True.
Really?
But even if we
true,
take
but
that,
this one is.
Gyotaro
True,
took
but this
out
one is.
an entire town, or destroyed like half of an entire town, and this Citadel isn't much. Is like about as big as that. And this is Kokoshiba, who is stronger than Gyotaro.
I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear. If we are going with the sizes of, let's say, Hornet as big as Kokoshibo, then yes, this entire Citadel is about the size of a city. It holds the capacity of a city, so he's not going to be doing that. He's not going to be destroying
If
everything.
Gyotaro can do it, then Kokoshibo can do it better. Meaning
He can do it
could
better,
100% destroy
but
it.
it's not significantly better. And no, he didn't do it to his city. He just did it to like a city wall.
Really? No, I'm pretty sure Gyotaro destroyed like a lot of that city. Like
Okay,
him
let's
just
say he
dying.
did. Let's say he did. why would if Grandmother Silk attacks Kokushibo, do you think Grandmother Silk will live?
100%.
Why?
Well, maybe because like because she was sealed away and she's like weaker, I believe in that state, she would probably like get injured a lot. But she is entirely capable. She's a higher being. First off, higher beings are like downright immortal, unless you fucking kill them. But like she can
Until
just
you kill
control
them.
Silk. She controls Silk on such a massive scale. Like during the fight against Hornet, like what's stopping like fucking Grandmother Silk just binding his ass in silk immediately and then just fucking going to town on his ass?
I have one word for you.
What? The moon breathing?
Not only moon breathing,
Well,
but
just
swords in
breathes
his
really good.
body.
The what? I didn't
Swords
catch
in his
that.
body that constantly spray out slashes all over the place.
Can he do that?
Yes, he can.
Constantly,
He has
consistently
actively
throughout
done
the
that.
entire fight.
So no matter
So you're just
how many
saying during the
silk you
entire
send,
fight,
he is
none of the
constantly
silk is going to
spraying,
get to him.
especially if he gets mad, he will constantly spray a large amount of slashes in every location possible. So I don't think she will ever bind him.
Okay, that's fair enough. I guess I'll just have to go for. I guess that's probably. I guess she wouldn't be able to hit him because her only other methods of attacking are the like 6 needles she has.
And do you think that can kill Kokushibo?
I mean, it's just a bunch of needles that she throws at you. I mean, it could probably hit him, but it probably won't kill him. Actually,
So-
I don't think she's probably going to damage him a whole lot because they aren't nitrine needles. The only other way I think that Kokushibo dies is if he ends up in the void with Grandmother Silk. Because then he's just straight up fucked.
I feel like the
And
original
why is that?
plan-
Because it's the void. He will immediately get consumed by it.
So the void is basically an endless matter-eating entity. Am I correct?
Yeah, pretty much. As long as
Will he
as long as
encounter the void?
I think that depends on whether or not he goes after that route, though.
He just
'Cause
wants
the
the flower,
void-
buddy. He just
Yeah,
wants
the flower.
flower.
If he gets that flower, he's gonna end up in the void. Because when you go get that flower in the game, it's meant to go into the void, which is already there to save Lace. Meaning, if he gets that flower, that means the void is probably already there.
Yes, but
And
I
I
have a
guess he could
question.
probably just run away. I guess because you have to actively go into it to save Lace. So you probably could have just ran away.
So yeah, you're basically saying that he could have ran away once Lace did all that crap. He could have come back, grab the flower, and leave. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but like, what's the flower gonna do for him? The flower does absolutely nothing but get you in and out of the void safely.
Well, the reason why he came there was to gain more information and also to see if this flower was the correct flower for Muzan. If he comes
I mean,
back
if
with
he
this
returns
flower,
to Muzan with this flower, he's going to probably get fucking punished by it because Muzan doesn't like failures, and this would be considered a failure because he didn't get the flower that he was after. And this flower has absolutely no relation to the spider lily.
two things for that. One, Muzan really doesn't like punish Kokushibo. He's his favorite, and
Of course he is.
also, yeah, he really is his favorite. Or he's one of his favorites, and also just he's Upper Moon 1, and he doesn't really punish him even if he does something wrong. And also, the reason why he sent him there, or the reason why we're having this conversation in the first place, is because he sent them there. So if he gave Kokushibo wrong information, that's his fault, and he would know that.
Yeah, I suppose that would be true. But he
So
would
yeah,
have to
is that
get
it?
out of there. I guess so. But he would have to get out of there without getting sucked into the void if he were to get that flower. So I guess he could
But doesn't the
get
flower
it.
already do that?
Get you out. No, it teleports you. It teleport. If you're talking about the flower in the first game, it teleported the void away. It doesn't teleport you just away. Like with the flower, you had to go. It gets you in and out of the void. It doesn't really teleport you. It's not like a button you press and you just spawn somewhere else.
But you just said it gets you in and out of the void. Am I correct?
Yeah, it gets you safely in and out of it. Not like pop in, pop out. Like
Well, no, he doesn't
you
need to
go
pop in
in.
and pop out. If he safely gets in and out with the flower, then yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's still gonna get attacked, but you know he's not gonna get consumed if as long as he has that flower.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think this is over.
Yeah, that's the end.
Holy fucking shit, Nano! I'm gonna fucking scream at you, bro.
What?
I'm gonna
What?
fucking grab
What
your
is
goddamn skull and crush it in 2 pieces.
What is there? What is there? There's nothing in there that would stop.
Truly excellent.
I don't know how you kept getting good votes. I kept making them every time. It was good.
I'm going to grab your fucking skull. Hold up.
Tell me, Moo. What else was there in fucking Farloom that would stop Kokoshiba?
Holy fucking shit! That mech with the fucking lava, you dumb bitch.
I told you that mech with the fucking lava could stop him.
That was a
And
cool.
it-
That was a cool mech. That is a cool mech.
It is a cool mech, but he could kill the fucking mech because the mech doesn't do anything else but try to smack
He
you
could grab
around.
him and throw his ass into the lava. You fucking dumb.
Motherfucker, if Kokoshibo can just spawn a bunch of slashes in any direction and has fucking moon breathing, he'll just dice
Spawned
his
out of
arms
a
up.
fucking mountain. The fuck you mean?
He spawned out of lava, not mountain.
He spawned
out
out.
of...
He literally was in
Yeah,
a
I know.
fucking mountain.
He was in a
broke
pile
out
of
it.
rocks.
I think he could
He was in a
grab
pi- that wasn't a
Kokoshibo
mountain,
and
that was a
dunk
pile
his
of
ass in
rocks.
lava.
He was in a pile of rocks. He could dunk his ass in lava, but
Get me out of
he
here. Get me the fuck out
no,
of here.
you can't. Motherfucker.
Please, Rouga.
How is
Thank you for
just
making this man
explain to me
name
your logic, bro.
Motherfucker Nano.
Explain your
Thank you.
logic. Explain your logic. How Kokoshibo
If
has
a
all this stuff.
monster was able to crumble an entire mountain with his body,
It wasn't a mountain.
I'm
It
pretty
was not a
sure he
mountain.
can grab the
It's not a
Kokoshibo, which
mountain.
he is shown doing, especially to Hornet,
He
grab
doesn't
him
grab
and
Hornet.
dunk his ass in lava where he will not be able to regenerate any part of his body.
Yes,
since it's
that's a
too hot
possibility.
and it
But
melts.
first off, that's the problem. You can't just bring up moon breathing and setting slashes in whatever direction that level fucking
But he
buildings.
destroyed a mountain.
Y'all
He
basically,
didn't destroy a mountain. He didn't destroy a mountain. He destroyed a chunk of rock.
Y'all completely
I
switched
fucking
sides.
hate this man.
And somehow it's a
hate
more
this
interesting
man.
debate than the one y'all had.
This is an infinitely more interesting debate.
Yeah, way
I
more.
want to grab this man's skull and shove it into
So
lava.
funny.
I don't know why.
I just told you.
I fucking gonna beat him, bro.
You
This
you
man.
literally said you won when you said that he could send fucking diagonal slash or
No, I
slashes in
didn't.
general.
There's so many ways. The fucking infested bitches in bio
For real
water.
though, I just want to say,
Those guys are
Shush,
doing
shut up,
anything.
shut up. For real though. I just want to say, massive fucking bragging rights to Moo if he can beat you in a debate using Kokoro or whatever, Kokobo, and then
Kokoro.
beat you in the exact same
Swap it
debate, just
around.
swap round, and then beat you on the other side as well, and be like,
I
goddamn.
fucking hate
He's
this
not.
man.
He
I hate
didn't
this
beat
man
me.
beyond my
He beat me
entire
once,
life.
but he's not
That's
winning
like the-
this one because
that's like
Kokoshiba
the-
already won.
I'm gonna be. Holy shit.
You know what? I'd say I'm fine with the debate continuing, just flipped. I'd
Just
say that's-
flipped. All right, now
Can I
now
just
Moo,
get
you have to
this
beat
man a
Nano,
little bit more?
but doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Can I scream this man a little more?
What's up, Moo?
Can I scream this man a little more?
Yeah, do
don't
it.
care.
I'd say we already gave consent. We don't have another debate.
You are a disappointment to your entire bloodline.
Do we have any
That's
more
absolutely
debates
crazy.
in the waiting, or are they all done?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not talking
I
about you. I'm just
don't
saying in
know.
general. I'm
I
not
know there are-
asking. It's a rhetorical, not to you type thing. Doug is still here. They got Titanfall. I don't know if anyone's here to debate against, because Doug had like 5 different universes he wanted to cover, but I don't know. He was in a 2-hour debate, so he might be done for the night.
He's like, oh.
I mean, I could
Like,
definitely do
this
another
whole
one.
debate, I just knew I was going to lose because it's fucking Kokoshibo.
I mean,
I
apparently
still
Moo.
beat
Apparently,
you
according to
on how
Moo,
you
apparently, according to Moo, it was totally possible for you to win.
It was so
Nope,
possible.
nope. I mean, very situational
Didn't
possible,
even bring
but
up like
out
some of
of
the.
I brought up the Act 1 characters. That's the funniest part. I was about to crash out as soon as
I
this
already
man
put
said,
out
"Oh yeah, there's no
I
way
love
that
when he said like.
I'm going to strangle this man."
I love how he said just like, well, I guess no one in Act 1 can fight it. Just, like Icy over here is just like seething, grabbing the sides of his
they
desk.
already.
My eyes
Doug,
are turning
no,
inside
Doug,
fucking out by how much
Jim,
anger
he
I have.
already said that we already had that conversation of Act 1, and he can beat fourth chorus. Just because fourth chorus. Yes, you did.
You were
You
just
said he could.
you
After you gave us his
independently went like, well, he can probably beat chorus, which is like the only guy. So let's not talk about that and just skip on directly to part 2.
Exactly. Bro,
like,
I was
seriously, fourth
screaming,
chorus is
I
a
was
very
screaming.
situational win because first off, that pile of rock that he broke out of, not a mountain, not even close. He
I mean,
broke out of a pile
he
of
was
rock.
still vibing in the lava, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
He
he's
was
still
still
vibing.
vibing
He
from
could
there.
grab his ass and throw him in the lava and he's done for.
He
There's
could,
like no
but
way.
like that's the problem. First off, he's not fast enough to catch him. Second off, he's fucking Kokoshibo can just dice his arms up, which he only has 4. He can regenerate more than 4. Yes, sure, if he falls in the lava, he's fucked. But is Kokoshibo dumb enough to fall in lava
I mean,
when
if
there's
I'm not
rocks he can
No,
grapple
but here's the
onto?
thing, he doesn't have the ability to fucking fly like Hornet does. He's cooked.
He doesn't.
It's
You
if
don't
I'm
need
not-
to fly.
If I'm
He
not
doesn't
wrong,
need to fly.
and
He can just fucking jump.
he's just curb stomping like the platforms in the middle, which I believe is what happens during that fight, right?
Exactly,
He's just
bro.
slamming
And
those
like,
down.
especially with the Savage
But they
Beast
spawn
fly,
back.
he
They
destroys like
spawn back.
90% of the
Eventually.
fucking arena. He's
It's
cooked.
pretty quickly when
My
they spawn
buddy
back.
in
Otherwise,
Christ,
Hornet
he's a
would have
dead
been dead.
man. Buddy
The
in
only-
Christ,
the only
there's
thing I could
nothing he's
see
gonna do.
for
No,
Kokoshiba
I want to say
there
this.
is
I was so terrified when you went to the gate because there's no way to actively get past the fucking gate. And in
What
some
gate?
gates, you have to
Inland?
use an ability, which basically is like a fucking what's it
If
called?
the guy
You, like,
is able to
swinging or
dice up
something.
walls
He
and
doesn't know
buildings,
that
what does
skill.
it
He doesn't
matter
have
that he has?
instrument.
He doesn't. What does it matter if he can dice through walls and buildings to get where he needs to go?
That's
If a door's in his way,
fucking solid metal wall. No one can, not even Hornet can get in it.
he's a demon. Dudes are able to cut through solid stone and
Not even the
birds.
Savage Beast Fly, who shook an entire cave system, could get through there. There's no fucking way.
He wasn't. He wasn't
I
banging
also
on a
love-
solid steel door. He was banging on a wooden door.
I also
He
no,
was
I
banging
love that
on
idea.
the stone solid wall.
He was not banging on the walls. He was trying to break through the door.
Was the door big enough to actually fit him?
No, it wasn't.
It was big enough to fit him. It was a very
too
big fucking door.
big.
It was a
too
big door.
goddamn big.
He was banging on. It's a big fucking door. You don't understand.
It doesn't
there's
matter.
some guy.
That
There's some
door is
guys in.
somehow fucking so strong. Like no. When you
hold on,
enter
wait.
into his boss fight, literally outside the cave system, the entire ground in fucking screen starts shaking by him bashing his
Yes,
fucking
because it's
skull
called. It's called
into
a
this door.
vibration. If I kick a door and it slams,
wait.
everyone is gonna
Fucker,
feel it
is
in
your
the house.
vibration so hard you can hear it from a fucking city block away?
I have a
The dude
question.
is a
No.
giant
Wait.
fucking fly.
Fuck no.
Wait, I have a question. There's like 2 people have asked this. What the frick is the transparent world? I assume this.
Transparent world is basically a vision, or it's like a really, really special thing that Kokoshibo and some Hashiba and some characters have, where they can, which allows them to see into the anatomy of their opponents and see what they like, their vital points and all that.
Oh, yeah. Now, yet another reason why Kokoshibo would beat the fucking
Fucker,
fourth
that's
chorus,
a
because now
robot.
he could see his
Doesn't have
fucking.
any fucking specific parts.
Yes,
he just
he
have to
does.
fight its
Because he
ass
has
until he
fucking solid
dies.
fucking
But then
butterflies in his
once half
stomach.
the fucking entire goddamn thing
I mean,
like gets destroyed.
I'd assume that
getting
wouldn't
set in
work on a
lava.
robot, right?
He's not.
That's
He is a robot, but he is a mech.
It's
But there's also
exactly-
dudes who
it
are
doesn't
controlling
work on a
him.
robot.
If you
There's
look
no
at it,
flesh
he
or
has.
blood though, which is why I assume he's
doesn't
looking into.
He can't see the anatomy of the fucking Yorichi bot in fucking
You can't see his
where was it?
soul. You can't see his soul, man.
Yeah,
What the
you
fuck is he gonna
can't see his
do?
fucking... Actually, wait.
Could
No,
he?
in some
That's
robots
a
do have
question.
souls.
Then.
It's not really a.
Some
It
robots
is
do have
technically a
souls.
soul, but it's mainly just like it's like a soul comprised of thread.
I mean, I'd say that
That's
freaking
not exactly
counts.
the robot, though.
Still,
Someone's background.
Fucking,
Somebody's yelling at that.
I'm going to double jump on your ass like Mario. I'm gonna make
Fuck
you into
you.
the fucking Simba.
I got the goddamn fucking ultra kill parry. Bring it on.
The ultra kill parry. The fuck are you?
I'm V1, bitch.
I'm
Bring
gonna
it.
hit you with like 4 robots in Silksong, which you haven't played.
I'm literally playing it right now. What are you talking about? I'm literally. I just
freaking Nano over here losing the debate. Like I'm on. Try N0.
I want to be so clear to everyone here. I beat this man twice by switching my roles, and
You
I'm
did
still
it.
roasting.
You
I
did it.
would have
You beat
to
me
say.
once at a normal way.
Forget. I do have to say this, Nano. You made like no attempts of saying like, yeah, he could just stab into the wall and stand there or something, which I feel like he would be able to do.
He
Like the
wouldn't.
walls
No,
were
he wouldn't
freaking
do that.
I literally said that. I
He would
literally
just
fucking
stand
said
there
that 5
trying his
seconds
best
ago.
to, like stay on the platforms, since he would never like go up and climb on a wall. That's basically.
Well,
in
you're
his
telling me he doesn't
personality-
throw a sword in a wall and hold it?
I feel like it's not that much of a jump in like logic to say, oh yeah, these platforms are freaking falling. I'm just gonna just walk on the wall.
no,
He
that's
can
how we're
leave.
skater
He can
something.
leave
If
that
you
boss
like
fight.
that-
You can leave that boss fight in the game. What's stopping
No,
him
you
from
can't.
leaving? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I saw it. I did it. There's a platform that is not. Dude, if he can clear a jump across a distance that isn't that far away, then he can just leave the fight if he feels threatened. He's
Fucker,
not blocked by
gonna
lava
leave
or
a fight
stones.
with a hand. He's not a coward. That goes against his personality.
Okay,
His
then he'll fucking
personality
kill
is
the
a
robot.
soldier, is a samurai. No coward, no fucking thing ever. He will fight
The dude
someone
can just
till
run up the.
he either dies or they die.
He could just
And
run up the
also,
fucking
he is
cyborg's arm and then dice
his
him as he goes up.
personality is too human to ever climb on a wall like a creature. Like one time
He doesn't
in his
have to.
final
He could just
form,
throw a sword in the
Paul
wall and then
Simon
hold on
played
to it.
as a monster and he killed himself. So yeah, if he ever saw anything that was a monstrous like of him, he would kill himself.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
So yeah, no, he would
he
never
could just
climb the
throw a
walls.
knife in a. He could
He
just
would
throw one
rather
of his swords in a
die
wall,
right
hold
there
on to it, and
on
then just
his-
fucking
on his
throw a
little
slash at
fucking
his ass.
platform. He will let her die on his below fucking platform right next to lava, then climb a wall. I don't know why, but that's his personality.
Who said he? I mean, climbing a wall is not like as long as he's not going on like Spider-Man, he's not really climbing a wall
What else
like a
you gotta do?
creature.
What the fuck?
Climb it normally. He has hands. The rocks have rubble
and
that he
even
can
then, the
hold on
robot's
to.
gonna
He has a
smack his
sword. He
fucking
can just
ass
stick in the
and
wall
drop his
and
ass
hold
into
on to
the
it like
fucking
that.
lava.
Doesn't he have like blades in his body that he could, try and stab into the wall to stay still?
I just said that.
Even
I
then,
just said that.
the robot's gonna fucking grab his hand
A
and
robot,
bash it
dude.
against Kokoshiro, and then
Yorichi
he falls into the
could
fucking
just
lava.
slash downward with his multiple fucking slashes.
He's dying
fucking
either
dicing
way.
his ass.
If you want the Savage Beast Fly, if you want this fucking 50 to 100 foot
Savage
tall
Beast
mech,
Fly
it
isn't
doesn't
even
matter.
that
He's a
crazy.
dead man.
He's just a giant fly.
And even then, you forgot that the fucking first area has sunlight. It's completely sunlight, you dumb bitch.
It is not sunlight. There is no sunlight underground.
Fucker, where do you think all the light comes from? It's the
Normal
sun
fucking
in the
light.
fucking, the hornet
That's like
falls
saying
all the way
Hollow Knight,
down to
which
the
had
ground.
light sources in it,
Candlelight.
had
As soon as
sunlight.
he spawns,
Motherfucker,
he's a
no, it
fucking
doesn't.
dead man. I don't know why we're even arguing.
There's
This
a
is
reason.
so fucking
There's a,
stupid. I knew he was a
there's a
dead man,
reason
but
why
you
it's
proceeded to ignore every single fact about fucking Silk Song and then just be like,
Arlu
okay,
isn't even
there's no
above
way.
the
I'm still
ground.
confused.
It's never been above the ground.
Yes, they have. This sunlight shows, bitch.
Bone bottom is not a fucking sunlight.
What do you mean? Wait,
It's
what
not.
do you mean?
Look at the area. It's not in the sun.
Are you
There is no
blind?
sun on
When
the
she first
site.
falls after fucking someone breaks the bridge, because she didn't even break the bridge. You're not even. She never even broke the bridge.
Yes, she did break the bridge.
Even if she did, she fell the way down, and then there's sunlight at the spawn area. Like literally, once you climb up and go to the area in which you have to travel to get up, there's sunlight there. And then he's
It's
a
not
dead man because
sun.
it's constant sunlight. So yeah, he's just dead at the beginning. I don't
It's
know
not
why.
a sunlight, though. It's a fucking light source that is just there. It's a bioluminescent source.
I'm gonna.
What is
I'm
the
gonna-
fucking? Is it the radiance
I'm
we're
gonna
dealing
grab
with
this man's
again? Like,
leg
I
and
don't
twist
get
him
it.
around. So yeah, I already proved 2 ways he just could not escape. Here's a third one. Yeah, he can never get through the iron solid door. There's no way.
The iron solid
He can never get
motherfucker.
through that.
Hey, motherfucker.
Also, another thing is, he can never get to the flower because the void is fucking too fast. The void
Yeah.
entity kills anything that's just not of itself. So, and also, he's not fast enough to reach it before the void entity kills him.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah, but you proceeded to ignore that and say I won. That's the funniest fucking part.
He did.
You
did.
really did.
You
It's
did
so funny.
actively ignore it. You actually ignored the win condition and just went, yeah, you win.
I'm so done. I'm so done. Yo, Ruga, do you have another debate?
Do we?
Riga.
Do
I
we?
don't know, man.
I
I don't know, man.
This is kind of
I thought
entertaining.
you were checking the chat.
Let's see. Anyone have a debate down in the chat? No, because they're just talking about what y'all are talking about.
Just talking about how
That's nice.
Dipshit Nano. Call him Dipshit Nano. Fuck, motherfucker Dipshit Nano. Yeah, great name.
But you can't even extend the name that far.
I could try.
I don't care. You should be called that for the rest of your damn life.
I mean,
Fuck
there
you.
there's something brought up in the chat, which is that they don't have nature and blades, but doesn't
Yes, none of them have
work
nature and blades.
just
It
as
doesn't
well?
matter. They have sunlight. It's fine.
They don't have sunlight, motherfucker.
And
It's not
lava.
sun. They have
I mean,
lava. But he can avoid it.
Nano, I need you to go back to
Yaku
the
says
first
that
beginning.
Demon Slayer is not hypersonic.
I never even said anything about hypersonic.
No one.
What?
They've been
No one
talking. They've
said
been
anything
talking
about
about that in the
hypersonic.
chat. It's unrelated.
Okay, that's nice.
I've
Why aren't they
been here.
paying attention?
I wasn't.
What the hell?
But that area
You
you're
weren't
talking
paying
about
attention.
is
I
one
don't
area
blame you.
that
This is
barely
kinda hard
has
to-
Hold on,
any
to
sunlight
respond to the
because it's
fucker in the
not
chat.
sunlight.
Okay, sorry for calling you fuckers. To respond to Red Tower, the void entity is basically everything. So yes, he can absolutely catch his ass.
Yes. Yes, good.
All right, so you guys are done.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm done screaming at this fucking moron.
Jesus. So mean. So mean for no reason. All right.
The only thing of value I got from that is an idea for a debate, which was just someone from Demon Slayer versus one of the Hamon users from JoJo. That's the only thing I got from that
That's not
of
good.
any value.
So I have slightly bad news.
End of stream.
No, not for anybody here. The chicken wants to debate me in Mortal Kombat, but I gotta get to a fucking save point first. Give me a second.
So you want?
Because I just
so you
got through
want
this really difficult area and I'm not fucking redoing it.
So you want us to like clap our hands together and distract the crowd until you go.
Jingle some keys.
Jingle some keys, yeah.
Jingle some keys. Give me a second. I don't even remember.
Oh,
what the
actually,
fucking
I have
debate was
a
about,
couple of questions.
to be
I have a
honest with
couple of questions for you, Ruga.
What?
Actually, if
What's
you don't
that?
care. So multiple trailers have been released recently. Have you
Ooh.
seen the new Invincible one?
That's not a trailer.
Not trailer,
That's
but
not a
there was
fucking
also
trailer. They
Primal.
can call it a trailer. Yeah, that one I did see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw
I
them
assume
both,
you're hyped for that.
but that one wasn't a trailer. Well, the
Yeah.
only thing I don't really care much about either of them. The only thing that trailer told me that was like good information to know. I'm talking about the Primal one. Is for a long time, Gendy was saying that he wanted Primal to be an anthology series. Like the whole idea that he wanted for the series is that every season would cover a different time period with some different, very primal, violence-filled like season, right? So the first 2 seasons followed Spear's character, and the second one might be, you know, a soldier in World War II behind enemy lines or something, you know? Like they were all supposed to follow something different. And I was like, I'm not a huge fan of anthologies. I wouldn't hate it. I'd probably still watch it, but I'm just not. I prefer following one character and seeing one character evolve over long
Have
periods
that
of time.
develop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like when that trailer confirmed that this will absolutely be about Spear, or at least it will be a story within the same, like Spear's in it.
Yeah.
So it's not
he,
like
he is right there. Yeah.
yeah. So it's not an anthology series,
Mostly.
which was good for me. Well, you remember you saw Primal, huh? The first 2 seasons.
I can guesstimate a couple of things from the trailer.
No, did you see the first 2 seasons of Primal?
No, I have not.
Oh, what the fuck are you asking me about Primal if you haven't even seen the seasons for? Why do you even care?
I heard about the trailer. I saw it. That's cool.
It was a topic of interest, you
Why
know.
don't you watch the
Yeah,
show?
and also, you wanted something to jingle the keys in front of the audience until you got to a save point. So
Yeah,
freaking, I brought that up because I
mean,
figured
you
you'd
would
have
have brought something up
interest or
that
something to talk about.
Yeah, but I feel like you would have brought something interested that you were also interested in. I'm not just gonna talk about something I'm interested in with fucking nobody around who gives a shit about it. That's what
Single soul.
fucking weird. It's sad, actually. It's really depressing.
Sad and
It's like
depressing.
you fucking friendless loser just talking about some random thing no one cares
Sitting here
about.
talking,
As everybody
geeking
just
about something
listens
that.
in.
How,
Have I gotten?
How
to a
dare
fucking
you
checkpoint yet?
enjoy things? How dare you enjoy things, Rouga? It's not allowed.
It's not this. Well, there's a difference between enjoying. No, but there's a difference between enjoying things and like constantly talking about Borderlands inappropriately when no one else is talking about Borderlands, which happened earlier in this exact stream.
Yeah, I feel like that's a freaking reference. I don't think I was there for that.
Yeah, it happened earlier. There was a guy who was in a debate, and we were trying to talk about something. He's like Borderlands, and then we changed the subject and kept talking about other thing. And then he went back like 5 minutes in the conversation. It was like Borderlands, like no one's talking about Borderlands. I like mentioned it one time. I literally just said the word Borderlands while talking about other things, and he tried twice to like force it into the direction of Borderlands. It's fine, like it's not, it's not like it's not this horrible thing or anything, but it's just something that people do when they lack social skills.
I
Which
would
I
also
generally do not.
ask.
What's up?
Since you featured them recently in a video, Metal Hellsinger, how'd you enjoy that? I know you commented a bit in the video.
It's a game that I'm glad is short. Like I enjoyed it. I did. I liked it, but that style where it's like for instance, there was a lot of people who were bitching about Doom Eternal that were and the complaint was that like it doesn't give you enough freedom with gameplay. Like you're too restricted. And I never agreed with that claim, honestly. I don't find it too restrictive, but Metal Hellsinger literally dictates the rhythm by which you pull the fucking shooting trigger. So if you had a complaint about Doom Eternal being too restrictive in its gameplay, you're gonna fucking hate Hellslinger.
Yeah,
because
I can see that from what little I played.
So you did actually play it.
I did. I picked it up. It was like $5.
Yeah. I think I got the game was $5, and then the DLC was like $1.99, and it gave you 2 extra because the base game only has 4 guns. It's 4 guns, and then a sword and the skull, and then there's a DLC that gives you 2 extra guns and a couple of extra music tracks that was like $1 something, and I was like, oh shit! So I got the whole. It's like $7.99 is what I ended up spending on the whole game. What's up?
I think Gorillas was on the DLC, which I was a bit surprised about.
Yeah, I didn't consider them metal.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it, but it was surprising that it was Gorillas, and especially, I believe it was freaking. The song was their most popular one.
Feel Good Inc. is their most popular.
Feel Good Inc.
That's probably what it
Feel
is.
Good. I believe it was Feel Good Inc.
Yeah, that's their most popular.
Kind of odd.
That's
Figured
not,
they'd
that's
want to
not
go
metal.
for something.
I don't find that to be metal,
Yeah.
but the thing about it, that kind of, well, most of the songs. One thing I liked I think all the songs in the base game at least are completely original songs, and they're original. They're specifically original songs that are made by
actual music artists.
Like really well-known metal bands. I didn't know a lot of them. I knew some of them. I didn't know a lot of them. I'm not a huge metal guy. I kind of dabbled in it in high school for a little bit, but not like I wouldn't say that I'm like a big metal guy. But I was talking about it with a guy I know that is a big metal dude. He was like, "Oh shit, really?" And he was like getting really excited about it, and I was like, I didn't know what the fuck any of these bands were. So I mean,
Who the hell are these people?
yeah, like he found it, you know, he liked it. Oh cool, I'm at that place. Sorry, I can't. I haven't been looking to see if fucking checkpoint has come up, so I don't know if I've hit a checkpoint or not. I'm assuming I have, but I don't want to.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't want to die and then be, or not die. I don't want to leave the game, and then all of a sudden be like, you know, oh, by the way, you have to fight that fucking pain in the ass section that took you like 4 tries to do. Like, god damn it, I want to do that again. But yeah, no, we're about that. I honestly don't remember what the fucking debate was. It's something to do with Mortal Kombat, and he said Liu Kang, but I don't. And don't feel bad if the guy is currently listening to what I'm saying right now. I talk to a lot of people each week in the comments, so I don't remember everybody, and like many of them, I talk about the same topics over and over again. Like I'll talk to like 6 different people about one thing, so don't feel too bad if I don't exactly remember what the debate was supposed to be, because he was saying it as if we had talked about it before, so I'm assuming we have.
Well, I assume he'll bring it up when we forcefully drag
remember.
him up here.
Yeah, wait, give me a second. Okay. Killing a bunch of dudes. This is a fun game. It's a really fun game.
Yeah.
Alright. I think I'm there. I think. I don't know. God damn it.
That's a fair enough.
Levels are
That's
so
a fair
fucking
enough
long.
opinion. That's a fair enough opinion about Metal Hellslinger. Even the little I did play, which wasn't that much, I played about like.
Yeah, I mean, if you, like I
hour
said,
of
it would. Oh, Jesus.
It was restrictive. Certainly.
Yeah, like if that's something that bothers you, I mean, that might not bother you.
It
bothered me.
It wasn't a major issue.
I didn't think Doom Eternal didn't bother me with its restrictiveness, but I will say, Hellslinger started to get to me. Like I felt okay, I died. So restart and okay, boom. This is the net. Yep, I passed it.
Yeah.
All right, hold up. Let me fucking exit out
I'll
of here.
invite him up.
And yeah, you invite him up.
Chicken, if you can hear us, you're good to go. Hey, there he is.
What's up?
How you guys doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How's it going?
The chicken, the mother blucker himself.
You know, I've been here this entire stream just silently watching all these debates going down.
Have you enjoyed the 5.5 hours of stream that you've
The
been watching?
5.5 hour of two debates and half of one.
Yeah. Have you enjoyed?
I was kind of roasting them in the chat.
That's good. Which one are you? Oh, there you are. You're literally still the chicken. I can respect a different picture. That's something you usually see. Is that the same chicken though?
It is the same chicken.
I thought so.
Yeah.
So I guess because it's been like, you know, I heard what you were saying. Like you talk to a lot of people. Trust me, I do the same thing. Like I also help out a YouTube channel, so I get it. Like having to talk to a lot of people in the comments.
Oh, cool. What's your channel called?
Missed Apartment.
Missed Apartment?
Missed the Part.
Missed the Part. Oh,
Ringo
like
the Unicorn.
Stop.
Fascinating.
Missed the part.
Like I missed the part where that's my problem.
Oh, missed. Okay. I was putting missed like M-I-S-T, so it's not wordplay. All right, missed the part.
It's not mine. I work for him.
Oh,
But
okay.
I do it.
224,000 subs. It's like a picture of a dude with crystals or something.
It's just like what if channel if you're into that kind of stuff. Like different stories.
But is that it? It's got like this dude in a blue jacket on the front, and he's like holding these like power stones.
So the guy just makes fan fiction.
Yeah, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Who am I?
Coolio.
My name-
Anyway, what was the which you wanna talk about? What's going on? What's the deal?
So because I don't remember everything, but I know I know we do disagree about Mortal Kombat and where it stands like power wise.
Yeah.
I would like to hear because I haven't heard it in a while. would you be able to refresh my memory so I can?
I don't know if I can refresh my memory. I know that I think they're weaker than what most people think they are. I think they're very weak. I think even the gods of the universe are extremely weak. I think the only thing that's strong about the gods in the Mortal Kombat universe is that they're immune to normal damage. But once you get rid of that, they're basically like every other fighter in the series, and I think that there's enough evidence throughout the series to show that. One of the things, like the gods being absolutely terrified of Chronia. It's been a while. Fucking the time
Yeah.
bitch. Chronica.
Yeah, time bitch.
Chronica. The fact that all of the gods are absolutely terrified of Chronica, even though Chronica has been beaten in canon, has been beaten by literally everyone on the roster, including Kano, who was killed with a pistol to the face. So I find them very, very weak, and there are many, many examples throughout the series of them being very, very weak. I think that any of the stronger things are generally shown to be in non-canon
fashion.
Fatalities, and it never shows up in the actual series, so it doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter if they tell us that, you know, Chronica's daughter can grow to the size of a planet, or Cyrex can blow up the entire planet in a fatality, which he has done several times in multiple fatalities across multiple games. None of that matters if in the actual game he just gets like beat on by normal dudes and wounded by bullets and shit like this. I mean, there's a scene in Mortal Kombat 11 where the entire roster of the main cast, Luke Cage, everybody else, are running away from a tank. They're like, I think they're running away from a helicopter, and then I said Luke Cage. Johnny Cage gets into a tank and then chases Sector, and then Sector and all his dudes start running away because his tank is chasing them. But yet people are trying to convince me that, yeah, but in a fatality he blew up the planet, or, you know, Liu Kang created a black hole, so that's like solar system level. There's nothing anywhere close in this series, anywhere near solar system level, even by the gods. We don't see any of it. There's nothing there. That's basically how I feel about Mortal Kombat. More or less. I'm sure I can go in more detail if I refresh my memory on it, but yeah, that's generally how I feel.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can definitely disagree with that. Like, my opinion on it has changed too. Like, I guess it depends on which era.
Well, I'm talking about the era that I normally talk about is the Netherworld era before the Mortal Kombat 1. That's the one I usually talk about, because for a while that was the main era. Like, there wasn't much point in going back behind that, because it was, you're talking about, 10, 15 years ago. And the new era is so new that we know virtually nothing about it. So the Netherworld era just made the most sense. And we were in that era when I made most of those videos. So that's the one I was in. If you saw a video of mine that made you disagree with me, it was probably from that era.
No, I gotcha. Yeah, so like with like, it depends on like the era, because like Midway, like the OG Midway era, the villains are harder in there. Like, they do have a lot more consistent showings when it comes to power, but
well, they definitely have bigger showings. Like, there's but it's also a lot easier to be consistent in those ones because most of the story was given to you in text. So, like, there's a lot of stuff where Shao Kahn and Raiden are fighting, and they shake the planet by colliding with one another and shit like that. And there's stuff like that. I think one of the major things that absolutely killed the Mortal Kombat universe is modeling, basically using mocap or motion capture, and modeling all of your characters in a video game where these are all supposed to be superhuman characters after real world people and their real world movements, because these are not real world people. These are supposed to be extremely overpowered, ridiculous, like, over the top people, and they should be able to do things and move in ways that humans can't. But the game can't show this because it's all done via mocap. They did the same thing with God of War, which I thought was stupid. God of War is not Kratos is not a human person. He should not be walking and moving at the normal, boring, slow ass speeds of the 45-year-old man who plays him. It doesn't make any sense. Like if you, and I've talked about this before in my videos, where if you compare Tekken that does not use mocap, they just actually animate the entire fight. and fights and stuff, and then you look at something like Mortal Kombat. The Mortal Kombat fights are so dull and slow and boring because they're real people, usually not martial arts, usually actors, and they're moving slow, and the punches are slow, and everything's slow and boring and shitty. And then when you look at something like Tekken, they like chuck people through buildings, and they're moving at insanely fast speeds, and the camera work is like impossibly awesome because it's literally impossible for you to do that camera work in real life because it's not actually a camera, it's all animated. In Mortal Kombat, it is actually a camera, and I think that that's greatly affected what these characters are capable of on screen, and it's basically made them probably, I would, at least out of the big three, they're probably the weakest. They have some more interesting hacks than the other two, but as far as like their physical abilities and and the martial arts between them, it's not even close. Like Mortal Kombat's really shitty and really underpowered by comparison.
Yeah. I'd say my stance is on like Mortal Kombat compared to the other two, because it's weird. Like the Midway era had everyone at like a generally consistent level. Then you have like the NetherRealm era, which was MK9 to 11, which had it all over the place. And then MK1 basically just had like everyone at the bottom, and then just Liu Kang at the top.
Yeah, one thing I didn't like about the Netherworld, again, I don't know much about Mortal Kombat 1, but one thing I didn't like about the NetherRealm era, the middle era, is whoever won was based on whoever you were playing at as that in that given time. And that's it. Like, you would have a character completely fucking trounce a character, like the other dude doesn't even stand a chance, and then an hour or two later you would play as the opposite character, and then he would do the exact same thing the other way around. And there was no greater hierarchy of martial prowess anywhere in the series that could exist, because everyone was of equivalent power to anyone. And then that was just exaggerated even more when you had things like all of the endings being canon. So now Kronika can be beaten by literally any character on the roster. There were no power levels. Everyone's the same all the time across the board. No one's better than anybody else. And I just found it very, very stupid. And it makes me like, and it's not even, this isn't even like a power level, versus debate scaling bullshit. This is just storytelling wise. I think it's poorly done. It just doesn't make any sense for these characters to have these types of, things. Like Johnny at the beginning of the game, you play in Mortal Kombat 9, you play with Johnny. He's one of the first people you play as. He might be the first person you play as. I don't remember exactly. But he beats like 5 or 6 dudes in a row. He beats Scorpion. He beats Sonya. He beats like a bunch of people. He beat like 4 or 5 fights in a row. And then he doesn't win again for the rest of the game. He doesn't win. And they do the entire plot of the game of Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3 and 9. And he only wins 4 fights in a row at the beginning and then loses every other fight for the rest of the game. It just doesn't make any sense. It's dumb.
Yeah, I get you on that part. Like, I never said it was perfect. Like, I can say that I'm debating on the side of it. I will never, I do not like the multiverse direction. I agree with you on that. So the thing with that, with the infinite timelines, this is where I can actually disagree with you on. So in MK1, it was revealed that the Aftermath DLC is what created the infinite timelines. Basically, their battle split time infinitely, and that's why you have every character beating Kronika. Like, there's even a timeline out there where Kronika slipped on a banana peel because it split time so much that literally anything could happen.
Yeah, but
it's dumb. But it's dumb, yes.
Yeah, but that's not that's explaining why all these characters are weak. That's not saying that the characters aren't weak. Like, if Kronika can die from slipping on a banana peel in one timeline, that means it's something that's capable of happening in all the timelines. She's equally that weak in our current timeline as she is in the timeline where she slipped on a banana peel. They're not different versions of characters. They're the same characters.
Let's say a better example. Let's say, like with Marvel, let's say there's one timeline where Howard the Duck accidentally killed Thanos. And like that, he only did that in that one timeline. He didn't overpower Thanos. He just somehow cheesed his way to victory. And that's kind of what happened to the characters. Like, we know Kano made a deal with Kronika and his little thing, and the other ones just kind of beat her because Time's fabric split so much to where it's basically just multiverse trope So any type of random bullshit that I personally don't agree with is possible.
Well, there's a difference between something like Marvel and DC and Mortal Kombat. Marvel and DC, the characters' power levels vary wildly depending on who's writing the story. So you can read like a Spider-Man comic for 5 years where he has a kind of pseudo okay, power consistency, and then literally a new dude comes in and now he's got a totally different level of power, and that's across all of comics. I've been saying for the longest of times, Marvel and DC are shittily written comics. They're some of the worst comics you can possibly read. I think it's a travesty that when you think of American comic books, you think of Marvel and DC, because it doesn't evoke any ideas of quality in my head about writing, and I don't think it would for many people. If they actually sat down to read a decent portion of it, it's all trash. Like, it's mostly trash. It's almost entirely trash. It's really bad stuff. Even the good stuff is only good for like, a year or so, and then they immediately retcon everything that's happened, or like go back, which makes the good stuff bad too. Like, Superior Spider-Man was a cool storyline, but then at the end of Superior Spider-Man, they literally undid all of the stuff that Superior Spider-Man did. So it's like, well, is Superior Spider-Man a good storyline now? No, because at the end of the storyline, they literally go back to the beginning, which is a shitty ending for that storyline. So even the good storylines are not good in Marvel and DC, at least not for long. That's not the case for Mortal Kombat. Like, I would argue that in Marvel, if Thanos does in this timeline at this point do this, and then in a different timeline he loses to a much weaker character, I would argue under normal circumstances that he would be that weaker power level. That's the only thing that makes sense. The thing about Marvel is that it doesn't make sense. None of the storylines make sense, and it's not consistent across any of the stories. I would actually argue that Mortal Kombat does make sense, I suppose, if you think that every single character is equivalent in power. But because they are, except for when they're not, like when what's her face, Shao Kahn's wife just like murders half the roster in Mortal Kombat 9. They're like, it's most of the time they're all equivalent in power. That we see that in the story of the game, throughout the story of all three of the NetherRealm games, throughout all of them, and we also see it in the alternate timelines doesn't go away from that. That stays consistent. Like, it's all, anyone can beat anyone at any given time. They are all of equivalent power. That is the case whether you want to take the timeline seriously or not.
So with that thing with like the gods, because I do remember you brought up that point. For every instance of a normal human beating a god character, there was always an explanation for it. It wasn't like, oh, they just magically did it. Like MK11, where Jackie and Jax beat Cetrion. They put on the crown. Both, whatever one you choose, they put on the crown, and that's what made them able to beat Cetrion.
Yes, but that's because the gods are immune to damage under normal circumstances. But once they are not immune to damage, once you have something that negates that damage, their strength, speed, and everything else about them is equivalent to every other character. You can say the same thing about Shinnok. When Shinnok is not vastly more powerful than Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage is just the only one capable of harming him, because normal people can't hurt him. But there are several characters who fight against Shinnok on par, not just Johnny Cage.
So
he's just the only one who's capable of hurting him.
So the green stuff in the crown are different, because the crown is openly stated to where it amplifies your power to where you're equal to Chronica. It's not like, oh, it negates.
But not every character beats Chronica by wearing the crown in the timeline, so it doesn't matter. And
yeah, that's the dumb part of it. Like, I can agree with you. That is the dumb part of it. But like with time splitting infinitely, it kind of provides a somewhat explanation for it with how it works. Because like with infinite timelines, anybody could beat Chronica with that infinite timeline. And we know that from MK1.
Well,
where,
everyone
like,
has beaten. It's not everyone can. Everyone has. They all have beaten.
We don't know, but we don't know how for everyone. And that's a little tough to determine. We don't know how everyone beat Chronica. We know Kano made a deal with her and then tricked her and killed her that way.
Yeah.
And then you have characters like Onaga, which there is a Titan Onaga out there.
I don't even know where the fuck he is anymore.
Kang's-
I don't know what the fuck. Last time I saw Onaga, he flew off holding Shao Kahn in Armageddon, and which they retconned in the next one in 9.
Yeah, so that's actually implied to be a Chronica reset. It's implied that Taven originally won, and then Chronica reset the timeline, and then Raiden fucked with their timeline reset, and that's her whole thing.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be their answer for literally every time they want to retcon something. That's still it doesn't become not a retcon because they want to give a story reason as to why it's a retcon. Their writing is terrible, and they're going to just be, oh well, that's this, oh well, that's this, oh well, that's this, and they just happen to have written a story that's so fucked time wise that they can use time control as an excuse to try and get over basically everything that they do.
Yeah, I will agree with that for like MK 9 through 11. I will say with MK1, they do make it a lot more consistent. Like power-wise, they do make it very clear that like Liu Kang and other Titans are just on a different level compared to everyone else.
I don't think they do a good. They say it, but they don't do a good job in showing it. I mean, I think as far as what they show, it's not. That's not at all the case. I mean, just
it is.
Not really. I mean, look, you wear a crown. Oh, you're more powerful. How? In what way?
Hang on, my phone died.
Like how? In what way? Because I mean, every fight that we see is even, with or without the crown. Across the board. So it's like where at what power does Chronica show that is excessively greater than any other character, other than just saying the crown increases her power? Boom. Victory. No, I'm kidding. That wasn't a victory. He left out. Does anyone else want to come up here so I'm not just fucking sitting up here by my goddamn self? Cause here, you guys, come on up so I'm not fucking alone up here. Jim, yeah. Where the fuck did Doug go? Doug just left. Why did you put your hand up, Jim? You are well aware.
Misclick. Anyhow, I thought that was gonna last a minute longer.
Yeah, no, he I think his phone died. He was talking about. He said something about his phone, and then he immediately jumped out. And then I made a joke.
Oh yeah, no, he said his phone died.
Yeah, and then I made a joke about him bailing, but he did.
Okay, I want to talk about this for a split second. I've been looking through this.
Oh, he's back.
Like,
He's back.
You remember how he? Oh,
Sorry.
I'll let him up.
Oh, there he is.
I've been looking through the guy who he works for. I've been looking through.
I am so sorry about that. My phone died midway through conversation.
No, that's good. It happens. It's fine.
You're good.
Yeah. So
wait. Let
say...
Jim finish what he was saying. He was in the middle of something. Were you saying, Jim?
Well, I said I was looking through the guy he works through for his videos, and some of these are wild. Like, one of the key ones I saw was Kevin McAllister getting the Venom suit and then beating up the walrus from Tusk.
Oh,
that is.
That's crack pipe level shit right there.
No, it seems entertaining. Like,
are they
this
animations?
seems absurd. No,
there are
they
some.
There's a couple from what I can see. They're mostly like multi-creator.
That one, they're like jokes.
Gotcha.
I figure that this has to be a joke because you also have like Obi-Wan being the freaking old man, like Old Man Marley in Home Alone.
That's wild.
Freaking Iron Man turning into the Tusk. For some reason, the Tusk has way more videos than I feel like has any right. I've ran into like 3, but I feel like 3 is a large number.
Probably because Tusk is just an inherently goofy. It's just an inherently goofy idea, so it makes for good humor.
You also have like the freaking like William Afton becoming the Punisher.
Anyway, since we're all here, I mean, Chicken, do you just want it to be me and you, or do you want everyone to talk about it?
I can send
fine.
everyone to hell.
I'm fine.
Okay. So what were you saying, Chicken?
So I was gonna say with MK1 at least and onwards, they are very consistent with like the like the power levels of the characters.
I mean,
They
that's
are very
fine, but my videos weren't even talking about one. My videos were almost always. I don't think, maybe I might have mentioned one at one point, because I think my last Mortal Kombat video came out like right after Mortal Kombat 1 came out, but my video wasn't. I don't think any of my videos was about Mortal Kombat 1. I was
No, I
mocking
gotcha.
things about Mortal Kombat 1. I think I used a couple of examples of images from Mortal Kombat 1 to sort of get points across, but I was never really talking about Mortal Kombat 1 as a whole. And I'm sorry, but if you make 3 games back to back, and in Mortal Kombat 1 you use time yet again to try and reboot your franchise, only then to try doing something semi sort of right, I don't know. At that point, it's too late. You fucking destroyed this universe so badly. I'm not interested in anything that happened to Mortal Kombat 1. And it seems like the fans aren't that interested either, because Mortal Kombat 1 didn't sell nearly as well as the previous 3 games.
No, you're right.
I think it's better than MK11 though.
I would never like I said, just because I'm repping it doesn't mean I'll deny any criticisms. Like those are very valid points. Like with MK11 to 1, those are so basically with 1, like Liu Kang is basically nerfed. Well, okay, since we're not, let's focus on 11. Let's focus on 11, not 1, because like 1 makes more sense. But anyways, with 11, so yeah, like with every instance of a normal human beating a god character, there's always some kind of logical explanation. Like with Jackie and Jax, it's because they had the crown that allowed them to amplify the power. With Sindel, it's because with all the soul she had in her, she was the one character that could compete with Elder Gods. And then for who's the other one? Who is it? I can't think of it, but yeah, basically those 2 instances are the ones that come to mind off the top of my head where it's explained.
I agreed with you when you said it was explained. I just said it wasn't explained well. It's not.
Okay.
The explanations are not sufficient. It's not sufficient when we that you're saying that here's this reason as to why Shinnok loses, but throughout the entire story we never see Shinnok do anything outside of what a normal person can do. Ever. Name one thing that any other character can't do in the same series that Shinnok does, that any of them do. Outside of Haxie abilities, which most of these characters have Haxie abilities anyway. So I mean, there's nothing. They're all basically normal people.
Kind of, if you put it in that type of sense, yes. But at the same time, there's also like I'm not going to count extra material because there is extra stuff that kind of portrays a different picture.
Which I've gone over once before. I'm not going to remember any examples off the top of my head, but if you're talking about like the comics and stuff, they are very, very contradicted by the games. They whoever wrote the comics, it was not in line with whoever was writing the games. Like they weren't. Yeah, it was. Again, I don't.
You mean the MKX comics?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, they actually kind of retconned that out because it was going in a completely different direction. Like the comic writers and the game writers, like they were planning on a whole 3rd arc where Onaga came back with like Goro as his host, and that's why Onaga was referenced in 11. So yeah, it deviates.
Yeah, but so what exactly is our argument? Because it sounds like for the most part we don't argue. We're not disagreeing about that much.
So the argument is that I think Mortal Kombat is a lot stronger than what you portray them as.
How?
I don't think they're like multiversal level entities, but I think they're certainly a lot higher than Liu Kang getting his ass kicked by the Fire Nation.
Did I ever say that they get their ass? I don't think I ever said he gets his ass kicked by the Fire Nation.
No, it was about the freaking could he become I think the king of the throne or something like that. It was like Fire God Lord Liu Kang.
I think it was I think it was a Fire Nation video.
And then you showed him controlling fire.
Yeah, that's it. You did 2 technically. That one, and it was like something about leaders or whatever trying to take over a kingdom.
I think it was the one that you featured like Overlord Unicorn in a while ago. With the Fire Nation and such.
I don't remember. I've got over 300 videos. I don't remember.
Hey, it's
probably that Samurai guy as well.
Yeah, but
Samurai War.
It was basically who can defeat the Fire Lord.
I mean, if you asked me right now, I would say Aang would probably beat Fire God Liu Kang if he's physically capable of harming him. I would say he's winning. I don't think he is necessarily physically capable of harming him because of his like weird god invincible powers, but outside of that, I think so. But no, I don't think that on screen that we've seen a whole lot from him that would be that superior to that of a top tier Fire Nation soldier.
And you're right. We've seen different. Basically, what we've seen is statements. We haven't really seen feats. We've seen statements.
Yeah, but what statements?
Liu Kang and Shang Tsung being responsible for the multiverse existing.
That's not. But that by punching.
Yeah, their battle. It was in the final chapter of that game.
Because that's never said in the game. In the game, they say them punching created the multiverse. I thought everything, all the stuff with the crown was what caused the multiverse.
That's not literal, but they say that their battle for the hourglass in Aftermath released energies that split time's fabric infinitely.
Yes, because it's the hourglass, which is time. Why would you assume that that's coming from Liu Kang and Shang Tsung and not the hourglass that literally fucks with time?
Wasn't the crown siphoning the energy from the crown, though?
Yeah, why would the assumption be it came from them that has nothing to do with time?
Also, Shang Tsung. So, they didn't say the hourglass specifically. They said their energies split the timeline. And
I
Shang
understand.
Tsung
I understand
Shang Tsung
that,
had the crown.
but Liu Kang and Shang Tsung has fought several times, including in that same Aftermath before that point, and it seems very strange that you would cut out the whole context of the time controlling hourglass that holds all of time being there. Like, that's strange for you to be like, no, this just happened because they fought. Like, if the hourglass wasn't there and they fought somewhere else, the same exact thing would have happened. No, it's very clearly this is related to the hourglass.
They fought within the proximity of the hourglass, and they released
And
energies.
one of them had the crown. I don't remember which one, but one of them also
Shang Tsung, yeah.
Yeah, so he had power over time at the time that they were fighting. So again, I'm not seeing how that, like, it seems weird to me that you'd completely disregard the hourglass being there.
To be fair, because of their clash, it did create a like fire god Shang Tsung. Because of the timeline thing.
What? What's that? Okay. I don't.
It doesn't have any context, but it's just to help out with any confusion.
No, I mean is that your argument that the hourglass had literally nothing to do with the splitting of the timelines, even though the hourglass is like basically the source of all time?
I'll say Chronica had to use it like to manipulate time. Or,
that's what it is. The hourglass is time. I mean, we have a bunch of storylines that's all everything that's fucked with time, everything about time, with the exception of Raiden sending his like minds or memories back in time. That was just some weird bullshit that he could never do again. Wouldn't that have been useful at other points in time? But other than that one scene, every other time related bullshit comes from the hourglass. And the fight that split all the timelines and shit happened over the hourglass while one of the characters was using the crown that controls the hourglass. So it seems very strange to me that you would be like, no, it's just Liu Kang and the other and Shang Tsung fighting, and the hourglass isn't any part of that. Like, that's weird. I don't get where you're coming from.
I got you. Yeah, the hourglass was there because it didn't say.
And they were using it.
They were not. They were just.
No, he had the crown, so they were.
Just because he had the crown doesn't mean.
It means he had the power of the hourglass. That's what it means.
The crown. That's kind of complicated to explain, but the crown does not mean the power of the hourglass. The crown just allows you to control it.
Yes.
It does not give you the power of the hourglass. Chronica, like, the whole thing is like Chronica had.
That's semantics. You're too worried about my wording. Whether you're controlling it, you have the power. It doesn't matter. You are control that gives you access to the power that the hourglass has. So like it's not that two dudes were just fighting around the hourglass. It's not that two dudes were you're trying to separate the hourglass and all of the stuff we know about all the time manipulation bullshit that happened throughout the whole storyline of that game, and you're trying to completely separate it and just say it's just about Liu Kang and Shang Tsung fighting, and it was all on them, and that none of that had anything to do with it.
No, it
Because
had to
of
do with the hourglass.
huh?
So the crown, because I think I should probably explain what the crown does, because it's not just, oh, it gives you the power of the hourglass, or it gives you the ability to control the hourglass. It amplifies the user. That's all it does. It just amplifies the
Okay,
user's
well
power.
then you've also disregarded your point because you're saying that this is about their powers. He's still utilizing it. Like I don't want to, and it's not just, it doesn't just amplify their power, because amplifying their power doesn't have anything to do with time control. It gives them time powers. When you wear the crown, you can literally rewrite all of time. Multiple characters have done this. Every character who beats it in arcade mode does this. It doesn't just amplify your power. It's not steroids.
Yeah,
It gives them power to time. It gives them control over the hourglass and power over time.
It's steroids plus time hacks, because we've literally seen in the story that
Okay, but why are you assuming that that the creation of the multiple timelines is coming from steroids and not time hacks? Time hacks is the thing that's directly linked to making multiple timelines.
So you have changed my mind on that. I will say I think it is both.
But why do you think it's
you,
both?
Liu Kang, I'm on LSD.
I don't understand why you would think it was both, to be honest with you.
Because what power would you need to shatter time's fabric? You would need power
No.
to shatter the
Why would you
hourglass.
need power to shatter time's fabric if you have power over time? If I have power over time, I can shatter time. I don't need to punch it.
The hourglass allows you to manipulate that timeline specifically, and you can't split it. Their battle had the side effect, which included the hourglass and the crown, had the side effect of splitting it.
Why do you know that they can't split it? How do you know they can't split it?
Oh my god. Hang on.
I think we have evidence that you can split it because they did it. So I think that is evidence that they can split it, unless it specifically says that they can't. I mean, I don't know where you would get the information that they can't split it when we saw them do it.
So the reason why I say they can't, or at least they don't know they can, because they weren't aware that other timelines existed until 1.
Yeah,
they
that's
did not
fine.
become aware of the other timelines. It's possible they can, but they did not know
But
that the timeline
But
split.
why are you not taking them actually doing it as confirmation that you can? Why are you still saying, well, we don't know, or maybe it's possible. We saw it, so it is possible.
So yes, it is.
But you're just
possible,
trying to correlate it to
but
a
at the same
punch.
time, it can't be, oh, one of them split the timeline if neither of them knew that each other existed until after it happened.
So they did something on accident. That doesn't mean that it was done with a punch and not the actual power of the time. You have two people who don't fully understand the hourglass and its power fighting over that power, and they accidentally broke time and shattered shit because they're dealing with powers they don't understand. That's very common in fiction. I don't see why that means that it was done with their punch. And I don't think there's any evidence anywhere that shows that it was done with their punch.
No, the punch thing, that's like a phrase. I was making a phrase. I wasn't being literal when I said, oh, they punch time. That was just a phrase.
No, I get it, but even take that off. But you're saying that you are saying that they did it with their strength and not the time hacks. That's not literal. And I don't see why you would think that when the entire storyline is based around time hacks involving the hourglass. Why you would assume it was something else.
Basically, their strength from their clash shattered the hourglass and split the timeline. That's the basics.
Yeah, but you could shatter the hourglass. Then that would just be the durability of whatever the hourglass is.
Which is a universe.
It's an hourglass.
We've seen that if you destroy an hourglass, you erase an entire timeline.
Yes, because it's linked to the hourglass, but that doesn't have anything to do with the hourglass's durability. The hourglass's durability could be hard glass. Why would it be an assumption that the hourglass is the durability of a universe?
Didn't we see Carnage get punched into the hourglass and it broke? Am I crazy or?
Wait, what?
Not sure.
There was, if you want to go off by this, there was like whenever you play the characters and you fight Chronica and MK11, the final boss, you see him like smack her really hard against, I think, the hourglass, and it breaks it by accident.
Maybe.
If
I
I'm not
remember that. I
mistaken.
remember that in DC. I don't remember that much in 11. I
Like,
don't know.
cause she like gets hit, she like slams into the hourglass, it cracks it, and like she gets
Yeah, I
hit with
mean,
the
it wouldn't
glass.
surprise me.
trying
It's
to-
not uncommon in fiction for you to have ultimate powerful artifacts that you could smash on the ground and destroy. Like it's not uncommon. It's all over fiction.
My question is, where the fuck they find it?
Yeah, the idea that an artifact with great power has to be equivalent when especially when you're talking about magic, has to have an equivalent durability to the power, to the amount of energy or the power that it's capable of using, is solely a scaling thing. It's something scalers do, but it doesn't exist in fiction to the same extent. Fiction doesn't care about that stuff at all.
It's like I could have like a bomb that's incredibly powerful, but you could step on it, it probably breaks in half.
I mean, I guess we're talking more about magic stuff, but I suppose. I guess.
You get what I mean. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it could be insanely
yeah,
powerful,
like
but
it
it's
could be
just
something that's not nearly as durable as the amount of power that it's capable of yielding, I guess. So like, yeah.
Like a magic staff that like blows up a universe, and then Batman just breaks it on his knee.
No, you're right. You are right about that point. I'll concede to that. You are right about that point where the hourglass is not. Or if you can use the hourglass of like if you travel to another timeline, you can destroy that timeline using that timeline's hourglass. So it's not an equivalency. So I will concede to that point.
So do we have any other points left? Sorry. Yeah. If that sounded douchey, I didn't mean it to.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. The other, it's all right. So the other point I had was, as I'm refreshing my memory, there was a past thing where you talked about. I know you did address it later on with the black hole fatality, but I know there was a point where you brought up Devil Jin's Tekken, I think 7 ending.
Yeah.
Which was
non-canon. Where he blew up. Yeah, where he blew up the Earth, and it's not canon. That's true. Yeah.
And he didn't even blow up the Earth.
No, he blew. I didn't say he blew up the Earth. He in the video I said he basically destroys about a continent size worth of land. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is Tekken material that does put them way beyond planetary, but that's
I was using it for two reasons. One, the way that Tekken does its endings and the way that Mortal Kombat does its endings are very, very different. Tekken endings are generally stuff that could happen for the most part. It's like their ideas of what they would do, but also that ability, as you just said, was not insanely beyond things that we see in the actual series. With Mortal Kombat, it is. We don't see Liu Kang do anything close to making a black hole. And my issue with the black hole isn't even necessarily that he makes a black hole. My main issue is with people who argue that him making the black hole is a solar system level feat when creators of video games don't know the science behind black holes and personally don't care about the science behind black holes, and they just think it's cool to have a fucking black hole. They're not going to calculate the black hole to be like solar system and now Liu Kang can do a solar system. Like
it's not solar system level.
That's what people have argued. I'm just basing it off of what other people have told me. I don't think it's solar system. But
well, black hole doesn't indicate solar system level.
Wait, what?
A black hole doesn't indicate solar system
no,
level. No,
people have calculated that black hole in that fatality that of that size would be solar system. I don't agree with it either way. But my point was that it doesn't matter if it is or not. That doesn't mean that Liu Kang suddenly is, because this is fiction and you can't take a black hole that was created as a literal thing. Like, apparently, based on science, a black hole that's the size of a marble would destroy our entire planet. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what people have argued to me. So if that is true, if you play Mass Effect, there's a black hole gun. Is Commander Shepard, and the black hole gun's a lot bigger than a fucking dime or a marble or whatever. It's like it's sizable. It's like the size of a desk or something. I don't know, maybe a small car. But does that make Commander Shepard in Mass Effect a fucking solar system or galaxy buster because he can make a big ass black hole? What about Ratchet and Clank? There's countless universes where black holes are made. I don't think it's as impressive as people think it is because the creators of those series don't think about the implications of how powerful the black hole is. I just think it
also depends on lifespan of a black hole.
Sure. My point is that the science doesn't matter because the people writing the stories don't think about the science when they want to put a black hole in their series. They just think
Right, they
it's
just
cool to
get,
put a black
oh,
hole
cool,
in
black
there.
hole.
They don't care about. Yeah, it's not. They don't think about the science of it. And also another thing, which totally different kind of point, but we don't know how powerful black holes are. Everything that we know about a black hole is completely theoretical. We've never been to one. We've never gone close enough to study one. We've only been able to see it from light years away. So we don't even know anything about black holes. So all of that isn't even necessarily true. So yeah, that my issue with the black hole was people using it as an argument to prove that he was a solar system level character.
I would personally use that and say like planetary through hacks.
Why?
But because it is still a black hole of a decent size, I don't think it's solar system level.
But the black hole, he literally goes right up to the black hole, and it takes time to rip apart one person. Why would you put it anywhere near planetary in any way? He's never done a black hole at any point. There's no evidence that if the developers made that black hole on Earth, that it would destroy the planet.
That is true. That is true.
Like
there is higher end stuff. Like there is other actual feats in Mortal Kombat, like scaling. Like you could get Shao Kahn to Universal for Christ's sake. Like it gets. I guess with high ends and low ends, I just try to find a middle. I don't like to take the pure lowest end, and I don't like to take the pure highest end, because like the pure highest end is that Shao Kahn stealing the souls of everyone in Earthrealm is actually a universal feat, because Earthrealm is our observable universe.
Stealing souls is not a universal feat, because a universal feat that would be range. But if you're talking about actual like power output, like when you talk about hacks, range and power output aren't the same thing. Being able to absorb all the souls in a universe is not the same thing as destroying the universe. It wouldn't be universal.
Or being the threat to realms.
Again, but being a threat to realms doesn't mean anything. Like, I can be a threat to the neighborhood. That doesn't mean I could blow up the neighborhood. That just means I'm going around hacking people up with a machete. Like, it's not. That doesn't mean anything. It's not anything that can be measured.
The giant threat in the neighborhood, and guess who it is? It's me.
Yeah, like I mean, you like.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. I guess my only other thing would be like, I feel like you don't give Mortal Kombat enough credit, and I feel like they could be placed. I feel like the placements could be a little better.
It depends for. Depends for what. Like, what don't I give them enough credit in?
Like, I think Fire God Liu Kang would do. I don't think he clears, but I think he would do significantly better in Tekken than what you said he would.
Well, how far do you think he would get?
I think he would probably, considering that Liu Kang wasn't really powerful enough to deal with Noob Saibot, and it took Geras basically time fucking him to get involved, I'd say he stops at 8. I'd say he clears his way up to.
You think
Angel
he clears
Jin.
7?
Up to Angel Jin, yeah.
There's nothing in anywhere in the NetherRealm games that compares to the stuff that happens in 7.
I'm not talking about base. I'm talking like MK11, because that one probably goes like Tekken 2.
No, but like even look at Fire God Liu Kang. What's his best feat that you can compare to the stuff that happens in 7?
If you wanted to get technical with MK1,
he would essentially have to destroy damn near a city in order to even compare.
I think he was about to say something.
But it's arguable that like based on statements and stuff, they would be considerably higher than City. But based on just like straight up what we see, they're damn near City. I mean, shit, all the way back in Tekken 4, Jin crashed. Like he flew. He didn't fall. He flew and crashed into a forest and destroyed an entire forest many miles. And that was in 4.
Yeah, there is a difference between feats and statements. You can't just
That's not a
go
statement. That's a
entirely
feat.
off feats. No, what I'm saying is that like what I think what the other guy was trying to say is there are statements, but like you can't completely disregard the statements and you can't completely disregard the feats.
No, but what I'm saying statements or feat. I don't think Fire God Liu Kang compares to Tekken 7, because there are planetary statements since. Okay, so I was wrong. The forest being destroyed was Tekken 5, and the planetary statements started in 4, because they talk about Jinpachi destroying the world in that, and that he was going to destroy the entire world. Now I don't count that, because what does that even mean? Like that doesn't mean that he destroys an entire planet. Like, but if you stretched it in the same way that many people stretch Mortal Kombat in terms of its power, you can easily make them planetary in 4.
Like Mortal Kombat 4 or Tekken 4?
Tekken 4. If you stretch I don't stretch the statements, but if you stretch the statements, you can make them planetary in 4.
Tekken 4 is the one with Heihachi's dad, right?
Jinpachi, yeah.
Jinpachi, yeah. Okay. You know, yeah, I believe it because, like, Jinpachi or Kenpachi or whatever his name is. I don't remember his name, but I remember playing the game. He was stated to be a threat to the planet if he actually was able to go out
but I don't. But see, the way that you and I interpret these things are completely different. I don't think being a threat to the planet means you're going to destroy the planet. I think if you're going around killing millions of people and destroying cities and massacring politicians and shit, you're a threat to the planet. I don't think you have to blow up the entire world to be a threat to the planet. I don't have to completely atomize your body to be a threat to your person. I could punch you in the face and still be a threat to you. Like there's other, being a threat to something doesn't mean complete destruction of.
It's about the burger. It's always
So I just want to add on this. It has nothing to do with it, but if you want to include MK1, Fire God, it doesn't really say what it was, if it was the hourglass or not, but Liu Kang did say he did create I believe, a universe.
Yeah.
Like he seeded pretty much the entire everything. Like the way their lives are lived is because of him.
Yes, that's everyone knows that. That's using he used the hourglass to create the world of MK1 to rewrite everything. Yeah.
He did, and then he basically intervened because he stepped down and basically left the hourglass to Geras and nerfed himself.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. I'm just talking
Geras...
specifically about what he said about recreating the universe. It's all from the hourglass. It's not from Liu Kang himself.
It is literally
It's to get this hourglass, seriously.
Yeah, that's all from the hourglass. He did not create a universe by himself, because if he created a universe by himself, we'd be having a different conversation right now. But
I just don't see. I just don't see how you can look at anything. Whether you go, I think all the statements that you have for and not just you, just fans of Mortal Kombat in general, all the statements they have is them reaching to the absolute most extreme of what that statement could mean instead of the lowest of what it could mean, which is what you're supposed to do. And I also think that there's nothing that we see on screen that comes even close to anything that happens in Tekken. I mean, if we're even if you go all the way to Mortal Kombat 11 and look at all the stuff on screen, there's shit more impressive than that in fucking Tekken 3. Like it's just, like they're not even close. I mean shit, technically I might be wrong about this, but I think it was said that Ogre was a threat to the world too, and that was in Tekken 3. I think I might be wrong about that, but I think that is stated somewhere, and that's Tekken 3. Ogre is nowhere near a planetary character. I wouldn't call him a planetary just because he's said to be a threat to the world.
So and I can see why you don't think of Mortal Kombat so highly. I guess we'll agree to disagree. It's just because, like, if scaling is taken into account, you could get it higher, but if scaling is not taken into account, it doesn't really get that high.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't know what you mean by I don't know what you mean by scaling. Like comparing him to other characters, like in statements, I think the statements are exaggerated, and the visual feats aren't there.
I think he means like if you take it for what it is, like you just take it like front face, dead look at it.
But it's not front face. I don't think it's front face to say someone's threatening the world. That means planetary destruction. That's not front face.
No,
that's you reaching. That's trying to reach for the most exaggerated meaning possible.
So let me give you an example. So Raiden and Shinnok, we know this is canon. They both threatened to destroy Earthrealm, and it literally got to a point where it was shaking in the ancient past. Like they were actually, it wasn't Earthrealm. I think it was the entire planet. Like they got the planet shaking. They almost blew it up.
That was in the original games.
It's still canon to the new timeline. Not MK1, but 11. It is still canon to the previous 2 timelines. And you could basically
but my argument was never that the original games didn't have these. My arguments was that the new games, they're not capable of this kind of stuff, and that the continuity is so fucked up that it doesn't matter what's happened to the original games. They're essentially it's a reboot. It's a complete utter reboot. that they just like to say isn't. Nothing that happened before Mortal Kombat 9 even matters. And even the parts that are supposed to matter, like Taven winning with Blaze, was completely undone. It's a straight up reboot that the creators of the game say is still all within the same canon. But the canon's fucked. They're not. It's a reboot.
So
It's not a
take
soft
that,
reboot. It's just
take
a
that
reboot.
same Raiden from the previous canon, who was able to nearly destroy the planet in his battle with Shinnok, and do a Dragon Ball Z Potara fusion with 2 Liu Kangs, and that's Fire God.
Yeah,
That was just the
but
one.
that's not the case because Raiden did that in the original games, not in the current ones. He hasn't done anything near that in the current ones. As far as the
that thing is still canon. Yeah, that battle that happened is still canon.
I
Events
just
of the ancient
explained
past.
that. I just explained that though. You can't just repeat yourself. You actually have to touch on what I just said.
No, I'm saying that yes, this battle was made when the original timeline was coming out.
Yeah.
But the events are still canon to the.
I know, but I just
timeline.
you said that and I responded to it, and then you repeated yourself again. You have to respond to what I just said about that.
And you said it wasn't canon.
That's not what I said.
Please repeat yourself.
Okay, it's cool. I said that the developers are always going to keep saying that everything's canon no matter what because their continuity is completely fucked. But there's nothing about the Netherworld games that in any way link to the original games. There's no events that link. Even the one part that was supposed to link, which was the end of Armageddon, was altered, and then they said that was based on a time shift. It's a reboot. It is a full-on reboot, regardless of what the people who make the game say. They don't take anything into consideration. The power levels aren't the same. The story's not the same. The characters and characterization of those characters aren't the same. It's a reboot that they're not calling a reboot. It is a reboot. And Raiden hasn't done anything. And I'm not saying that you can't somehow make them stronger by linking them to the original games. You can do that with all kinds of characters because the original games had stronger characters. But not current, because not before MK1. Again, haven't played MK1. The NetherRealm games, they are nowhere near that power. So if you're going back and saying that, well, you go back to the old games because those are canon, then you're disregarding what my initial point was to begin with. I never disagreed that they weren't powerful in the original games.
It's not that I'm going back to the old ones. It's these events still happen. Like MK Mythology,
That is going to
Sub-Zero,
the old ones.
And because the reboot happened after certain things in the reboot. The original timeline and the reboot diverge at a certain point. The same events happened before the divergence. And 2 of those things is Mythology Sub-Zero and Raiden's battle with Shinnok. Those 2 things both, yes, they might not show it, but those 2 events happen in both timelines.
Yeah, it's a
and
reboot.
diverged.
That's what
Yes.
that's what happens when you do a reboot. But that doesn't
Yes.
but that doesn't mean that Raiden's that powerful.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
They
Because
both-
we haven't seen referenced or anything about how that went down.
Yeah, because the thing from
What?
the ancient battle he had with Shinnok.
Yeah, we
that
know he
is
had an
still-
ancient battle with Shinnok.
Yeah, that same battle where it almost destroyed the
Yeah, okay,
Earth,
so where's the evidence that they shook the planet?
in the thing with the battle.
Where?
I gotta find it.
In the OG games?
I gotta find it, but
I think it's
yeah,
MK9, right?
They never say they shake the world in MK9.
Okay,
What he's talking
It's
about
not
happened.
9.
What he's talking about happened in the original games,
Okay.
not in the
I do love.
not in the reboot series. We know that
I
the
do love
same
that-
events happened, but we don't know how they happened. What was the concept of that? Like how they all went down? It's because it's a reboot. When
do
you
love that you
reboot
can make
something, the
arguments.
same events happen. That's what you do when you do a reboot. Like an American reboot of a Japanese movie, all the same events will happen. But that doesn't mean that they're the same. But that you can link them, because that's what a reboot is. It's a redo.
do-
It's a completely new thing. That's just going to borrow from the previous version of the same story.
it's true. So, would you argue that Midway Liu Kang is somehow stronger than Fire God?
Based on his showings and statements, yes. I don't classify them as the same character. It's a totally different character.
I mean, they are objectively different because of the fusion thing.
They're very different.
Yeah. Yeah,
even if you take that out, like personality-wise, they're different.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They're different. They're different personality-wise. They're different in terms of powers. They're different in terms of power levels. Like they're completely different.
I do love that the original. You can make genuine arguments for the original MK games because of Cyrax blowing up a planet by spamming too many bombs. Which I don't know if you want to consider canon, but I find it funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, but
So,
no, my argument was never that the original games didn't have high power levels.
Your argument is that the new ones don't show high power levels.
That they don't have high power levels in the current games.
It's more word of mouth than actual.
The only way that you can try and argue that they are is by going back to the old games, or exaggerating statements. That's about it, really. Yeah. That's
basically, basically you just have to. Yeah, like I said, I know you don't like power scaling. You don't do power scaling, but it's basically just power scaling is how you get it higher than what it actually is. And I can, like I said, we agree to disagree, but I can understand you not placing Mortal Kombat as high because you're not like power scaling, and that's totally fine.
Well, I don't see power scaling as being correct or proper or good. Like the power scaling, to me, power scaling is just a bunch of fans coming together and trying to force their favorite universes to be as strong as possible and completely ignoring the actual story that's in front of them.
No, you're right. You are right about power scaling. I never said I liked
just
it.
reaching to high levels that they really just can't reach.
Power scaling, but with what I'm saying for Mortal Kombat is not, oh, we should be power scaling to the highest possible degree. It's just, I feel like they're a little higher. I feel like they deserve a little more credit. That's an opinion. That's not me saying it as a matter of fact.
That's
me
fine.
having an opinion.
That's fine.
Obviously, I know you disagree with me, but it's like a respectable disagreement.
The thing that I like about art, one of the things that everyone used to like about art, everyone still does like about art, it's really just scalers who ignore it, is interpretation is important. Interpretation is very important. You're supposed to read something and interpret and see what you get based on how your ideas go, and different people have different interpretations. It's only scalers that come up to people when you give your interpretation like, no, you're wrong, and let me prove it using math, where it's like it's a story. Math has no business getting involved with a written story. They're not linked.
With magic, you know?
They're not linked in any way. Math and story. I mean, I guess you can write a story and try and force and link it to math in some way, but yeah, they're not. Stories are about thematic relevance. You know, they're not about like mathematical equations, which is why I almost never use math. Actually, the first time I used math ever in a video was this week, and I made over 300 videos, and I did it out of sheer curiosity.
Yeah, you did. It was Serious Sam.
Serious Sam.
So, like, in my personal opinion, like, the way I would interpret your placements for, like, Liu Kang in your videos, I'd personally, like, for the Fire Nation one, I'd personally put Liu Kang below Luke, because I still think Luke beats him. I'd personally put him below Tifa.
Wait, below Luke?
Below Luke, yeah.
Skywalker.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't even know what the placement is. He's definitely below Tifa. I would put him below Luke.
Where the fuck did Luke Skywalker come from?
He's talking about the video that I made. I don't remember who was in it.
And then, like...
It's like, you said Luke, I was like, oh, Luke Kang? And you're like, no, Luke Skywalker.
Who was the third character on that?
For the Tekken one, you had Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza, Injustice Superman, and Tifa. I would personally put him below Tifa because I think Injustice Superman is a fucking bitch, and he only got buffed because of the comics.
That's true. That's true. I did buff him because of the comics. That is a fair point. In that video, I remember I buffed him because of the comics.
Yeah, where he just casually snaps Ultraman's neck.
That's true.
Well, actually, to be fair, you can also disprove that that Superman was very weak, because when he was fighting that other Superman, he like punched him so bad that he was like crawling towards that Superman.
Yeah.
So
But
it's
I
clear that
still
he was
think, but I still
incredibly
think
weak
even,
during that fight.
I still think if you take him in the game and put him in, he's still faster than Liu Kang by a significant
Yes.
margin, and he's still, and
Yes.
I think you could still argue that he's physically stronger as we see him lift heavier things. Like, I mean, it's yeah, I mean, we don't really see a whole lot from Liu Kang in terms of his physical ability. I mean, if we're, I mean, I honestly, I find it hard to find things within the game that prove to me that Fire God Liu Kang would be like, I don't know, he'd probably beat Captain America, but not by as much as you'd think. I just don't see him as all that powerful. Like, he's not.
I wish we got to see more of his abilities, like summoning random objects or like just summoning spirits or some shit like that. You know,
The most
with
impressive
his
thing that I
powers.
can remember Liu Kang doing is when he flew down and he started like sending lightning bolts to like that army that was in front of him. I don't even remember what the scene was, but he like started
yes.
sending lightning bolts from the sky and he killed like half an army by sending lightning bolts down. But that wasn't even physical ability. Every time we see him fight, he just fights like a normal dude against other normal dudes fighting basically pretty normal. So I mean, yeah.
So I mean, with that, I'll say there is an in-lore explanation for why he isn't immediately going out of his way to try and kill everybody.
No, I understand that, but that's not a reason. In order to say that someone has some power, you have to like show that power. You can't just
That is
say.
true.
I got into an argument with in a different debate stream with some guys who were talking that the entire Helldivers universe can be wiped out by Palpatine, and he's like Palpatine can destroy the entire solar system, all solar systems, and I said no, he can't. And we talked about it, and we argued about it for a while, and the whole time I was every time I was like he didn't do this, he didn't do this, he didn't do this, and they were like he didn't want to, he wasn't going to, that wasn't his plan. And I was like, okay, but show me something that he did do. And they kept going to, the only reason why he didn't is because of this, and the reason why he didn't do this, and we kept going in circles over and over again, and I kept asking, stop telling me what he didn't do, you need to show me somewhere where he did do this thing you're claiming he can do. And
Empire versus Super Earth.
They wouldn't give me single thing, like, and it was
that is the flaw with the current writing of Mortal Kombat. Like, I will fully agree with you on this. Like, yes, they say Liu Kang is really fucking strong, but at the same time, they don't really show it because they always show him off as like a dude of peace who doesn't really want to exert himself. Like, they always show him.
I don't
as,
think
like,
I don't
somebody
think
who's
that that's a
taking step
flaw
back.
in writing. I mean, there are flaws in writing in Mortal Kombat for
What I'm-
sure, but I don't
well,
think
what
that
I'm
that's a
saying-
flaw in writing because I think it's fans of the series who have exaggerated the power levels of these characters, not the writers. It's not like the writers are constantly having the series say that, you know, Liu Kang can destroy a whole universe, Liu Kang can blow up the sun, Liu Kang, and then he just doesn't do it. Like, the games don't have them saying all this. They don't have him saying all this. They don't show him doing all this. It's fans who come to these conclusions on their own.
Yes, and they do portray him as by far the strongest person there, but they don't show his strength. They don't show him being the strongest. In fact, the only times we've seen him fight is like him holding back, beating the crap out of random foot soldiers, and then losing to a Soul Amp Sindel in MK1, and that's it.
Yeah, but how much stronger? Like, okay, I agree that they've definitely shown, or not shown, but they've definitely implied strongly that he's the strongest person on the roster. But what does that even mean? If the second strongest person on the roster is running away from helicopters and tanks, then Liu Kang could be the strongest person on the roster by being basically Captain America's strength. Like, that could make him the strongest person on the roster. Like, just because he's the strongest person on the roster doesn't mean that he's a god, or doesn't mean that he's god levels of power.
Yeah, the cool thing about, I suppose, about MK1 is we don't have any of the Special Forces characters, so they don't really, I mean, this is cool, but also bad at the same time. He's like, they don't really give us like a clear level. All they say is, oh, these other characters are normal humans, and Liu Kang is just vaguely and significantly stronger than them. They don't really say by how much. It's always just, oh, he is stronger.
And that's fine. Like I said, I don't have an issue with. Well, no, it annoys me that all the characters' power levels are random. That does annoy me. I'm not gonna pretend that doesn't annoy me.
I'll agree with you.
But I don't have an issue with the weak level that Mortal Kombat is at. I suppose I could say I don't have an issue with it. My argument was never with the series or the people who write the series when it comes to how strong they are. My argument's always been with people who, when I make a video and I put Liu Kang in it, they tell me that I'm a piece of shit and I'm stupid because I didn't say that Liu Kang was this multiversal god when they can't prove it either. Like there's
objectively
nothing
he
there.
isn't.
No, I don't. That's
I'll
not. I don't
say,
mean literal god. I mean
Well,
Guilty of
yeah,
that.
I say like if you try to put him at multiversal, you literally cannot because in MK1 it's
a lot of people
whole
do.
storyline that
Many people do. Tons
well,
of them.
it doesn't
Trust
make
me, my
sense 'cause
comment
even,
section
like-
are filled with them.
I'll be honest with you, Ruga. One of those people was me, but after I started appearing on your streams and watching more of your videos, first I'm going to say I'm sorry for that.
You're good.
And also, I've become a big fan at
Awesome.
this point.
Bam,
After
1-1 over.
joining your stream, watching, like, yes, we may still disagree on things, namely Dexter and Punisher, but like, I still watch and respect your content.
What was that about? I was gonna watch that one. I forgot to watch it.
The Dexter one or the Punisher one?
It's okay.
Dexter
Liam
versus
also
Punisher.
disagrees with me about Punisher.
I
mean about Dexter.
My
Was it
disagreement.
like Punisher could kill Dexter, or was it his moral
No.
code or some shit?
My disagreement with it was that if Punisher walked into Miami and saw the Bay Harbor victims, realizing they were murderers and rapists, he would just walk away.
Oh, I do remember that. I do remember that comment. Well, my argument for that was I think what you were trying to say, but I don't think you were wording it the best, is he wouldn't bother looking at the deeper crimes.
Yeah, I should have worded that a lot
Is
better.
that what you were trying to say? Because what you were saying was that he would see that all the killers are like butchers and stuff, and then he would just leave Dexter alone. And I was arguing, yeah, but he did all of these other crimes that he would not be okay with. Dexter, over the course of the series, has murdered many innocent people, several, and Punisher would absolutely kill him for that. But you kept repeating yourself saying the same thing, where it's like, no, but he would ignore the crimes, or not ignore the crimes, but he would but he would see the dead bodies and just like be okay with it. And I was like, yeah, but you're not touching on what I'm saying, which is look at all this stuff that he did that was bad. But I think what you were trying to say is that he would see that all of these people are being killed who deserve it, and then he wouldn't bother doing any more investigative work to find out the other stuff that Dexter had done.
You also have to remember that.
Is that what you were saying? Well,
like,
I'm asking him
yes.
if that's what he was saying. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. I mean it's possible. I do think that you are expecting Punisher to be less thorough than we see him usually be. If there's Punisher knows the minds of psychopaths, serial killers, and murderers and criminals. He knows it because he has one. I don't think that if he finds out that there's a Bay Harbor butcher that has killed easily at least 46 people at that point, when he's outed as the Bay Harbor butcher, they have a confirmed 46 kill count, that he would just be like, okay, I'm not going to look into this any more than I already am. We're totally cool. I don't see that happening with the Punisher.
Yeah. My reasoning was that he would do some investigations, talk to the family of the victims, figure out who they were, and then view the murders like, someone's taken out the trash, and just leave. I
think our disagreement is not how he would feel about things, because our disagreement is how thorough he would be in his investigative work of Dexter.
I like to add on to Roga's bit a little bit, like the scene where Punisher was tied to a chair, and that group that was like basically, we look up to you, so we're basically Punishers. It pissed Frank off a lot, calling them cowards and all that. So I don't think his ideology with Dexter would blend all that well together.
Well, that's a new thing. That's a new thing. The comics more recently have tried to disown the Punisher and make the Punisher out to be like he doesn't agree with his own morality at this point. But that's a completely political stance that Marvel has taken, and they've written him in this way. Like
well, this whole thing is he's controversial. That's his entire.
Well, no, if you go back 5-10 years, Punisher was like really adamant about his admiration for the police. There's a reason why the police have the Punisher symbol, because to them he was a source of respect and justice. And or a more brutal version of justice. And because Marvel kind of took up this stance with the whole BLM and police and they kind of became pretty anti-police in their comics. They started writing Punisher as someone who would go after like sort of like disown the police almost. And it was like, oh no, don't do this after me. And like they think that cops put the Punisher logo on their cars because they're right-wing fascists essentially, and they wanted to distance themselves from that. So they started writing Frank differently so that now he's not okay with other people murdering, but it doesn't fit him at all. It doesn't make any sense that he wouldn't be okay with it. But it is what it is. They ruined basically all of their right-wing characters. They've ruined the last couple of years. They did the same thing with Captain America.
Well, that's why I like the older comics with Punisher and Daredevil, because they both have different, very huge ideals that obviously Punisher doesn't like Daredevils, nor does Daredevil like Punishers, but they aren't gonna like kill each other over it for the most part.
I've talked about this before. I'm trying to remember his name now. I'm forgetting. Perlmutter, Ike Perlmutter, I think. He was in charge of Marvel before Disney bought them, and he always made sure that you would have your left-wing comics and your right-wing comics, and then you would have your more neutral comics. So you had comics like Spider-Man, which was more neutral. It was about like the everyman. And then you had comics like X-Men, which were very liberal comics, and then you would have your Captain Americas and your Punisher, that you were very right-wing comics. And he made sure there was a nice blend for everybody. After Perlmutter was outed by Disney, which happened, I want to say right before Civil War came out. Captain America Civil War, not the comic, the movie, Captain America Civil War. After that happened, you started noticing all of their comics and movies and everything got way more left-wing, like way more left-wing. The left-wing comics became like far left-wing. Like they started to go into some stuff where it's like, dude, your main characters are just straight up villains, but you don't know they're villains.
Do you want to mention the Guardians?
I don't know about the Guardians, but what I'm referring to when I'm talking about straight up villains is like Civil War II, where they tried to paint Tony Stark as the villain, and even though the clear villain of that story was Captain Marvel, because
literally thought criming people.
She was literally throwing people in prison for possible things they could do, and she's painted as the good character and as the hero of that story, which is unbelievable. Like that's crazy. They've had their more left-wing comics attack free speech and attack like all sorts of things that you would think are like quintessential liberal ideas. Liberals and conservatives were on the same we were on the same page about this for a long time, and then all of a sudden, nope, no more. But the right-wing comics also went towards the left. So like now Captain America is talking about how, he regrets his past because he ignored racial minorities, and he was actually supporting a racist philosophy in American exceptionalism, because apparently American exceptionalism is a racist philosophy. And I'm like, the fuck? Like Captain America
doesn't make any sense considering he was fighting in World War II.
Like it's crazy.
I thought his main bit was usually, even with stuff he heavily disagreed about, which he did disagree about, like segregation and a lot of that in a lot of comics.
Yeah,
it was like, I want to make America better. I don't want to just abandon it.
You can't say you can't say he wanted to make America great.
He wanted to make America great
No,
again.
but he was a conservative character. The Punisher was a conservative character. These were conservative characters, and Ike Perlmutter had no issues with having a conservative characters. The moment he left and it got filled with a bunch of left-wing activists, the stories got worse, because it was no longer about telling stories and stuff like that. It was about pushing this propaganda. I never really felt like, even when it's crazy that when Captain America was punching Hitler in the face during World War II, it didn't feel as much like propaganda as it does now, which is insane to say. It
used to be like all agreed upon things, like, oh, punching Hitler in the face, look at it go.
It's Hitler. Look at him.
Yeah, I can punch Hitler. It's totally cool. No, but Marvel and DC Comics are trash. No one should be reading them. They should let the fucking comics die.
You should read Daredevil comics. I heard they're still really good.
I am not giving any money to Marvel or Disney. They're trash. If you're going to give your money, even the absolute best of Marvel comics are not half as good as like the best comics out. Like go read Sagas. Sagas, that's a good comic. Go read the Hellboy comic. There's so many other comics that are so much better than fucking Marvel and DC comics. It's so shitty. I've been done with, and I even say like you notice I stopped making Marvel and DC videos in the last, well, probably I think I may have made 2 this whole year, and that's mostly because I'm outdated. Like my knowledge is outdated. It's I haven't read a Marvel or DC comic in over 5 years. So it's like every time I talk about Marvel or DC, people will be like, oh well, this and this. I was like, I haven't read it and I'm not going to. So now I'm only taking versions of the characters out of specific storylines that I have read. So like the last one I did was specifically from Planet Hulk,
or
and World
the
War
live
Hulk
action,
or something, or the live action. Yeah. But I won't take it from all comics because I'm behind. I don't know anything. Like people tell me about Titan Hulk and all this. I don't know anything about Titan Hulk.
I hate when they MCU-fied a lot of the comics and shit and TV shows.
Yeah. That's gonna happen. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I know, that's still stupid as fuck.
A little off topic, Rouga, but I'm looking at it now. The video you made of would these criminals survive Dexter is an absolute fucking sin because you have Anton above Kingpin.
I have Anton above Kingpin. I have Anton above Kingpin only because Kingpin, he'll know exactly where Kingpin is. Anton, he has no way of tracking because Anton is such a mysterious character that we don't even know if Anton's his real name.
I think
he has no way of actually finding Anton.
Well, so the issue with Kingpin.
Didn't you also say that they're like
they're interchangeable? I said they're interchangeable because I said Dexter's not going to go after Kingpin solely due to the fact that he is such a massive figure. Like he's a rich philanthropist who's famous across the entire country, and he's not going to want to bring that. Yeah, he's not going to want to bring that to himself. And even if he did try, the odds of him getting into this dude's house with all his security and stuff to get him is very unlikely. But I found it equally as unlikely. But I found it equally as unlikely that he would even be able to locate Anton, since no one can locate Anton.
Locate and kill him before the police got to them first.
Yeah, I said it's more like I said if they are capable of locating him, it's more likely that he's going to die in a shootout with the police because of how loud and destructive he is, not necessarily by Dexter. Like I just don't like where is he going? He's not, every single character Dexter's ever killed. They're characters who live normal lives in their houses doing their normal thing, and he goes in their house in the middle of the night and he fucking does the thing and he takes it like they have a stable location and a life, right? Anton doesn't have that. Anton's constantly traveling around the country murdering a bunch of people. He doesn't have a stable address. How the fuck is Dexter even gonna find him?
So my reasoning for why I would personally put Kingpin above Anton is because Kingpin could easily find out who Dexter is before Dexter finds out that Kingpin even exists.
But there's no reason for Dexter to look into. I'm sorry, Kingpin to look into Dexter at all. I don't.
Well, yeah, actually, Roga's right about that.
Like
even in
another
the
murderer.
show, even the Daredevil wasn't a big deal until Daredevil started fucking with the Union in the TV show.
Yeah,
so. And even then, Kingpin was like,
I just don't think they'll interact
whatever.
in any way. Like even if Dexter did, one thing that is really important is it took Daredevil and Karen to reveal that Kingpin even existed. No one knew about that there was this one dude who controlled all of crime in Hell's Kitchen. No one even knew about it until Karen and
Well, think about it like this
Dexter's
as well.
Dexter's not even going to know this dude exists, and when he does find out that he exists, he's going to actively not, like, he's going to choose not to attack him because that would put I mean, look how long it took him to kill Miguel in season 3, specifically because Miguel was a DA. He was a local famous person. Kingpin is a famous person across the entire country. He's not
you know what's crazy is, in season 1, fucking Matt was a lawyer, couldn't even like get a read on freaking Kingpin. Like, not a name, not a zilch, nothing.
So
nobody
Dexter,
until it eventually snowballed. But
Kingpin was a myth in season 1.
So Dexter has gone
even
after.
This guy was like, "Don't say his name."
Let chicken talk. You keep interrupting.
My bad.
So Dexter has gone after a rich person, which is Leon Prater, but
no, rich but not famous and not powerful.
Oh no,
he wasn't well known.
No, Leon Prater was.
Was he well known?
Yes. Oh wait, shoot! I think I might be spoiling Resurrection, but yeah, he goes after
Don't worry.
Leon Prater is basically the MCU. He's very
He's
similar
not.
to
He's
MCU.
not. Someone made that argument. It might have been you. Someone made that argument in my someone made that argument in my comment section. They're not equivalent. I mean,
I'd say
Kingpin is one of the most powerful, beloved figures in the entire country. He's a philanthropist. He controls all crime in all of Gotham. Gotham. In all of Hell's Kitchen, which makes him far more powerful than Praetor is, but like easily more powerful than Praetor is. He's likely much richer than Praetor is. He's just an overall. Praetor is a less dangerous, less famous, less powerful version of Kingpin. Like significant. Praetor is I think he's a billionaire. Praetor is a billionaire who has like a fetish for serial killers.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the only reason why Dexter was even able to get somebody who is like a lesser Kingpin is because of his son. That's it. His son was basically the reason why he was even able to get him in the first place. So like, if you take his son out of the picture and you put him up against a Leon Prater who has significantly more power, he's cooked. Like, if you put the Dexter from Resurrection, like where he's in New York, up against Kingpin, he's getting shot dead day one.
They M Porky says Gotham. He's basically an evil Batman. Kind of. I mean, he's got similarities to evil Batman, I suppose.
You also remember chicken, like word in Hell's Kitchen, it spreads like fucking wildfire. I'm talking like the slightest peep, wit, anything gets out quick when it comes to the Union Allied.
Scrug, you're the one who told me about Hellsinger, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. How'd you like the video with Hellsinger?
I loved it. You did them justice. I honestly can't believe I underplayed them so hard.
This dude,
when I first joined the
did. He massively did. He's like, she's got some like guns and stuff, and she's got a knife.
There's like some guns, like they're probably like maybe building.
It was so funny.
Okay,
he came in to debate, and he wanted to use Hellsinger. And I had seen the game on PSN, but I didn't know much about it. I knew that it was like a music game or whatever. And he comes in, he wants to debate Hellsinger. So they're debating, and I forgot who he was debating against, or like what the character they were using.
I remember that one.
I was debating against Nemesis.
Debating Nemesis and someone from freaking Worm.
Dude, it was so. And then he's like, oh yeah,
I was too drunk to remember anything from the game.
Yeah, so she was
I was
like,
in that
flying. So
Yeah.
so she's like, okay, she's flying. She does this, blah blah blah. He's like saying all this very down stuff, and I'm like looking into the game. Like, this seems kind of cool. Let me get it. So I download the game.
He was a guy.
I download the game. Wait, let me finish. I download the game and I start playing. Literally, the opening cinematic, she uses her voice. I'm sorry, it's right after the tutorial. She uses her voice to rip a hole in reality and blow like a universe between the layer of hell that she's in, so she can get into the next layer of hell. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about?
And then I proceed to say, "Oh, Nemesis just walks towards you." Like, dude, I literally played the fucking game. I can't believe I was like, "Yeah, Nemesis just walks towards you."
The second,
dude, I was drunk as shit, man.
Literally, the second gun you get this shotgun, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they're just guns." The second gun you get, you read the description of the gun, and it's like it says something along the lines of it breaks reality with each shot or something like that, and I'm like.
Yeah, I was.
Were you just like blindfolded the whole time you played this fucking game?
No, I was extraordinarily drunk that night.
Okay. No, but yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. There's another gun, the crossbow that actually destroys space time and can fuck with gravity and shit. Like they all have like ridiculous over the top explanations for the guns. And he just ignored all that. Sadly though, the studio that made Hellsinger was shut down this week. So there will not be a Hellsinger 2, despite the fact that the end of the game ends with a very obvious
cliffhanger.
Not a cliffhanger. It's a possible sequel. So basically, what ends up happening, I think they wrote the ending. They very clearly wrote the ending for a possible sequel, but also this is fine if it's not. She gets out of hell. And she tries to go to heaven, and the idea is like, I'm going to go to heaven and kill all the people and like get the rest of my voice back. Well, when she leaves hell, something wrong happens, And Paz, the skull who you carry around the entire game, is drinking in a bar on Earth, and he's like, you know what? I'm stuck here on Earth, but it's fine. Like better, like worse things had happened. It's not hell, you know. It's pretty cool. I could stay here for a while, and he's like, oh, I wonder if I'll ever see the unknown again or whatever. And she walks in through the bar, but she's like a human, like she doesn't have her demon look. And she walks into the bar, and the last line of the game, or like one of the last lines of the game, he says, you know, maybe we'll stay here for a while, maybe we'll go, but, you know, only the future will tell or whatever. And then it's like kind of ends. So it sort of ends on like, basically if a sequel didn't come out, they just spend the rest of their lives together on Earth.
Gotcha. So they made an ending.
Yeah, where it was an
assuming they
either
weren't
or.
gonna make a fucking sequel.
They made
to
an
the game.
not assuming, but in case, because they
Right.
announced that they were going to make a second game after the first. Like they didn't announce, like it wasn't an official release or anything, but they said no, we want to make a second one. The first one made a lot of money for what it costs. Like we're going to make a second one, and then the studio was shut down because the same thing that always happens. If there were a small studio that was bought by a bigger studio. The bigger studio was having money troubles and decided to do a bunch of layoffs and close a bunch of smaller studios that they bought, and that included their studio. Stop letting big studios purchase you.
That
Studios.
really sucks. Yeah, for real, dude.
That happens so often.
I would have played the absolute shit out of a Metal Hellsinger sequel. I tell you what.
I am playing a game right now. It is a not like this minute, but I was earlier during the stream. And it is a game that it was made mostly by one person. And then that one person made like 70 or 80% of the game. And then this publisher was like, oh, that's cool. Well, we're going to hire you a couple of like part-time designers to come in and kind of help touch it up a little bit, and then we'll release it. And it was mostly made by one dude for a very small amount of money. It was released. It sold like 205,000 copies, made its money back because it didn't cost that much. It is the best shooter I have played since Doom Eternal by far.
What's it called?
It is called Turbo Overkill.
And I've heard of that.
It is unbelievably good. This year I have been so annoyed. This year I was looking forward to Doom: The Dark Ages. That was my most anticipated game of the year. And then I was curious about Borderlands, you know, but I wasn't like super, because Borderlands has disappointed me a lot in the past. The two games that I've enjoyed the most this year is Turbo Overkill and Expedition 33. Both of them were indie games made by small, very, very small studios. I want to say Expedition 33 had like 13 people working on it. They got their music their music composer and their writer. I think they got their writer from Reddit, and they got their music composer from Discord. And
really?
Yeah, and that was my game of the year for most of the year. It was better than Doom: The Dark Ages. It was better than Borderlands 4.
That's crazy.
Now I'm playing Turbo Overkill. It's a first-person shooter. It is a first-person boomer shooter, which is right up my alley. And
it's a boomer shooter.
It is also. I would have paid $60 for this before I paid $60 for both Doom: The Dark Ages and Borderlands 4 together in a single pack. It's worth it, and it only cost $20. And it's a full game. It is not a short game at all. It is a solid story. The story is really, really good. It's a better story than Doom: The Dark Ages by far. The gameplay is awesome. The guns are so fucking cool. I miss cool guns. There's a gun in this game.
Fuck yeah, dude! I'm gonna check that out tomorrow. The moment I wake up.
No, let me tell you some of the guns. I gotta tell you some of the guns. There's a gun in this game. I'm forgetting the name of it. It's a sniper rifle. I never use sniper rifles, ever. It's just not my gameplay style. I prefer shotguns. But there's a sniper rifle in this game that when you just use it, it's just like a really good sniper rifle. It shoots really fast. It's nice. It hits hard. If you charge it up, it turns into a rail cannon. That's really cool. But its alternate fire is so interesting. So you look through the sights, and then it has like this little like waiting period. It's like half a second, and then you shoot, and it teleports your character inside the body of who you're aiming at, and they explode. That's the alternate fire of the sniper rifle. It's so fucking cool. It's
That's fucking crazy.
It's a traversal mechanic. You can use it during combat. You can use it to solve different puzzles. That's just one gun. There's like I don't know how many. There's like 10 guns or something in the game, and each of them have some kind of like cool alternate usage that's just really badass, and I just like it. There's this fucking ion. There's this like ion blaster gun where you aim it and you fire, and it creates this massive blue room, and you just need to get the fuck out because it just causes this giant ion explosion. It basically one-shots everything in the game, and there's just like so many really badass guns.
Fuck it, dude! I'm definitely gonna check that out tomorrow. Also, I got a question for you, Rouga.
What's up? Well, say what you need to say, and then let Jim remember what you're gonna say. Okay, go
Right.
ahead,
Was the reason you added in the unknown to the Dark Ages videos, was it because I brought it up to you?
Well, I wouldn't have put it in there if it wasn't for you, for sure. Like, because I wouldn't have bought the game. I wouldn't have bought the game if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, he
Fair enough.
played about the beginning.
Yeah, I literally bought the game after our conversation, and then I put it in. Originally, so that video evolved quite a bit, because originally the video, I was like, oh, let's do boomer shooters in Doom. And then I was like, you know what? And then I had another idea. I was like, oh, let's put hot demon bitches and see if Dante can murder these hot demon bitches. And then I was like, I'll just fuse them together. so
Dante's I can fix your list.
Yes.
There's not enough people for either. If I just slam them together hard enough, it'll work
let's
out.
Put it together. No, because like for my hot demon bitches, I was like, okay, the bitch from Dark Stalkers and Unknown, and I was like thinking of hot demon bitches.
Just like,
and then I was like, I'm not that into this video right now. But so then I was gonna do boomer shooters, and then when I was looking at all the boomer shooter characters, I was like, they're all really fucking weak, and they just don't stand a chance. So I was only, out of all the boomers that I put on there, the only one that was actually like strong enough to do anything was Sam. So I kept Sam in the video, but then I had to fill it up with other people. So I took characters from my sexy demon bitches and threw them on there too, and then just added a couple others.
Great.
Yeah, it's just a little look into my creative
to the creation process. This one didn't work out. On to the next. This one.
That's fucking perfect.
Kind of coming together. I'll just throw these guys in.
Well, oftentimes, what I'll like, I've said this before. My videos are usually just whatever I'm playing at the time. So if you see me talking about the same thing over and over again, it's because that's something I'm currently engaging in. Like the reason why you saw Dexter in 2 videos back to back is because I was watching.
Watching Dexter.
I was watching Dexter. So like that's like right now. If you look on my PlayStation's on right now. If you look at the last 3 games I played, it's Turbo Overkill, Metal Hellsinger, and Doom: The Dark Ages. Those are the last 3 games that I played, and they're all in my last videos. And like 2 more games over is Borderlands 4, and I just started I put a Borderlands character. It just is whatever I'm doing at that time. I am looking for something somewhere to put Johnny Turbo from Turbo Overkill into it, because I fucking love this game. I honestly, it might be.
I'm gonna have to play that tomorrow.
It's close. I haven't made my decision on which one I like more yet, but I don't know what my game of the year is yet. It's either Expedition 33 or Turbo Overkill. I don't know which one, but those are definitely 1 and 2. I just don't know what order I would put them in quite yet. Which is because I fucking, dude, the boomer shooter comeback. Thank God. Like, if you would have asked me 5 years ago if I was a fan of shooters, I probably before Doom Eternal. If you ask me like, oh, are you like a shooting guy? Like you want to play a shooter? Like, no, I'm not really big on shooters. I was always big on shooters when I was younger. Unreal Tournament, Serious Sam, Doom, Wolfenstein. These were all my shit. Those were the games that I played. I loved shooters. And the military shooter thing started happening, and I lost all interest. I did not give a shit about military shooters. I didn't like COD. I didn't like Battlefield. I didn't like Medal of Honor. I did not like these games. They just didn't appeal to me at all. And boomer shooters died off. They weren't called boomer shooters, by the way. They were called Doom clones actually back then. But they didn't make them no more. So for years and years and years, I'm like, nah, I'm not really a big shooter guy. Now we're having this massive resurgence of boomer shooters, and I'm like half the fucking games I have downloaded on my PlayStation are boomer shooters now. I'm just like, all the shooters are coming back. Proteus, awesome. Ion Fury, awesome. Turbo Overkill, awesome. Like, I've got like 4 or 5 fucking shooters downloaded on my PlayStation right now that it's awesome. There's a resurgence. I can now say that I'm back to enjoying shooters. It's good because I'm fucking awesome at them. I rock. I fucking rock. I am awesome at Unreal Tournament. It's a shame we'll never get another one. Anyway, sorry about that. Jim, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask 2 things. Number 1, isn't the literal main movement mechanic in that game that you freaking pretty much pull a Denji and just use like a chainsaw leg to freaking just dash around?
Yes. And you can get 2 chainsaw legs later on in the game, and you by the end of the game you have 4 chainsaw limbs. You have chainsaw legs and chainsaw arms.
One isn't good enough.
Yeah. So you move. This is probably the fastest movement I have played. This is the fastest movement of modern shooters for sure. It's fast. You move faster than Doom Eternal. The Dark Ages you move a little slower than Eternal, but you definitely move faster than Doom Eternal. You move faster than Serious Sam. This is fast. I did the calculations on Serious Sam, and I estimated that he's probably moving around 32 miles per hour. This is easily twice as fast, if not more. Like this, you move so fast, and that's when you're not using the chainsaw movement. When you use the chainsaw movement, I would not be surprised if you were moving 100 miles an hour. Okay, fuck. You know what? I'm gonna hold up, because I'm just gonna show you this. It's so fast. It's so fucking fast. Hold up. Turbo Overkill movement. Wait, we'll do fast movement. I want you to see the speed of the full on speed that this game is. Let me see. How to Kill Jazz, the absolute state of turbo quick swapping. No, look at that fucking quick swapping. Jesus, look at that. No, trying to see like
just literal light speed freaking quick swap.
Oh, here we go. Movement is cracked. This looks like this is good. Just look at this real quick. I'll mute it so you don't gotta hear it. But look how fucking fast this dude moves. It's just insane how fast this game is. I like to see him when he uses the chainsaws, because the chainsaws is a totally you go like 3 or 4 times the speed when you use the fucking chainsaws for the movement. But you're all over the fucking place in this game. Hold on, let me see if I can get to a point where
is that Turbo Overkill?
That's Turbo Overkill.
Yeah, who was that?
Yeah, no, that looks like a perfect mix of what's it called? It looks like a perfect mix of Ultra Kill and Doom.
It's a lot of different games. It's I mean, there's a little bit of Borderlands in here. There's a little bit of Doom. There's a little bit of Wolfenstein. There's little factors, but I think it improves or does something cool with all of the old things, like all the stuff that you've seen in Doom or whatever. There's enough of
all
a
the
twist.
Classics.
There's enough of a twist of all those things that make it super unique and interesting to itself. Where it's just fucking cool. Like for instance, Doom Eternal, right? Doom Eternal has a plasma rifle. This game also has a plasma rifle. The secondary fire option on the plasma rifle in Doom is the microwave beam. This one also has a microwave beam, but instead of just a microwave beam, this has a microwave beam that can hit 3 people at the same time, and you can also use it to grab projectiles and fire them back at your enemies. So it's like every single thing you do, and you can grab multiple projectiles that are being shot at you at the same time. So like every single thing that you do in this game, it's you've seen it before, but it's just better. It's more improved. It's advanced. There we go. Okay, that was the chainsaw for us. He's not using much of it. I constantly use the chainsaw. I'm moving like crazy across the field. But you are easily going nearly 100 miles per hour when you're using the chainsaws. But one thing that's really cool is, so you do the chainsaws to move forward really, really fast, and then when you hit people, you do damage. But it also, the speed of it also changes depending on like if you're on an incline or something. And many of the levels have like very natural inclines all over the place. So it's almost like there's times where you feel like you're on a fucking skateboard rolling around shooting the shit out of people. And you just move. And I don't want to undersell this because I think this is very important. This game has such a fucking cool story, which is very unusual for this kind of shooter. They don't normally focus on that, but I really like.
I am actually semi familiar with the story because
it's really cool.
I'd watched a video pretty much covering Turbo Overkill a minute ago.
Way to
Like,
way to
like,
fucking
sit-
ruin it for yourself. Yeah.
Look, I wasn't gonna find out about it either or. It was a guy. His name was like Civi. He does a lot of boomer shooter videos, pretty much playing through, showing some of the stuff, and it is honestly like a really neat story just from what was described and shown in the video.
It's cool.
Much less playing it.
It's so good. I really like this game. Everything that I want in a shooter, this game does. Like,
Yeah,
basically-
it looks heavily inspired off of Ultra Kill, which is more than enough reason by itself to make me want to play it.
Well, it's inspired by Doom, and Ultra Kill is heavily inspired by Doom. Like, they're inspired by the same shit. But
Right.
I do want to preface, it's not just Doom. It's not just, like, it's very, very different. I liked it significantly more than Doom: The Dark Ages, and like a lot more than Doom: The Dark, much more, easily more than Doom: The Dark Ages. And not only
because I've yet to play Dark Ages, but I'm not gonna lie, I would play that shit all day.
I probably like it more than Doom Eternals at the moment too, which is crazy because Doom Eternal I said was the best shooter in the last 10 years. I think this is better. I might say this is better than Doom Eternal because this is a Doom Eternal I say was the best shooter in the last 10 years solely due to gameplay. This gameplay I am finding unbelievably fun. Like, even with Doom Eternal, I played through the whole game, and I would go back and play sections, every once in a while. When I completed episode 1 of this game, there's 3 episodes, and that's the whole game, which it shouldn't be 3 episodes. It should be 3 like movies. Like, it's a trilogy. It feels like a trilogy. That's another thing. The story in this game, like, it's not like 70 hours long or anything, but so much happens. Each episode feels like you just like it was like a whole film. Like, you had a whole 3-act structure. Each act has its own villain. Each of them feed into the other one. Like episode 2 feels like, Star Wars, the Empire Strikes Back. It's like each one has its own like epic moments and shit that you enjoy. And like, I went back and replayed episode 1 after I beat episode 1 and went and got all the stuff. And I almost never do that. So usually I play through the game and I'm done and I'm moving on. After I beat this game, I'm not deleting it. I'm gonna keep playing.
Right, you're replaying.
I'm gonna keep playing it because this shit is so much fucking fun. And there is the guy who created it is now making a second game, which he did say is not Turbo Overkill 2, but it's in the same world as Turbo Overkill.
Overkill.
And he has said that he's interested in making a sequel. I don't know how the game ends, so maybe like the main character dies or whatever, because the story feels like the type of story that he might die. But I don't know. I like it. I know I'm gushing about it a lot, but I really fucking like this game.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That shit looks cool as shit.
Dude,
I
can't remember the last time I played a game because I was super bummed out this whole year. All of the games that I was really excited for were disappointments to me. And like then this little game that I bought for $20 on PSN that just on a whim I started playing
fucking
it. And I'm
diamond
like,
in the rough.
This is like my fucking game of the year. I was like, what the hell? Like every second I'm playing this game, I got a massive fucking smile on my face. Like the whole time, and it's just like it's so great. It's so great. I'm going to be looking for an excuse to put this dude in a survival challenge. No one's gonna. I can't make him like. I can't be like a Turbo Overkill survival challenge because no one will watch it because no one knows what the fuck it is. But I'm going to try and find an excuse to fit him somewhere. What's up?
Cyberpunk maybe.
He'd fucking destroy, probably. I think you'd.
I know he'd destroy, but I feel like that's the most fitting place for you to.
There's a scene in this game where he jumps off a skyscraper and he shoots a rocket, and then he follows the rocket all the way down. The rocket hits the top of a building after he falls like 40 stories. He's right on top of it. So the explosion blows him up across the city onto another building, and he lands, and it's like, God, that's fucking cool.
Max Tech freaking takes one look at him. So he rocket boosts. What chrome is that guy?
Yeah, he rocket jumps. He literally rocket jumps, but it's like the most extreme, over the top rocket jump ever in one of the cutscenes. And yeah, no, the boss fights in it are amazing. There's really great boss fights, especially Act 2. The boss fights are awesome.
I've literally already bought it. I got it for like $2 on Amiibo, which is freaking great.
Oh, you have? Did you just buy it, or you've had it for a while?
Just now, it was like $2.
Dude,
freaking
play
no
it.
issue.
Yeah, I got it for
Already
$20.
did. Already did.
I will say this though, you bought it on PC, I'm assuming.
PC.
Yeah, the game. If you have both PC and PlayStation, buy it for PC. There are things in this game that it was clearly designed for PC, and there's some weirdness with the controls if you're on a PlayStation. Not enough to kill the game for me. I'm playing it on PC, on PlayStation, but there is some weirdness, like button placement and things where it's like you did not design this for a controller because it doesn't. It's odd. But yeah, so if you can get it, if you do have a PC, get it for PC. It's not going to kill the game for you if you get it for PlayStation. You don't have a PC. Like I would have preferred to play it on PlayStation than not play it at all, obviously. But yeah, you definitely get it for PC because it's just wild. But yeah, no, there's all kinds of stuff. There's like time freeze abilities and all kinds of stuff. The chainsaw shit is so. I don't think watching a YouTube video cannot like impress upon you how fun it is to just ride around with the fucking chainsaw legs. It's so fun.
The other thing I was actually wanting to ask.
What's up?
I know you probably have a freaking list a mile long. Any interest in trying to pick up like Hollow Knight Silk Song?
No, zero.
I see.
No, it's I liked Hollow Knight. Okay, I didn't love Hollow Knight. I thought it was fine. You know, I'm not. I don't know. It's okay. I think my issue is while I admit Hollow Knight does it better than a lot of other games, there's a lot of games that are just like Hollow Knight, and it's just I just get bored of playing the same shit over and over again. It's kind of like I'm kind of done with roguelikes too. Like I'm just so done with. There's just so every game that comes out.
Just kind of worn out of it.
Yeah, it's just I'm
worn
done.
out on it for now.
I want things that
probably get back to it in a couple of years.
I want new cool shit. Like I want to see like I think I might be done with AAA for a while. Because like all the AAA games bum me out this year, and the only games that I've really blown my mind.
You look at it and you're
were
just
indie
depressed,
games.
and you're like,
yeah. But neither of my favorite games this year were $60, and neither of them were made by more than 13 people.
That is hilarious because it's like it is mostly the indie developers or like usually the AA people that make like AA games that are making the best stuff right now. Like Silk Song, people are saying that is probably a bit of a shoe-in for Game of the Year.
I don't even think Turbo Overkill. I don't even think Turbo Overkill is a AA. They sold 200,000 copies, and they said they made money. They made apparently a lot of money.
So I got a question.
What's up?
It is. Go on.
Are y'all still taking like debate questions, or like are we at the point of the stream where we're just kind of talking about what?
I mean, I'm just talking right now. It doesn't matter to me. Actually, this has been a relatively low numbered stream, only between 20 and a little over 30 the whole stream, but it's been consistent. I don't think we've dropped below 20. Nope, we dropped below 20 once. But we've pretty much stayed above 20 this entire time, which it's not great numbers, but it's consistent. Usually, if I start off with like 20 people in a stream, it'll dip down to like 10 at some point. But no, this has stayed relatively consistent. So I don't know if we have the same dudes here for the whole 6 hours or whatever, or
I've been here the whole 6 hours.
You have, or wait, who was that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you told me you were. Yeah,
I was here for the first 3 hours while I was at work, and then I logged off and. Get a bonfire.
Fake fan.
Yeah.
Also the state. To state this for Turbo Overkill, they apparently have a demo on Steam, so you can download that to test it out if you.
Nah, just buy it. Yeah. It's good enough. Just buy it.
It's good enough.
Fair enough.
I bought that shit.
That gameplay looked interesting enough. I'm gonna waste my money.
Well, to be honest with you, when I was looking at games to get because I wanted something to play. And I was looking at boomer shooters because I missed boomer shooters, and I heard about all these indie boomer shooters they had, and I saw that a lot of them were being sold for pretty cheap. And I was like, oh, which one should I get? Should I get Proteus? Should I get Turbo Overkill? Should I get which one am I gonna get? I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get all of them. So at some point, I'm gonna play through all these fucking games.
I have a question. What's the list there of freaking like boomer shooters that you just bought?
Turbo Overkill, Ion Fury, and Proteus were the 3 that I bought. But I have a list that I wish listed that I haven't bought yet, but I probably will at some point. I'm after Turbo Overkill. I'm probably gonna play more Turbo Overkill. But then after that, oh, God damn it, I probably have to finish Borderlands 4.
And then after that,
and then I'll play.
Oh
Proteus.
no, Turbo!
Then I'll play
Oh
Proteus.
no, Turbo Overkill.
No, then I'll play Proteus. Let me see. Is there anything else I have to beat? Well, I still have to get through the Crisis series again because I started it, but I haven't finished it.
Turbo Overkill was right there. I mean,
I still haven't. There's a lot of stuff I haven't beaten. I still haven't beaten RoboCop Rogue City. Still haven't beaten Tainted Grail, and they gave me that game for free. Still haven't beaten. Let me see. Those are the only ones I really care that much about beating. Crisis is there, but it'll be there later. Borderlands 4 is one I really see. I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna get Borderlands 4. I'm gonna beat it really fast, and then once I beat it, I'll make videos about it, and I'll take advantage of the algorithm. But everybody fucking hates Borderlands 4 now. So I was like, well, wasn't that a waste of goddamn money? Because I feel like if I make a video on Borderlands 4, no one's gonna watch it anyway, because nobody likes it.
It may actually do well if you crap on Borderlands 4 because that's
trust me,
usually what you do.
I would be doing exactly that.
You usually do that. I think it bode well.
I am not in love with this game.
Well.
This
honestly just grift to like every trend you can find, and you'll do well.
Oftentimes there are no trends going on. There's many times where it's like you have like a month or two where just nothing good comes out, especially nowadays. Like if it was 10, 15 years ago, it was like the year Doom Eternal comes out. There wasn't a single month where something good didn't come out that whole year. But now it's like, fuck, dude. What even was like the only games the competition is not rough. That's the problem. Where's all the good shit? Like you used to, like.
Well, that's what I mean.
If competition was rough, it means we would be having so much shit. I was like, oh, I have no idea what to buy. This one's like, I gotta force myself to buy something.
I mean it's rough, but everything kind of fucking sucks.
Yeah, Borderlands 4 was a massive disappointment. Doom: The Dark Ages was a small disappointment, not a huge disappointment, but it was a disappointment. And those were really the only two games that I was like, yeah, these are the ones I have to get, kind of. But yeah, and yeah, I'm bummed out, dude. I'm so bummed. Is there anything else good coming out this year or supposed to come out? Because I spent $60 on Borderlands 4 and I'm bummed out. I wish I can get my money back. I'm not happy about spending the money on it because I feel like I'm forcing myself to get through it.
I suppose what's already been mentioned, people love, like Silk Song. I've been saying that's great. Freaking Expedition 33 was very good.
I already beat that.
Stuff coming out in the future, however.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sure of.
Yeah, Expedition 33 I beat. Turbo Overkill should win Game of the Year, but no one's gonna know anything about it.
Well, Turbo Overkill came out like 2 years ago.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
Its official release was January 2025. It released on
it released episodically.
Hey, I mean with the Game Awards, I don't think it's gonna win Game of the Year. They're probably just gonna give it to Last of Us 2 again.
Well, I know that. What they said, what I read on Turbo Overkill after I bought it is that it released as like an early access game where they released all 3 of the episodes as they were working on them, and then the official release, which by the way, early access is bullshit. Like the game, it just seems so odd to me that I've been playing a game for a year or 2 years, and then it's like, okay, now officially released. Like, how is this an official release? I don't understand, because I bought it 2 years ago, and it's not like it was only given out to certain people. Anyone could have went and bought it. So why is that was what was the first game where I was like, that's really weird, that whole early access thing? I think it was shit, I don't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't get it. I don't get what makes an early access game early access, because it just seems like they released the full game, but they're just still working on it. And they're like, you can buy it for full price and play it right now, but we'll just be working on it. It's like,
let's see, Little Nightmares 3 is coming out soon.
I didn't play the first. I played the first one. I didn't beat it, and I never played the second one. So I wouldn't start with 3.
Ninja Gaiden 4.
Oof. Yeah, but they fired the creator of the original Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden 3 wasn't good.
Outer Worlds 2.
I'm worried about that one. Jesus, this sucks.
Not a fan of the original.
No, I liked the original, but the new one is very different.
I see.
Very few of the people who worked on the first one are still there, and they seem to have gotten very wacky. Oh, Twitter stuff and saying stupid shit and talking about dumb shit with the thing. And there's like, what's the whole thing? What are they called? Everyone was freaking out about them a couple years ago, like Sweet Baby Inc. or something. There's like something that like Sweet Baby Inc. worked on it or something heavily, and it's like everyone's afraid that it's gonna be one of these propaganda games. Which the first one was like not propaganda; it was very jokey about certain like politics and consumerism and capitalism. But there's been a lot of evidence that this one is going to essentially just be like communism's awesome. I'm just like, I don't know if I want to play that.
I mean, we kind of had
Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I know how much.
I feel like you're joking with me now.
I know how much you love it.
Anata looks interesting, but it's not my cup of tea. I was actually contacted by the developers of Anata to try out the game for free. I haven't actually done it yet, but they contacted me twice about it.
First, I am hearing of that game.
It's like an open world anime GTA kind of is what people are describing it as.
I'm looking through games, and one that's slated for release is freaking Killer Bean, which you would have no idea about. It's extremely obscure. That's why I was very confused when I just saw that slated for release. Killer Bean.
You basically take John Wick and then combine it with a can of Bush's baked beans. There you go.
Literally, this
Yaku is saying that Anata, he said, I'm done with most gacha games. I didn't know Anata was a gacha game. If that's new for, I wouldn't be interested in it if it's a gacha game.
Hold on. Wolf Among Us Part 2.
Wolf Among Us? Who gives a shit? Why would you come out with a sequel like 20 years after? I'm exaggerating.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a decade later.
Yeah, and not only that, but the company that made the first one doesn't exist anymore. So like, who's even making it?
Telltale.
My God.
But Telltale doesn't exist.
They apparently do.
Well,
I'm pretty sure that
that's new.
That new Pokemon game is coming out, but I'm not sure if that's your cup of tea.
Yeah, that's. He's not a massive fan of. Want to know
what? I'm not a massive. I'm not a massive fan of what?
Pokemon.
No, but that's because I think they've done the same thing over and over again their entire.
Dude, it's just the same recipe repeated for
I have
12, 15 years.
Like I played Power World and I was like, this is so much better than Pokemon because it's like
still,
at least it's something different, you know.
It is so odd that is freaking like 2013 is when the first game released. Like, literally, it has been 13 years, practically.
2013 is not the first Pokemon game that's released.
There's no way.
The Wolf Among Us.
It's not.
The Wolf Among Us.
I was about to say, like, I can guarantee you that it did not come out.
Dude, Pokemon came out in like fucking 1995 or something.
No, I know. It was the 90s that came out. I'm talking about the
Game
Wolf
Boy Pocket, bitch. How many of you guys owned a Game Boy Pocket?
I actually did own a Game Boy Pocket.
When that thing was fucking made.
I owned a Game Boy Pocket.
I owned a Game Boy Color that I played it.
I owned a Game Boy Pocket. See, a Game Boy Pocket was different than a Game Boy Color because it was only in black and white. When Game Boy Color came out,
it wasn't in black and white. It was in crap green.
Yes.
It was in crap green and black, and that's the two choices you got.
That's true. Technically, if you want to be technical about it. Hey man, I rocked the shit out of that Game Boy Pocket. I had that Game Boy Pocket when everybody else had a color. I had a pocket. I was like, nah, bitch.
Yeah, you were running around in your cargo shorts because that's the only way that.
It wasn't that big. It's not that big. It's similar to a Game Boy Color, except like one side of it is rounded and the other side is pointy. I don't know why that design was like that, but I played some fun fucking games with that Game Boy Pocket. There was one game. It was like Gargoyle, but it wasn't anything to do with the Disney cartoon. And it was just a side scroller where you were this little gargoyle shooting these little blasts at things as they came across the screen, trying to kill it and get through. I was like, I remember playing that game for fucking hours. I don't know why. It's just like I love that game. It's just like you just go right and press A and that's it.
When we had DSs on my bus, there was like fucking 12 of us that would just play Mario Kart, and that was it. Other than that, it was just like Pokemon and nothing else.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. My favorite day of school ever. I will always remember this day of school. We didn't plan it. Nothing happened. I think it was third grade or fourth. I don't know. Somebody was having testing. One of the other grades were having testing. It was grade school. I think it was like third grade, and they were in fourth. And fourth grade was doing like the leap year testing, which is something that Louisiana does. So every other grade that wasn't fourth just had to like sit in their home rooms all day. So I'm like, dude, I'm gonna be fucking bored in my home room. I'm gonna bring my Game Boy. So I brought my Game Boy, and I brought my Pokemon that I had at the time, which was that Crystal or that was Blue. It might have been Blue. I think it was Crystal. I think I brought Crystal. So I brought in Pokemon Crystal. I am not kidding you. There were about high 20s, low 30s people in his class. Every single person, girl and boy, brought a Game Boy with a Pokemon game with them. And half of us had cables to connect the games together. We spent the entirety of the 8 hours of the day battling, training, and fucking off with Pokemon. God. The whole day. It was one of my funnest experiences in school ever. I've never been around that many people who all had Pokemon shit at the same time doing Pokemon shit. That was so much fun. And then over time, I stopped giving a fuck about Pokemon because it was just the same shit over and over again. I never had that experience again. So yeah, but I mean, it was cool, dude. It was. I remember.
At least you get a core memory. I mean.
No, dude, I'm never gonna forget that. That was so much fun. It was so much.
I'm looking at next year's release schedule. Really, the only thing that's popping out to me, in like something that's supposed to come out next year is Mortal Shell 2. And that's really the big thing that's popping out to me so far from looking through.
GTA 6?
It's GTA 6. He already knows. I'm certain.
Wait, that's from the whole. It
might just be me, but I'm not looking forward to GTA 6 like at all.
I already said that. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. We had this conversation earlier in the stream, but I don't think it's going to make nearly as much money as 5 did, or it's not, at least it's not going to sell as many copies as 5 did. I don't think it's going to be as big. It's going to be the biggest game of the year, but it's not. It's not going to be. I don't see it happening. There's too many people who aren't really that interested in it. And when 5 came out, before 5 came out, I didn't know anybody who wasn't interested in it. But now, like, I talk to a lot of people. There's a lot of people just like, it's like, I just don't care as much. And it's crazy. I think they've tainted. There's a lot of reasons. A lot of people don't want to play as a female character. That's a big one. I think a lot of people are annoyed with the shark card shit of the previous games. That I think that kind of soured people on the game for quite a people. But also all the announcements about them getting rid of the bro culture and them like not wanting to be a little more PC in the game and stuff. I think this is all killing the game for people. It's just none of this sounds good. You know what I mean?
What do you mean bro culture?
This was stated by them. They said they went through the studio and they got rid of the bro culture. They said they had a very toxic bro culture where everything was very masculine and heavy testosterone, and people were constantly like, men would talk to each other like men do, where they like constantly insult each other and rib on each other and shit. And they started hiring more women, and it became a problem. And there was a lot of complaints about sexual harassment, things like this. So they got rid of a lot of those guys. Like a lot of them aren't there anymore. And it's mostly females who are making the game now. And they have been talking about how essentially the way they're making the game, they're going about it, they're not going to be as grotesque as they have been in the previous games. The jokes aren't going to be as crass. They're going to kind of tone down a lot of the stuff that's in the game. They're going to try, and it's like, yeah, that sounds about what would happen if you got a bunch of females to make a GTA game. It's not really made for females. It's made for dudes. It is a dude game. It just kind of is the way it is.
It's Grand Theft Auto. The other thing they made, RDR2, literally had the hard R in it. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I think this is going to affect people. I think people. Well, I do believe that a large portion of people are going to buy the game and not even notice. To be honest with you.
Well, true.
Especially considering that most modern games that we play don't have that same edge that games like the older GTA games had. So they might not even notice that it's gone because it's been so long since most of these people have played GTA 4 or 5 or whatever. But I do think some people who have long memory are really not going to like it very much. I guarantee you this though, it's going to have 10s on all the fucking reviews. It's going to make a lot of money. It's going to get a lot of sales, but I don't think it's going to be the insane thing that GTA 5 was.
It's GTA 6. I mean, it's gonna make money regardless.
No, yeah, it's gonna do well. They could literally, I said this earlier. They could literally make a crap game. They could probably make a couple crap games in a row, and they'll all still sell pretty well. It'll take them a while before people stop giving a shit about GTA.
I must have left before that part because I didn't hear that.
I feel like that's because it's Rockstar. I mean, Rockstar has had such a good reputation for so long that it's kind of hard to sell.
Yeah, but their good reputation is GTA and Red Dead.
GTA,
that is their reputation. So
exactly.
But their last game was good, so people liked it. But the problem is that the whole getting rid of bro culture thing happened after Red Dead 2. Like it's a recent development. So we'll see. I guess would be the answer to that. I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure if I'm interested in a GTA that's made by women. It's just not. It's like the same way I'm not interested in a Doom that's made by women. Some games I don't give a shit if it's made by.
I see what you mean.
There
it's
are
like,
some
it just
things that are just
doesn't
inherently
seem
for
like
guys.
it's gonna be the same thing, you know.
It's no. There's just certain things that are made for dudes. It just is. There's just certain things that dudes really enjoy that women don't, and that's fine. Like I think it's weird when they started making the He-Man cartoons for girls. I'm like, that's so
It's
weird.
like it's called He-Man, dude. I want to see.
No, not the new one. It's called
naked dude.
No, it's called Masters of the Universe now. They took He-Man out of the title.
They took He-Man completely out of the title. What?
Yeah, it's called Masters of the Universe, and they made Teela the main character, and it was
That's
very
fucking crazy.
It was very female centric, and I started watching it, and I'm like, this doesn't feel like it was. I mean, it was made by Kevin Smith. Technically, it was made by a dude, but it's very clearly made by a dude who's trying to appeal to women.
Right.
And it's like it's weird. It's just it doesn't fit. There's a lot of stuff you can make to appeal to women. That's not one of them.
Right. That's really interesting because I remember I used to watch He-Man all the time, like the old He-Man.
Yeah.
But I never watched the recent He-Man.
Well, I don't know about
wild.
the CG He-Man. I didn't see it. Some people tell me that one's okay. I'm talking about the one specifically that Kevin Smith made. It's hard. It's hard to get through at times because it's very you can absolutely tell. Like Skeletor gets dethroned by Evil Lyn, and she's like the real villain behind it all. He-Man loses his powers, and Teela takes over as the main character.
Died.
He does.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he does. He dies. They bring him back, but he dies. By the end of season 2 or 3, Teela is she basically becomes a fusion of what He-Man was and what the Sorceress was. So she's the Sorceress who has all the power of Grayskull, but also out on the field fighting with He-Man. And He-Man is essentially a less powerful version of Teela now, and it's really weird. And I just don't.
That's crazy.
It's very
because
strange.
I wouldn't have minded that nearly as much, but the trailers they released before they made that looked like it was mainly centered around He-Man.
Yeah, and the thing is, and this is the kind of thing. It doesn't. I'm not gonna say this is something that annoys me because I actually haven't been introduced to it all that much. Because I know there's this whole thing online about men versus women and stuff. I don't really engage in it, but. There are things that are for men and are male centric and are made by men and are enjoyed by men, and those things are different than the stuff that's enjoyed and made and liked by women, and that's cool. I wouldn't go to the bar. I think it's ridiculous how people were complaining that the Barbie movie was oh, the Barbie movie was this handmade. It's it's this man hating blah 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 blah. It's the Barbie movie. If you're gonna make a movie that's gonna be man hating and super pro feminized and all that, that would be the movie to do it to. When you start doing it to Star Wars and Marvel is where it becomes a problem because those are not
right.
Those are male set. Yeah, sure, females can enjoy them, but those are not female things. Those are male things.
You got specific audiences you can cater to. I mean, you cannot please everyone.
I
That's
didn't notice about the lack of catering to boys specifically until I had a nephew, and I realized that all the boy shows. I tried watching a couple boy cartoons with him, and they were all insanely feminized, and I was like, these are supposed to be boy shows. Yeah, well, that's how I know that He-Man, the He-Man, Kevin Smith He-Man. I wasn't gonna fucking sit down and watch multiple seasons of the new He-Man show by Kevin Smith. I'm a fucking grown man.
Oh, good lord.
I'm a grown man. But I watched because he was watching, and I'm watching this, and I'm like, I realized very quickly that my nephew has nothing to watch that's specifically made for him. There's nothing. It literally doesn't exist. There isn't anything. It's all feminized in some way. I don't think my niece has a whole lot to watch for her either that's good, but she does have things to watch. Like, I actually thought that K-pop Demon Hunters was a pretty cool thing for her to watch. But the funny thing is that my nephew also really likes K-pop Demon Hunters because it's like the best thing that came on TV for anyone in quite some time.
Good lord.
Like and it's female centric, and I'm like, yeah, I would prefer you. I was like, I would prefer him watching that than watching the fucking He-Man show.
Whatever the fuck that shit
Yeah,
is.
because the He-Man show is just trash, dude. It was irritating.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but quite frankly, what I've heard about it, I have actual no interest in ever watching any single episode of it. It sounds horrible.
Yeah, I mean, they're just everything sucks now. They were gonna make a Conan the Barbarian show, which would have been awesome on Amazon.
God.
They were going to. No, they turned it down because the person who was in charge of Amazon TV said that it had too much toxic masculinity in it, and they decided to make they replaced it with Wheel of Time, which they rewrote because the book is about a male main character, and they rewrote it to be about the female main characters, and it failed, and everyone hated it. And it's like it just keeps happening. And then they made Dragon, House of the Dragon, but they made it like weird, and like the two female mains are apparently not responsible for any of the bad things that happen in the show because it doesn't want to paint any of the female characters as in the wrong.
What?
So it's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like everything I watch is like, what is happening? And it's not even. I'm not saying it's like malicious or anything. It's just like it's dumb. But it's like,
it's
who
just
are you
passively aggressively horrendous. Like saying
who are you trying to pander
Conan
to?
the Barbarian is too toxic masculinity.
I don't get why it's happening. I don't understand it because these things don't.
Me
seem to be
neither.
making,
It makes
these things,
absolutely no sense. Like it has absolutely hurt no one. It's affected no one. There's no reason to change it. It just makes no sense.
I don't get who these are made for, because like I don't know any chick who was like dying to fucking watch House of the Dragon. You know what I mean? Like I'm not
met
saying
a single
I'm not
female
saying no,
who is like, oh my gosh, we
I'm
need a
not
Conan
saying-
the Barbarian for like
I mean,
females.
all of my dude friends were watching Game of Thrones, and I knew like one or two females who were doing it, and it was like, yeah, they have a female audience, but that's like fantasy is like 90% dudes who watch fantasy and sci-fi shit, like more so than other genres. Sci-fi, fantasy are mostly like it's not like we don't get anything. Like we got John Wick, you know. That's very clearly not at all female centric. So, but then recently we got Ballerina, which I'm not hating on Ballerina's existence or anything, but are you gonna replace John Wick with a bunch of chicks now?
Well, my main issue is when they start trying to remake and replace the whole story in the main characters to like fit an entirely different demographic that makes absolutely no sense to the original story. Like, I'm not saying everything has to be like, oh, big bad, badass manly man shit.
I think more people need to take the creator of Yakuza's mindset on this. So the creator, if in case any of you guys have never played Yakuza or know anything about it, Yakuza has a massive female audience.
I love Yakuza.
Women love Yakuza. And but the creator of Yakuza has always said that he's made it for dudes, and like it's very over sexualized. There's always like sexy women on screen. There's like a lot of, it's very goofy in a very male humor kind of way. And he was asked by an interviewer, now that your game is appealing to far more females, are you going to alter the way you make your games and sort of trying to appeal to those new fans? And he said, no, because if I did that, I would annoy the fans who are already here. Like the male fans that love Yakuza are here, so you know you don't want to piss them off by trying to go over and appeal to the females, but
Right.
also you would also get rid of your female fans, because your female fans were attracted to what it is now. Not so if you
Right.
alter it to try and make it it already appeals to them. That's why they're watching it, or that's why they're playing it. So if you change it to
Exactly.
try and appeal to them after the fact, they're just gonna be like, well, this isn't what I enjoyed. You make the thing you want to make and the thing that you think is good, and then whoever gets attached to it gets attached to it. What I think is weird is that they're buying is a lot of these people who are altering these properties. These properties aren't theirs. They didn't invent these properties. They're taking properties that already existed that were always made for men, and they're dissecting it and breaking it down, trying to make it for women. And it's like there's a lot of shit out there for women that you can do. Like I was so weirded out when people were complaining about the She-Ra show being all gays and lesbians and very feminine, and all the dudes in it were gay, and it's like it's She-Ra. It's not made for dudes. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, it's
like it only like I can kind of understand the complaint to a certain extent, but from a different angle, because like it kind of legitimizes the fact that the only good characters out there are male characters, because they're taking all the male characters and turning them female. It's like, why not just use the female characters that are already there? Are they not enough?
Well, no. The reason why they're doing that, I don't think it's legit. I don't think it's because they don't think that. I think it's because the male properties make more money. That's what I mean. That's as simple as it is. The Marvel and Star Wars make more money than any female movie or comic property, because men are more into that kind of shit. There is no female movie franchise that makes billions of dollars. It doesn't exist. Like, it's just not around. They're all male. So they think by taking those male properties that's already making a ton of money and has its audience, and altering it to female, they can gain a new audience for the females without realizing that you just fucking pissed off the audience you already had that was making it billions of dollars in the first place. Now that's mostly a guess, technically, but I would assume that would be the mindset, that the reason why they're taking males isn't because they're saying that males are the only good characters. It's because those are the properties that are making the most money, because dudes just do that shit more. Like, for instance, Twitter is completely dominated by females. It's texting each other and looking at short shit. YouTube, which are videos, are completely dominated by males. There's over 70% of YouTube people who watch YouTube are males. Why? I don't know. Whatever reason, males are more attracted to visual mediums than females are. It's just the way it's always been. So that's another thing why I just don't understand why they would constantly try and make everything female and piss off all the dudes, because they really, really need dudes to be successful. I mean, we've known this for a really long time. I don't really know what's happened. How do these people forget this?
I genuinely think they're just trying not to be sexist, but they're trying so hard it just completely backfires.
I don't know what they're trying. I don't know. I'm not gonna try and be a mind reader, but
right.
The pendulum always swings back, which is why I was never that worried about it. I never understood people who were so attached to Star Wars for years and years and years, watching whatever shit they brought out, and just we're getting mad at it and making videos about it and watching YouTube videos about how awful it is. It's like after the second bad Star Wars thing came out, I stopped with Star Wars. I haven't seen a Star Wars thing. I checked out the first season of Mandalorian because I lost a bet. But before that, I basically was done with Star Wars. I saw Last Jedi. I didn't see the bet? Yeah, I lost a bet and I was forced to watch Mandalorian. And
what was the bet?
I don't remember. I do one or two bets with a friend every year. I think it was get more trophies than him in a certain amount of time on PlayStation, I think. But it could have been any number of things. Basically, me and my friend have this thing where we'll bet, and then whoever whoever loses the bet, always the same thing has to happen. They have to watch whatever the other person tells them to watch, the whole series or whatever.
Jesus.
It's a way that we get each other to get into the things that the other person refuses to do. So if I'm watching something and I'm really digging it, I'm like, you need to check this out, and he just won't check it out. If he loses the bet, I could force him to check it out. So, and we've been doing this for years. So like he like I forced him to watch the entire Evil Dead series, all the movies and the show, and because he's not a horror guy, so he refused to watch it. And I'm like, no, you're gonna really love it. I'm like, you're not gonna like the first one because it's horror, but you're gonna like all the other ones. And he did not like the first one. He was like, I wasn't big on it. I don't think I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm like, keep going. He really liked 2, and he fucking adored Army of Darkness.
Really?
Yeah, he thought it was hilarious. He's like, I love how they just turned Ash into a fucking bro in this movie. It was
Just the franchise. He goes from a freaking nerd to just, I am Jock Supreme.
Yeah, so he really dug that. But yeah, I'll just get him to
Fuck
watch.
yeah.
I just get him to watch things he gets me to watch. One of the things he made me watch was Mandalorian. He was gonna make me watch Arrow, and I begged him to not make me watch Arrow. He's like, no, the first 2 seasons are really good. And I'm like, yeah, but it's fucking 8 seasons. Like,
The entirety of freaking Arrow, the CW show.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That sounds like a fate worse than death. That's
Yeah,
like
no,
watching
he didn't pull that
entire
trigger.
Flash
He didn't pull
show.
that trigger. He didn't pull that trigger. He told
He had the gun against your head, but he didn't quite. He couldn't quite do it.
He told me to watch. First, he wanted me to watch Arrow, and I was like, dude, it's shitty. And he's like, yeah, but the first 2 seasons are good. And I'm like, yeah, but it's 8 seasons. And he's like, well, I'm only gonna make you watch the first 2 seasons. I'm like, why would I want to watch the first 2 seasons of a show and just stop in the middle? Like, this is awful. Why don't you make
1/8 of the thing?
I'm like, make me watch something that I'll enjoy. Like, make me watch something that I would like. Because I always pick something that I know he would like. I never pick anything just to like make him suffer for no reason. So he changed it and he made me watch Mandalorian instead, which I did not care for. But it was better than watching Arrow for sure.
It's better than Arrow.
Oh
See-
yeah, Arrow. They just took him and turned him into Batman with Bo.
I at least enjoyed the Mandalorian. I would not. I would not want to freaking watch Arrow. Like, all 8.
I thought that well I went into the so he made me watch. I think it was Mandalorian he made me watch, and I think he made me watch Loki. I did not like Loki, but I did watch. I watched Loki before season 2 came out, so it was just the first season. I hated Loki, and I watched Mandalorian, and I thought Mandalorian was okay. And the first thing I said after he's like, "Oh, what did you think of Loki?" And I'm like, are Star Wars fans so starved of content that this is what they deem as being like really awesome?
Dude, Loki's fucking weird.
Like, it's fine.
So,
it's okay.
Yeah, there are
weird,
a lot of
dude.
issues.
I don't think that was my favorite show that month. Like, but people were talking. People were talking about how it was like, oh, it's so great, Star Wars is back, and I'm just like, really? This is what made you say that? Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
Rouga, that's part of the Star Wars cycle, which is good product comes out, it gets consumed. Bad product comes out, it gets consumed. Now they're whining, saying, "Where's good product?" It's basically just like a cycle where you get one good project, then you get a bad one. You get a
I
good
haven't
one.
seen that cycle. When was the last good Star Wars thing? I mean, I know some people.
Andor.
Some people said
Andor.
Andor was good, but that's not one good
I'd
product.
say-
That's one bad product. That's one good
I'd
product.
say
in the
I'd
past
say
10
like
years.
that's what's generally perceived, at least.
I don't
Is
know
like
enough
you have
about
good,
Star Wars
bad,
to
good.
answer on this.
I do actually have one question, and this is because I was looking through the games of next year. Any opinion on the Wolverine game that's slated to come out?
I have no interest in the
I-
game because I
Same.
know the developers relatively well. I know that they're going to destroy that game. They already destroyed Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was a fucking dumpster fire. Yeah. The game designer of Spider-Man 2 as well as Wolverine is a fucking nutcase. He's absolutely insane. He is a hardcore activist. He absolutely despises white people despite the fact that he is white. Like it's a whole like
Despite the fact he writes for white characters, he
dude,
hates
there's he literally put like Spider-Man 1 was pretty good, right? Spider-Man game, Spider-Man PS4 was pretty good.
People liked it. It was halfway
I knew
decent
that
game.
Spider-Man 2 was going to be bad when I played the Miles Morales game. Because I played the Miles Morales game, and there's literally an entire quest line based around Black Lives Matter. That is fucking wild. Yeah, you didn't play it? You didn't play the game? There's a whole quest line.
I never played it.
There is a whole, and I'm not saying like it's alluding to it. It's literally Black Lives Matter.
It's just straight up fucking right in your fucking face.
The quest line literally ends with the character standing there wearing the you get a new costume at the end of the quest line. The costume is the colors of Black Lives Matter, black and yellow, and behind him is the Black Lives Matter symbol where it says Black Lives Matter in graffiti behind him, and that's the last image of the quest line. Is like it's very clearly a Black Lives Matter quest line. They also
I would rather vomit into my own shoes and do a mile-long march. Holy shit!
The beginning of the quest line, you're playing as Miles, right? And you meet this chick who's like, I think she's deaf. I think she's supposed to be some kind of deaf chick that lives in Harlem. And she guesses that Miles is black. And Miles is like, how'd you guess I was black? And he's like, because you're saving people in Harlem. And she just directly states that essentially Peter Parker doesn't come to Harlem or save anyone in Harlem.
Wow.
Because they're black people.
Peter Parker's racist.
They're trying so hard to make it sound like they're not racist. They're making it extraordinarily racist, dude.
Yeah.
I love that as an idea because just if you go back to like the original Spider-Man,
it's fucking insane.
He was like a poor kid being raised by his freaking aunt and uncle. Great freaking parts of New York. That's why his uncle got freaking.
Queens is a very high black population. That's
exactly. Exactly.
But no,
that's
it was
fucking wild.
That's
what
one.
The fuck?
That's one quest line, but it's basically it's sprinkled throughout the whole game. And I was like, and when I played that, I was like, okay, Spider-Man 2 is gonna be a piece of shit. And then Spider-Man 2 came out, and it was constantly shitting on Peter Parker. Peter Parker sucked. He constantly apologized for everything. He was whining about everything. He's always wrong. The game focused way more on Miles and MJ, and put a lot of focus. Like it was so weird. It was such a weird. It was like what is going on? And then by the end, obviously they did what I actually predicted they were going to do before the game came out. Peter retires and Miles becomes the new Spider-Man because they don't want a white character to be the protagonist of the game. They wanted Miles to be, even though he's a more boring character. And and now Wolverine's coming out. And I don't know what they're gonna do. There isn't like a black Wolverine they can replace him with, but I don't trust it.
Find a black Wolverine and they should replace him with him.
They're gonna find a black Wolverine. He's gonna pull him Michael Jackson, become Black Wolverine.
I have no problem.
He's gonna pull reverse Michael Jackson.
But when they shove it down your throat that hard, dude, it's just like they make it hard not to hate him.
Look it up. It is wild. Look up the Black Lives Matter missions. It's really crazy. It's only one mission. It's like 2 or 3 missions, but
it's fucking insane,
it's sprinkled
dude.
throughout the entire game. The whole
There's
game.
There's only
That's not
like
even
3
the only,
more games. There's only like 3 more games that seem like semi-interesting next year, and that's like Elder Scrolls 6. They're making a new Fable, apparently.
Is Elder Scrolls 6 all that interesting? That's coming from the same studio who made Fallout 76.
I know, but I'm talking about stuff that actually, seems somewhat interesting. Also, Fatal Frame is getting a sequel, which is a bit surprising. Oh, no, it's a remake of Fatal Frame 2.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a sequel. Fatal Frame came out a long time ago. That's older than Wolf Among Us considerably.
That's like Wolf Among Us getting 2 sequels.
Yeah, that's almost that one actually might be 20 years old. Fatal Frame.
Probably.
Okay, so I was gonna say, Insomniac Spider-Man doesn't like the Miles stuff isn't even the only controversial thing. Like at the Mary Jane, like that character model is just flat out a self-insert of one of the writers.
I don't care. Well, I mean, she's ugly. That's true. So that I do care about that. But the whole unattract, like everyone, all redheads being turned to black people is a weird thing that I don't get. Like the 2 conspiracy theories are redheads being turned to black people. It constantly happens. I don't understand it. And for some reason, all females being made ugly. I don't like. Yeah. It's a conspiracy theory, but it's like it can only be a conspiracy theory for so long until you're like, okay, what's going on? like what's happening?
Well, I mean, if you take the letters in ginger and swap it around, you get something else.
Well, what I'm curious about what I'm curious about is Not curious about. I'm sorry. What I'm worried about is Eastern games are surpassing Western games in basically every category. The character designs are better. The stories are better. They're written better. The gameplay is more fun. They're willing to go into. They're not really going. I'm not gonna say they go farther in terms of like the teeth that the themes have. America was always better at having a little more teeth with its storytelling, but like none of that's in America now. So the Asians are gonna win. Like they're gonna win. We're gonna start buying all of our shit from them. And it's going to be entirely because of a bunch of fucking self-important
you think
assholes who are
Cyberpunk's
making
gonna
their
happen?
games.
You think Cyberpunk's gonna happen?
That
When it comes to our entertainment, yes. If it keeps going the way it is. Entertainment is going to be the entire country is shifting to more right wing currently, but entertainment is going to be the last one to shift. So I don't know how long it's going to take.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, that's it. I'm just saying entertainment's going to take a very, very long time, and if it takes too long, people are just going to give up on Western entertainment, and the East is going to be the main source of entertainment for the world as opposed to the West.
Right. Okay, so speaking of world politics, this brings me back to
that's what I wanted to get into right now.
Everyone loves world politics.
This is what the stream should become.
Okay. It has actual it doesn't have a whole lot to do with like actual like real world politics, but it brings me back to my original debate idea, which I never actually found anybody to debate me with. But like, how well do y'all think the modern day military would do against the primers from Earth Defense Force?
They would lose.
They would lose. Yeah.
No wonder you couldn't find a fucking debate topic for that.
I think they do pretty well. I'm gonna be
honest. You might as well ask like, how would my Chihuahua do against God? Then like, you probably do pretty poorly.
Okay, how might Chihuahua do against this brown bear?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Some actual points to back my thought process.
You have none.
Okay.
Zero. You don't have any. There's not a single piece of evidence that exists.
They can the thing and maybe do it like something.
I'm 100% willing to lose a debate, but I want to debate this.
You're going to debate. You're going to lose the debate in under 2 minutes.
It's fine with me, but I still want to debate it because it's pissed me off so much every time I've played EDF. But like, okay, when you're playing EDF, right? You're playing as Storm 4 usually. And the whole thing with Storm 4 is you are literally the only people throughout the entire EDF series that's controlled by an actual like human brain. Every other instance that you see in gameplay and in lore that's controlled like within EDF, they're controlled by AI, and they have probably the worst programming I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Wait, you're going off of the AI controlled characters? That's not canon.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's not canon? It's shown.
It's gameplay
to be canon, though.
No, it's not. It's gameplay.
Oh, they're shown to act and react is gameplay, I assume.
Okay.
The AI of a game being faulty or whatever, that doesn't mean anything. And honestly, it doesn't matter if the AI was canon or not. They would still lose because you literally can't defeat them because they can keep sending more people from different points in the timeline until they're too strong for you to beat.
But in EDF, you managed to beat them. I'm not saying...
Do you know how they beat them?
Yeah, no, I know how they beat them.
Using time travel, which we don't have.
Yeah, exactly. They keep destroying their time travel machine.
No,
and then
that's not what happens.
Becomes
a
fucking...
They don't have a time travel machine. They don't destroy their time travel machine. They, using time bullshit, figure out that they're coming from the future and that the world that they populate is Mars. So they literally destroy Mars.
Yeah, they try to fucking
but they destroy Mars. They don't blow it up. They make it so that it's uninhabitable. And then once they do that, the I'm going blank on the names of the primers. the primers basically can't exist there. Like they will never exist because they cannot. They're supposed to later on be life that exists on that planet. And then what ends up happening is that they have to defeat the primers in a fight still to dictate who is the winner, and they have to defeat the god of the primers. Well, that's not something that Earth can do. Earth doesn't have a way of finding out the primers come from the future of Earth. They don't have a way of dealing with any of the time travels and shenanigans. We don't have that, and we don't have a way of defeating the god of the primers.
No, I feel that, and
This is a character that's the god of the primers is a character that's unaffected by being hit with nukes. So I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's no winning for the real world.
I'm not saying that we're gonna win. I'm saying that modern day military would be able to stand up against the primers, aside from their whole time nonsense.
They'll die. They'll die very quickly. They won't do anything.
Okay, what? Here's the thing.
We're talking about the primers' absolute weakest troops, 100% weakest, are giant fucking ants that can rip down buildings that are the size of minivans, and those are the baby ants.
Those are the baby.
The adult ants are like 25, 30 feet tall, and they're strong enough to rip up city blocks and chuck them into space. And
but
these
what
are
I'm
some
saying,
of the weakest.
Yeah.
And they have literally billions of them.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Humanity
but
can't deal with that. We would die.
My entire thing is I don't think that actual humans in real life, because I'm talking about modern days military. I'm not talking about a game. I'm talking about actual real life military.
Yeah, and I'm saying modern military can't do anything to that.
I don't think that we would do that good, but I'm not saying we would just completely get rolled up into a fucking joint.
Oh, I'm saying there wouldn't be enough. I'm saying there wouldn't be enough of us to roll up into a joint. I'm saying we would be absolutely ripped apart before we could do literally anything.
Well, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. A lot of the reason that Storm 4 is so good is because they're controlled by a human host. Like, a lot of strategy in game, from what we see in gameplay, is they run into combat with assault rifles that have a lot more range than the AI uses, and they'll like run into them where they're like 100 meters away, while the assault rifles have probably a good 300 meters of range.
You're also forgetting
into them.
You're also forgetting these are assault rifles that you can shoot an ant that's the size of a minivan, and it will fling that ant like 50 miles.
Yeah, I know.
We don't
there's
have
some
comparable
cartoony
weaponries.
aspects that. Okay. Yeah, no, that's
our guns wouldn't harm the ants. Do you understand? Like you would have to.
We have the same similar calibers. There's actual descriptions.
They're not calibers.
We have actual descriptions in the game that say we're not that crazy, like far advanced in technology. Like a lot of the stuff in game is kind of just wonky game physics. Like if you pull a handgun and you shoot one of the cars in game, yeah, they're gonna go fucking flying into space.
The handguns are not normal handguns. The rifles are not normal rifles. There isn't a single real world gun in the game of EDF. They're all made up. They're all bullshit future sci-fi weapons.
Okay, yeah, that is true. And okay.
Like there's no AK-47 in the game. There's no M1 in the game. Like none of that's in there.
No AK-47 in the game. However, they do still have actual AKs in the game. They are a lot more advanced than the shit we have now, but they are still AKs.
Yeah. A grenade launch. You can fire a grenade launcher at a building and take down a fucking 50-story building.
Right? Yeah. No, I know that. You can
keep
pull out
saying
the fucking...
I know. You're agreeing with literally everything I say, but coming to the conclusion that we can somehow fight back against any of these things. Like, we can't.
I think mainly we would be able to fight back.
This is a
because
universe
of our
where
Air
the
Force.
EDF soldiers can literally have skyscrapers collapse on top of their heads and be fine. They can be chucked across the city and be fine. They're superhuman beings.
I think we would mainly do all right because of our Air Force.
We wouldn't. Our Air Force would do very little to anything. The EDF had to invent new weapons because they couldn't deal with the kaiju because the aliens have fucking kaiju that they sent at us.
I
and
know
their strongest weaponry couldn't do anything to the kaiju. If their weapon can't do anything to the kaiju, ours can't.
I have thought about this. Like when we finally managed to corner the giant kaiju and we hit him with Chirin charges, like with the giant submersible, like Noah Ark submarine. Like when you fire the Chirin charges, you can see how slow they move in midair. I think we would be able to move a lot faster than we do in EDF. Like when you're fighting, if you're playing an air raider and you're playing in the non-post-apocalyptic scenarios,
there is no non-post-apocalyptic scenario.
Yeah, there is. You can call in airstrikes. You can call in basically 8,
They're
10
not normal airstrikes. You can't compare any of this shit to real stuff. You can't. It's none of it's comparable. It's all crazy shit. There's mech suits in this game. There's like 80-foot mechs that you can fly around and topple buildings. Like there's trying to say that our real world military can in any way survive in EDF is like saying we could survive in Dragon Ball Z or fucking like it is that ridiculous. The gap is that large. Do you understand that the primers can literally teleport an army of giant super ants that can then populate our entire planet, outnumbering us in literally like a week or two, because that's how fast ants populate, and then they can kill us all, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I'm trying to make a debate, okay?
Because our guns literally wouldn't work against them. You would have to have every single person on Earth would have to have a fucking 50 cal, and they still wouldn't kill the thing in one shot because the bullet would be so small compared to the ant that we're firing at. Your guns would be worthless. Every single weapon you have would have to be a massive, explosive, armor-piercing rounds, and even then, it likely wouldn't kill a lot of the things that you're going to be fighting against.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't think I have no doubt that we would lose. However, I don't think we would lose as fast as you think we would.
No, we would. The only question it would be is how long it would take them to kill us all.
Exactly. But here's the thing, okay? Like, you know how we have the what are they called? They're not the Valkyries or the fucking, what are they called?
I don't know.
The motherfuckers that use the like mini like exosuits that are like tiny basically like mini tanks.
The Jip? Oh, I don't remember.
God, what are they called?
I know what you're talking about. I don't know. The slow dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What about them?
Like there's a certain mission when you are out there and you're meeting a massive force of aliens and bugs. You're out there with a bunch of tanks. You're out there with a bunch of rangers and air raiders and wing divers. You're out there, and they call them the best of the best, and they're like the Black Reapers or some edgy bullshit like that. And you watch them, and their whole strategy is literally just to run into the middle of the enemy. The entire like EDF's strategy, I hate to say it, but it literally, from what you can tell through gameplay and lore, their whole strategy is just to throw a bunch of people at the enemies and hope they win. Like, there's nothing in lore that says they do that otherwise.
It doesn't
like,
matter.
You see that through gameplay. Like,
it doesn't matter because
that.
it doesn't matter because our weapons literally wouldn't work on the enemies that we have to fight against. It doesn't matter what our strategy is if you literally cannot damage your opponent with all of your greatest weapons.
Okay, but I feel like it's a little unfair to say we couldn't be able to damage them.
It's not because EDF couldn't damage many of them, and they have way more advanced weapons than we do. Well, they can literally blow up sections of planets, but we can't. Like they could literally drop. They could literally drop the SAR bomb is dangerous and could possibly destroy our large sections of our own planet. We don't want to do that, and it still wouldn't harm some of the things that they have. That's
some
how
of the
powerful
things.
some of the shit that they. Yeah, but that's all it needs.
But,
they only need one. They need one of some of the things that we can't kill, and we're done.
Right, but when you start the game, when you start EDF 6, you start out with a actual broken gun. A gun that doesn't fully work, and you're still able to kill stuff.
It's not
you're
it's
not that good.
You don't start off with a broken gun. You start off with a rifle, and the rifle works fine.
Yeah, no, the rifle is literally called like a broken whatever model the EDF usually uses.
I don't think it's no. I don't think. Well, EDF 6, I'm not sure. In EDF 5, that's not the case. You have a rifle, but I mean, it doesn't matter what the gun's called if it's still more powerful than any gun we have, which it is. And we know it is because he can kill giant ants with it, which normal rifles wouldn't be able to do. Ants are covered in an exoskeleton. If you had to face an ant that was the size of a fucking minivan or a normal van or however size they are,
right?
The guns literally wouldn't break through.
Shit.
The guns literally would bounce off their fucking skin. You wouldn't be able to go through them if it was that thick.
My main question is, like, I have no doubt that we wouldn't win. My main question is, how long do you think we would live? Because I think we would probably live 3 to 4 years.
How long would it take for them to kill us all? That's how long we would live. We have very little to do with it. It's just how long they feel like taking to kill us.
Because in the game, I think it says like it takes them probably 1 to 2 years to wipe most of humanity out before we start getting into all the time nonsense. Honestly,
considering they're way more impressive, I would say it would probably take us a couple months.
Dude, I think it would take us 3 to 4 years, just because.
You think it would take more time than it took ADF?
Yeah, well, okay. Here's the thing: most of their tactics, they aren't really that good at tactics in the game, and a lot of the weapons in EDF are like extraordinarily slow. Like if you're playing a ranger, you unlock a weapon, a really strong weapon called the air tortoise, and it literally says, hey, when you fire this weapon, the missile is extraordinarily slow. Like the Chirin charges, they launch from the massive like Noah Ark dreadnought like fucking submarine. They're extraordinarily slow. A lot of the missiles you launch are way slower than they would be in real life.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's not gonna do. You're going in circles. It's not gonna do any damage. Doesn't matter how slow it is. It's slow because of programming. It's slow because the engine can't show something flying at faster than the speed of sound, or you wouldn't be able to register what's happening. That's why it's slow.
If it was gonna fire faster than the speed of sound, then I think they would probably say that like in lore, and then probably have it work differently in game. But it says in lore that they shoot really slow.
It doesn't say anything in lore. EDF doesn't have lore written down.
Well, okay, yeah, no, but they have the descriptions of the gun. Like when you look at the description of the air tortoise, it says, yeah, it's an extremely high yield explosive. However, when you fire the missile, it fires extremely slow.
Oh, you're talking about the air tortoise. Yeah, fine. Yeah, but the air tortoise is a handheld weapon that's significantly more powerful than any actual handheld weapon that we have. It's literally a rocket.
But then, right.
Not
and
a
then
missile.
You look...
Not a rocket launcher.
Exactly.
It's a massive, like a rocket you would fire into space. That's bigger than you are. That's on your shoulder. That you then fire, and yeah, it has a slow takeoff. But when it explodes, it blows up multiple city blocks.
Right.
No weapon like that exists, so it doesn't matter how fast or slow it is. It hits harder than anything we could possibly have, and it's a guided missile without needing a guiding system.
Well, then you get into characters like, okay, this just an example. Like if you're playing the Air Raider and you're playing on Inferno, and you're fighting one of the super armored like aliens that drop down, if you lock onto them with one of the God damn it, okay, I can't remember its exact name, but there is a missile you can lock onto the super armored units with. And just like the air tortoise, it fires and it's super slow, but it hits them, it wipes them out in one shot.
Yeah.
And I believe God damn it. It's been too long for me it's been too long since I played the game to remember exactly what it says, but I believe it says it acts similar to a real life bunker buster, and it one-shots these super heavy units on Inferno.
It does not say that it works as the same as a real life bunker buster. It doesn't say that. Nothing in that game compares its weapons to real world guns. Nothing. There isn't a single description throughout that whole game. All 500 fucking weapons or 1,800 weapons or however many crazy number of weapons I got. They're all made up.
Fuck. Alright, you know what? I can't remember enough shit to keep this conversation up. So, how long do you think humanity, like modern day military, with their F-14s and F-22s and F-18s would last? How long do you think they'd last?
I don't know. Not long. Not way less than ET. Like I said, however long it takes them to kill us, we would last about as long as a planet of sloths. It's just however long it takes them to feel like killing us. If they feel like going a little slower, then it'll be a little bit slower. That's
There's
it.
so much nitpicky shit about EDF that I can't remember to keep this fucking argument up.
I don't think there's any possible way that we could ever. I think it's a crazy statement to say that like, oh, I think that we would win or we would do okay. Like, no, it's absolutely not. You might as well say like, hey, I think Bruce Lee would do pretty good against Goku in a fight. No, he wouldn't.
No, fuck no.
I think he'd do better than you would think he would do. No, he wouldn't. It's like,
I mean, I still personally think we would do like decently against them for a minute, but evidently I think we would still lose.
100% we would lose.
My main argument was how long do you think we would last? Because personally, I think like given the way we see the NPCs act in EDF and the way our actual military acts in real life, I think we'd probably live around 3 to 4 years.
Nope. No way. No. Get slaughtered. Absolutely fucking decimated way before 3 years. Way before 3 years. Months if that. No, but okay, so it's 8:19. The chat is dying down. We finally dropped below 20. That's cool. Not cool. I mean, it's bad, but it is what it is. It's the end of the night. I have to finish uploading a video and going to bed, and we honestly haven't had super chats in like 4 hours, so I probably should have ended a lot longer. But it is what it is. So I'm gonna end the stream now, so I can finish uploading this video. And if I do finish it and I don't fall asleep first, you'll have the video by tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. So you'll have it in. It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. for me right now, so you'll have it in like 4.5 hours.
It is 4:24 for me. So yeah, I think
it is 2:24 for me.
It doesn't matter. It's 4. You'll have the video in 4.5 hours from now, regardless what time it is for you. It's
fair enough.
You get it 4.5 hours. As long as I can get it uploaded, which I'm going to be working on right now after I do it and then go to bed.
All right.
So yeah, you all can look forward to that. And what else? I'll probably do another debate stream. This did all right. I think I'll do another debate stream next week. We'll see. I don't know. Do you guys prefer the debate streams or the tier list streams?
I'll probably think of a better debate next time, because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of pulled this one out of my ass.
Clearly.
Last second.
Clearly. Wait, there's only 16 people
I
here.
thought I had a better debate than some people tonight.
There's only 16 people here, so I'm not assuming much of the voting, but I'll vote. What do you guys want? What do you guys want next week? Next stream. Do you want debate or tier list? I'll at least do one tier list this month for sure, regardless of votes. But I should have done this when there were more people in the chat to see, but I am curious,
Right.
Because people, I stopped doing the debates for a while because I kept asking people and they kept saying we want debates, we want debates, we want debates, but no one would show up to the stream.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, like stop telling me that you want debates if no one shows up. But I mean, they didn't show up in droves or anything this week, but at least it was somewhat consistent.
Well, this one lasted long enough for me to actually show up to. So.
Yeah. Well, they usually do. I usually keep it for about 7 or 8 hours. This didn't run longer than normal.
Ah.
Yeah, I usually end the streams early in the morning.
Even if my debate wasn't that well, I'm just glad I got to show up for the motherfucker because 99% of the time, like the past probably I think 6 streams you've gone for, I've had to work like way fucking late, like way past what the streams are for.
Y'all need to get jobs that don't make y'all work on the weekends. I never had a job. I never did a job no, I did when I was younger, when I was like a teenager, but in my adult life, I never had a job that made me work on the weekends. But that's because my jobs were always construction.
I'm working on getting into welding right now, and
that's
hopefully
that's a weekday job for sure.
Yeah, 100%. So hopefully that's not gonna be an issue for too long. But
yeah, it's nice having. It's nice. Look, it's not. I like construction schedule. It's nice having a consistent schedule where you come home by 2:30, 3 p.m. You have the whole day. You wake up early, go to work. When you get off, it's still sunny outside. You have the rest of the day to chill, and you're just completely free on the weekends.
Exactly.
Awesome fucking schedule. That is one thing that I whether you like construction or not, it's got a badass schedule.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
I don't like schedules where you get up and you gotta go to work at 9 o'clock and you come home at 5. And you have to drive through the fucking traffic.
Yeah, dude, I go to work at 1 p.m. and usually I get home at like 9 p.m. Shit sucks.
Doesn't matter. I could be an hour away from home. I fly home, no traffic whatsoever, and I'm there in no time, and I am chilling on the couch or whatever. Or you go to the gym afterwards, then you leave the gym and you still get home relatively early.
Right.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Fuck
yeah, I was thinking about trying to start a debate when I was just getting off work, but I told my buddies I would be at a fucking bonfire, so I only had like 30 minutes to myself before I got off, and then I saw your stream was still open, so I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll shoot my shot with the fucking
shoot your shot. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen you. I don't think I've seen you since the Hell Singer conversation that we had before.
Yeah, I showed up once past that, although my mic was having an absolute fit that day, so I couldn't actually pop in the stream. But other than that, yeah, I think this was my only time I actually popped in stream. So
I got you. All right, I'm gonna end the stream here. Like I said,
all right, fair enough.
This thing's been gone for a while. I need to upload this shit before I get too tired, and then yeah, everyone, you look forward to a new video tomorrow morning, and I'll see you guys next week.
Good night, fellas.
Night. And boom. I don't like this new setup they got.